you want to do is you want to have an insulated duct in the attic. That's to start with, because if you don't, then you're gonna have condensation. You don't want to have an attic, and that's how you're gonna be having all kinds
Now
of
it's protected,
mold issues.
but a couple of years ago it wasn't. And as Spock said, when C63 comes out, free speech is just going to be a relic of the past.
That's really key. At the same time, however, politicians need to be very, very careful that they don't get into divisions amongst Canadians, polarizations, or conspiracy theories.
I'm just going to leave this here.
There is a small fringe element in this country with racist, misogynistic attacks.
Yeah, I think that says all that needs to be said here. I've talked about this too many times to count about Trudeau and division.
And I'm thinking about this in regards to Pierre Poilievre. Anyone who wants to be Prime Minister of this country needs to be clear with Canadians about whose votes he wants and who he stands with. If Pierre Poilievre wanted to be a responsible leader, I'll even give him the words. This is what he should say. I reject categorically the endorsement and the support of Diagolon and of Alex Jones. Because Diagolon is a violent white nationalist organization, and Alex Jones is a garbage conspiracy theorist. That's all Pierre Poilievre would have to say. But he won't say it. And that tells you about the kinds of choices he's making as a leader.
Easy there, Justin. You're going to have an aneurysm.
Yeah, he's gone like rabid talking about Pierre. And I think the reason why is because Pierre did not acknowledge the quote-unquote endorsement by Alex Jones. And he's not defending the fact that he went out and spoke to people who were allegedly part of Diagolon. I mean, in Canada, every citizen has the right to vote. Doesn't matter what your views are, doesn't matter what your beliefs are, doesn't matter what color your skin is. None of that matters. Everybody has the right to vote. All Pierre Poilievre did was go out and speak to citizens. Why is it bad to listen to your citizens? Why is it bad to open that dialogue? You don't have to agree with them. You don't have to support their beliefs. But a good leader listens to the citizens.
Yeah, and speaking about those words, where were those words, Trudeau? Where were they when a organization that's light years away from those two that you mentioned, where were those words?
If you're a web designer, here are 4 Wix Studio features you gotta know. So first on the list, Section Grid. I'm talking about a revolutionary tool that lets you create your own intricate layouts, but still keeps it intuitive at every step. So you can split cells, create gaps between them, drag to resize, and swap them around. All right, this next feature has saved me hours of work. Responsive AI. You set up your design once, and with just one click, it'll analyze the section and automatically adjust the response behaviors for each element to fit every breakpoint. Another huge time saver, no-code animations. You can create unique brand experiences with anything from micro animations to rich, complex interactions and easily customize them for that fine-grained control. And all of this without a single line of code. And finally, we've got Text Mask. This is a great way to make your client's brand stand out. You can fill live text with images, gradients, or videos to make it pop. And it's optimized for SEO. So these features have totally changed the way that I work. Now it's your turn. Head over to Wix Studio to nail your next brief.
When Hamas must thank Canada. They thanked you. Again, you can agree, you can disagree what's going on over in Gaza and Israel. Probably everybody agrees and disagrees on one thing or another. But the fact that you actually have Hamas coming in and thanking Canada, where was the disacknowledgement from the Prime Minister and the government for that? But, he doesn't want to talk about that. No. He just wants to talk about Alex Jones and Diagolon. And as for Alex Jones,
again, free speech.
Whatever
He's allowed to say whatever he wants. That's the beauty of free speech, that you don't have to agree with everything people say, but you have to defend their right to say it.
Yeah. Disclosure, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we disagree with Alex Jones on. Whole bunch of stuff. But he has the right to say it. And that's the terrible thing. That's the price you pay with free speech. You have to tolerate the intolerable if you want to protect free speech. You have to allow people to say the most revolting things if you want free speech. And the rule is the more terrible of the idea, the best disinfecting is giving them a microphone. Because they are going to ruin the credibility of their idea for you by talking about it and subjecting it to debate. So when it comes to Justin Trudeau, the good thing is that everyone has seen him for what he is. I'm not going to say starting. Everyone has seen him for what it is. It took us a long time to get here, folks. It took us 2 years to get here. But the really encouraging thing is this budget. And remember, they were doing this whole showcase beforehand. Here's all the good things that we're going to be bringing to you in the budget, trying to get people behind this before they drop the hammer of this method of which they're going to pay for it, because they didn't talk about that before they actually announced the budget. But here it is. They're going to be gutting the middle class. They're going to be gutting people from the top. They're going to be gutting corporations to the point where they're going to say, you know what? Screw it. We're down.
Yeah.
We're going to go down to tax-friendly place in the States.
And what are Canadians going to do without those jobs? That is the part that the Liberals are ignoring.
Right.
What are we going to do without doctors? And what are we going to do without jobs?
The great thing that we see in the comments is so many of you recognize that, yes, you have to tax corporations, 100% you do. But if you tax them too much, then these people, they'll say, you know what, all right, we're done. And they pull that out. And the implication is now the thousands or tens of thousands of jobs that were actually being given to Canadians, what are they going to do now? Nothing. Because every other corporation is going to be pulling out that doesn't want to stay here either. So Canadians have seen the light, folks. We just have to keep putting the pressure on the NDP to ensure that they see it too.
Yes, going.
Well, Google CEO Sundar Pichai says that Google is not a place for politics. And I literally fell out of my chair this morning at how anyone can say that about Google with a straight face. This is the headline today that caused me to just throw things, lose my mind. Ask Clayton. I was screaming in my office, like, how can he say this? Google is politics. They have been playing politics. They were created for politics, which means that he is saying Google is not for politics. He doesn't mean it. What he means is Google is not politics that I don't want to hear. So here are those politics that made him say such a stupid thing. Last week, Google fired 28 people for protesting the company's involvement with Israel. And here is a quote from the CEO's statement about it. He says, "This is a business and not a place to act in a way that disrupts coworkers or makes them feel unsafe. To attempt to use the company as a personal platform of fight over disruptive issues or debate politics. This is too important a moment as a company for us to be distracted." Okay, so just keep this in mind, right? I want to show you this. Just hang on. He's saying no disrupting your coworkers, no using Google as your personal platform, no disruption. Okay, but look at this. This is Google in 2018 when they staged an international walkout over how the company handled sexual abuse reports.
Google employees all over the world staged a massive walkout today. They accused the company of mishandling sexual misconduct allegations against executives. Jamie Yukis is outside Google headquarters in California tonight.
Thousands of Google employees walked out of Google offices from Europe to Asia
Oh
and
my
throughout
God.
the U.S., citing what they call a destructive culture that condones sexual misconduct, discrimination, and racism.
Okay, but he said no disrupting your coworkers, no making them feel unsafe, no using the company as a personal platform. Also, look at this. In 2020, Google employees protested the company's contract with police departments and sent an open letter to the CEO demanding changes. No one was fired or reprimanded for that. So why can some political movements be expressed on work hours and work premises and others not? Well, the simple answer is because Google practices woke capitalism. That's why when you let people take over business with ideology, everyone loses. So let's take a look at the things that Google just doesn't want to hear and is pretending to be apolitical over. What they don't want to hear is protests against its contracts with Israel, namely Project Nimbus.
Nouveau finish Ultramax, conçu pour les conditions les plus difficiles. Aliments brûlés et séchés, vieux lave-vaisselle, eau très dure. Finish Ultramax avec la technologie Sync procure une propreté suprême.
Your neighbor thinks Volkswagens are expensive to maintain, but they're actually surprisingly affordable.
Hey, do you know what Project Nimbus is? Project Nimbus is a $1.2 billion contract to provide cloud-based services to Is government and military. It enables surveillance on Pali people. It enables unlawful data collation on Pali people. It helps facilitate settlements on Pali land, which are illegal under international law. Both Google and Amazon are providers for this contract. We can't forget how complicit the tech industry is in this G-side and apartheid.
Okay, but yes, that's not new because the irony is that big tech is helping Israel target and survey Palestinians, but IBM helped the Germans kill the Jews. So that has been a thing for over a century, and Google will not have their feet held to the fire over this. Now, I want to be clear on where we stand. This is not a piece about Israel, although I absolutely abhor how the Israeli government is using surveillance on the Palestinians and has been for decades. This is not new. This is a piece about the hypocrisy of Google saying that they're not a political place because they just can't answer for this. It's insane because when you let politics in the workforce, everyone will have to see the hypocrisy of this because you have to choose winners and losers. The only way to play politics in the workforce is not to. Here's how one employee explained how he had tried to go through other channels and that this protest was what they felt was their only recourse at Google.
You were just hours ago in the jail in the local police precinct. Talk about why you were willing to get arrested.
Yeah. Well, rather than, consider the demands that we've been raising for, years now, and, listening to workers and considering the things that we've been raising, Thomas Kirian and Google execs basically chose to arrest workers for speaking out against the use of our technology to power the first AI-powered genocide. So we were willing to get arrested for that because at this point, we aren't willing to be lied to by our higher-ups anymore. We aren't willing to be disrespected by our higher-ups anymore. And we wanted to take that to the offices and make sure it was understood by them. Yeah.
How do you sense is the support that you have among other Google workers, the degree of the dissatisfaction with the policies of Google?
Yeah. I mean, Google has done a really good job at creating a culture of fear and retaliation against workers in general. But what we noticed was beautiful. So many people came up to our sit-in and basically showed support and felt that they were inspired by the work that we were doing and felt inspired to speak out, which is exactly what we were going for. We want workers to feel like we have the power to choose where our technology is going and who we're contributing to. So I felt really happy to see that.
Okay, now whether or not you think that he pushed it too far or not, why would this guy think that his cause would be any different from the walkouts he already observed from the Me Too movement or from the Black Lives Matter movement? Why would he not think that he couldn't do this? I know I'm asking a double negative, but why wouldn't he think that he could do this with his friends and his colleagues?
It sounds, the way that he just described it, like saying the fear of retaliation and stuff, it sounds like it's a cult. It's like he stepped outside of the cult, and that is the fear, like you don't do that.
You're right, exactly right. He's in the wrong lane of politics. It's not at all that Google doesn't want politics. They do. It's that he's in the wrong lane of politics. He is not going to be treated like those other protesters for causes that Google wants to be seen speaking for, right?
Right. Yeah.
Even though they couldn't have a women's rights protest now, like that would be. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it would have to be a spectrum gendered protest. But we know exactly why he is being treated differently than other causes. It's because of Israel. But let's just remind ourselves of all the politics that Google is always up to. Former State Department cyber expert Michael Benz recently pointed this out on Tucker Carlson's show, that Google was started by the CIA.
Google is a great example of this. Google began as a DARPA grant by Larry Page and Sergey Brin when they were Stanford PhDs, and they got their funding as part of a joint CIA-NSA program to chart how, quote, birds of a feather flock together online through search engine navigation. And then 1 year later, they launched Google and then became a military contractor. But thereafter, they got Google Maps by purchasing a CIA satellite software, essentially. And the ability to use free speech on the internet is a way to circumvent state control over media in places like Central Asia or all around the world. It's seen as a way to be able to do what used to be done out of CIA station houses or out of embassies or consulates in a way that was totally turbocharged. And all of the internet free speech technology was initially created by our national security state. VPNs, virtual private IP address, Tor, the dark web, to be able to buy and sell goods anonymously, end-to-end encrypted chats. All of these things were created initially as DARPA projects or as joint CIA-NSA projects to be able to help intelligence-backed groups to overthrow governments that were causing a problem to the Clinton administration or the Bush administration or the Obama administration. And this plan worked magically from about 1991 until about 2014, when there began to be an about face on internet freedom and its utility.
Okay, so how can we expect Google to answer for its participation with the Israeli government at this point? We absolutely can't, right? That's why they're pretending to be apolitical, but they're not. They are an extension of the government, of basically Western governments. A recent, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, let's say they were. Let's say they didn't have a game in 85, but they are a war contractor. So at the end of the day, they still they need war to make money. So whether they're on whatever side of the war, it doesn't matter. They are a war contractor.
Yes.
Takes our money and wants war.
Right. Let's look at a few other ways that Google absolutely is political right now. A recent report showed that Google interferes with elections by the way it manipulates search results. By that, I mean that they present biased search results. They disallow or downrank ads from right-leaning candidates and around their platforms and their issues. When Google was sued by Republicans last year who claimed that Gmail suppresses their email campaigns, that suit was dismissed. But the judge did not say that Google doesn't do this. The judge said it was a close case, but that Republicans hadn't succeeded in arguing that Google was doing this in bad faith. In other words, they're doing this. And don't even get me started about the government censorship here on YouTube. It's clearly political. All this to say that Google they can't say that they are not a place for politics. That is bad faith argument and bullcrap. And again, I like to highlight the only successful way in recent years that a company has successfully navigated workplace politics is to not do it the way that Coinbase did in 2021 when CEO Brian Armstrong sent an email to employees saying they would be a crypto company and nothing else. They would not tolerate demands for ideology or social change or representation or anything like that. No politics at Coinbase, and he offered resignation packages to anyone who couldn't deal with that. And about 60 people took it, and their employees have been quite happy ever since. So, do you think that Google will now make the no politics their policy law, or are they just saying this to leapfrog answering for their contracts with Israel? What do you think? Will this actually be the thing that makes them apolitical? Who knows?
I really hope you enjoyed watching this video. YouTube thinks that you'll actually like this next video right here is personalized based on your own viewing habits. Watch the video. Please leave a comment. Let us know what you think about it. And we will see you next time, everyone.
Se basa en dos fases.
Gloria Alvarez, here she's dressed like a Soviet apparatchik, is a viral influencer.
Esta es la primera fase.
She educates people about the failures of socialism. Here she tells the Spanish legislature,
Nada es gratis.
nothing is free. This group liked that. But in Latin America, where she's from, leftists like these people dressed in orange sometimes stop her from speaking. Says things like,
Socialism is responsible for 100 million deaths.
Alvarez was once a Stossel TV fellow, where she did this video.
Where has socialism ever worked? Nowhere.
This video got 15 million views. And now
You're running for president of your country?
I am. I'm running for president of Guatemala.
Guatemala is one of Latin America's poorer countries. It veers between crony capitalism and socialism. What she's seen makes her want to warn people about socialism.
You're teaching millennials socialism?
Yes. This came out after a survey where they said that every 10 millennials, 8 of them would support socialism. But then when they were asked to define or describe socialism, none of them could. So I grabbed a Soviet hat that I bought in St. Petersburg, and I put a Che Guevara sticker with Mickey Mouse ears, and I started explaining Marxism and communism and socialism from its very beginnings until its current days in Latin America. And the basic premise was that, like, when Marx was around, there was no psychology. We didn't know that we are wired to have self-esteem and self-interest. So it's a obsolete idea that has unfortunately killed millions of people. And yeah, it's one of the videos, although it's 26 minutes, and they say that millennials don't like long content. This one got a lot of views.
How do you know about socialism?
Well, I studied in a very libertarian university in Francisco Marroquin, and one thing that they do is actually teaching socialism and communism, and they make you read Marx and Engels and all the struggles that were happening in the 19th century with the Industrial Revolution. And I think that this is what is lacking in most national universities. People push for socialism because they don't study it. They don't know its history. They don't know its massive failures.
Young people in America like socialism, but it's bigger in Latin America.
Yeah, it's the constant in Latin America. We have like 50 shades of socialism, right? You have extreme socialism in countries like Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, and then you have less worse cases, but that are also dramatic, especially when you talk about massive inflation like Argentina or Brazil or Mexico, moderate socialism like Honduras or Guatemala, but we're all part of that same mentality that the government has these magical powers in order to control the economy, tell you how to live your life, and definitely not let you be free because you're too dumb or too poor in order to be free and responsible of your own life.
And people see the effects, they see the inflation, they see property being taken. But they keep voting for it.
Yeah, it's like a Stockholm syndrome. You know, everywhere you go in Latin America, you have massive protests all of the time. Unions protesting, the education system protesting, the health system protesting all of the time. But when you go and you ask people who should take care of the health, who should take care of education, of football, of arts, of whatever, they always answer the government. It's like constantly complaining about corruption, but then the solution is more government. So how are you going to not have corruption if you leave everything in the hands of the government? Unfortunately, what we're seeing is the Latin Americanization of the rest of the world. Because when you look at Europe or you look at the United States, they are becoming more like us. The circus that we have been used to for decades, now you see it here. Like things like, you know, the riots in the Capitol or what is going on in Europe. Those things are like we're used to them because we are developing countries, but it is sad to see how more developed countries are also falling in this trap.
I would think people would see that chaos, they'd want to move the other way.
And some of them do. In fact, 60 million Latin Americans have voted with their feet, and they live in the United States. And in cases like my country, they are responsible for the number one income of dollars that we have back home. Remittances sustain our country.
People in the United States sending money back to
Yeah, that's the number one dollar income that we have. So this proves that we don't need governments to take care of our poor people. If there is freedom, if there's private property, if there's rule of law, if there is an atmosphere where you can thrive, then Latin Americans do thrive. I do not believe in those theories that say that because we have better weather or because we are an inferior race or whatever. I just think that whenever there is freedom and rule of law, people thrive. And this is what we're seeing. Venezuelans don't stay in Venezuela. You don't see Hondurans moving to neighboring Nicaragua, which is more socialist. They come to the United States.
And they prosper when they do.
They do, a lot. And then they sustain the ones that are left behind. And it seems to me we have like two different Latin Americas at the same time. The moochers and the looters that Ayn Rand so well defined in Atlas Shrugged, they are the ones that want to keep Latin America in socialism, in protectionism, in markets that are not, open. And then there are people that struggle to get out of this reality and they start thriving and working abroad and helping the people back home to have a life.
The moochers and the looters.
Mm-hmm.
That's harsh.
It is, but it's true.
In your video, you say expropriations that are still an everyday thing in Latin America.
Yeah.
Government seizes property every day.
Almost every day. In cases like Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, it's an everyday thing.
They had to abandon their farm in Nicaragua because they protested against Ortega's plans to take their land.
And then they come up always with these confusing laws where, for example, the mining industry, the hydroelectric industry are never secured because any day the president can say, well, there's this new law and we're going to seize some of your production. So when it's really hard to invest.
You gave a speech to a local Spanish government where you talked about free stuff, free education. You said nothing is free.
I wish that there was free stuff. I wish that there were
but no
where
free
schools
thing
and
is a good
hospitals
thing.
will just, rise out of nothing. But if you're gonna pay people for what they do, there needs to be an economy that runs in order to have supply and demand. And it's incredible governments in Latin America are always promising free stuff when every cent that the government has is because someone else produced it and was forced to pay it into taxes.
So the rich will pay.
Unfortunately, the rich always have these agreements with the governments where they evade taxes, and then you have massive informal economies when the middle class is always the one paying more taxes.
The rich, the very rich, can slime out of these rules.
They do, yeah.
Talk about some of your popular TikTok videos.
Tenemos síndrome de Estocolmo.
What's wrong with us? Are we stupid? We have side. We want to live in misery?
Yeah, I asked these questions rhetorically, like Socrates did back in the time of the Greeks, because maybe when you question people why they keep doing what they're doing, they can reflect. I think that not only you have to show them that freedom works, it's also asking them the honest question, why do people keep doing what doesn't work? And not only socialists, not only is the left wing, it's also the right wing. Oppositions are so crushed in Latin America that then socialists get back into power. We've seen this from 2015 until today. Macri in Argentina, Duque in Colombia, Peña Nieto in Mexico, Pérez Molina in Guatemala. Horrible right wing that doesn't work because they don't push for free markets.
Molina, when running for office, proposed good things like legalizing drugs. But once in office, he took bribes and conspired to help his friends. Drug reform never happened.
They use and manipulate people with some of the libertarian ideas when they're in campaign, but once they go into office, they raise taxes, they continue with protectionism, they don't do any of the true libertarian reforms that should be needed in order to have rule of law and free markets.
Cubans warned Venezuelans about Hugo Chavez?
They did. They did in 1988, and the Venezuelans would laugh at them. And they would be like, beware, this is how Fidel started. And they would be like, no, Chavez is going to be different. And then Colombians say the same about Petro, having the Venezuelans, right next door. And they were like, beware, Petro sounds like Chavez. And we always say, no, this is not going to happen here, until it does. And it was the same with the Soviet
Union. They see the refugees from Venezuela escape to Colombia, and the Colombians vote for socialism.
Yes, it's insane. It is insane.
Socialism has a good sales agent.
That is the problem. They hate free markets, but they have the best marketing ever.
Talk about this video of you. You're in Guatemala. There are Marxist protesters hosting Chavez's brother.
Oh, yeah. They're bringing Hugo Chavez's brother to the National University, San Carlos University, USAC, which I paid with my taxes. And I'm like, okay, so let's get you a voice inside of this conference. And in the minute that we got there, these students that act like a Guatemalan KKK because they disguise themselves, they came out and they say, you're not allowed to talk. And I was like, why not? I paid this university with my taxes. You're hosting the brother of a dictator and an assassin, so it's only fair that there are the two sides of the story. Unfortunately, they didn't let us in.
They're kind of like Antifa in the United States.
Yeah. The cancel culture is always from that side. And that's sad because it's like, well, if you're in the right side of history, what are you afraid of?
Para echar a los políticos capitalistas y por un gobierno de la izquierda.
These kind of conferences are multiplying all over Latin America because this is the thing with socialism of the 21st century. They have so much money through drug dealing, the oil of Venezuela, that they do massive propaganda in the rest of the countries to spread lies.
In Mexico, they just elected a big, almost socialist.
Mexico has elected leftist candidate Andrés Manuel López Obrador as its next president.
Double the minimum wage. Is he a socialist?
He's a socialist, but now we have a new breed of socialism because after the disaster of Venezuela, nobody really dares to go just like one day with their finger and be like, seize this, expropriate that.
Expropiate.
They do it in a more subtle way, and this is what is happening in Mexico. For example, they banned the airport, which was one of the most important investment deals for Mexico in the next 50 years. But This guy is not as extreme as Hugo Chavez was, and that's why people say, well, this is not socialism, but it is. You already don't have free markets in Latin America, and then guys like this come and they just make it worse.
Chile was the success story of Latin America. Privatized Social Security, it had a relatively free market, and yet there are protests all the time.
Yeah.
Protesters targeted not just the fare hike and the education policy, but the whole neoliberal system and its impact on healthcare, rent, utilities, pensions.
Not only protest, they want to go all the way like the Cuban model. They want to go all the way Marxist. The way I explain it is that you cannot enforce free markets through a dictatorship.
Unfortunately, in Chile, Augusto Pinochet tried to do that. Milton Friedman, a free market economist from the University of Chicago, met with Pinochet.
The Chicago boys played a major role in designing and implementing the economic reforms.
Following their advice, Chile's dictator cut tariffs and taxes. He privatized state industries and Social Security. Chile prospered. When Pinochet took over, Chile was poorer than the rest of Latin America. Adopting free markets made Chile dramatically richer.
Chile is by all odds the best success story in Latin America today.
However, Pinochet was also a vicious dictator. His cruelty allowed leftists to smear economic freedom as something awful. But it was Pinochet who was awful, not economic freedom. Markets, by letting people vote with our dollars, fight tyrants and central planners.
In one of the fastest growing economies in Latin America, Chileans are more affluent than at any time in their history.
Freedom works.
That's why Gloria Alvarez keeps making these videos.
Do the educational work and the philosophical work that it takes into understanding why freedom is important. And I think that the example of Chile is very similar to the United States. If you don't keep educating new generations in the philosophical aspect of why individual freedoms are sacred, eventually you will have a generation with material wealth that forgets the importance of these values, and then they go out and say, let's have socialism.
I don't get it. They can see it. Look at Uruguay over there. Look at Argentina. Look, or is it Venezuela? They're not saying we want that, but they think they can get it without the bad stuff?
Exactly. Always says, this time is going to work. It didn't work in Cuba because Fidel got corrupted. It didn't work in Venezuela because Chavez died. It didn't work in Brazil because they incarcerated Lula, and now Lula is back in place. And it's always, let's try it with the new guy. The new guy is going to do it better. And it doesn't. It is what George Orwell explained in Animal Farm.
From now on, I'll protect your interests. And I'll make your decisions.
With regular feedback from your employees, customers, and the market, you can move with speed and confidence.
The pigs become worse than the humans. One of the most clear examples has been Spain with Pablo Iglesias,
Fist in the air, fighting for the downtrodden.
their socialist leader. And in the moment that he got more and more power, he bought a mansion.
The new 250 square meter home, swimming pool and guest house, adding up to a total property value of 600,000 euros.
And when his followers see that, they always say, well, yeah, okay, but it's a little house. There's always this justifying the socialist leader when they start living in contradictions. Because when socialism happens and it collapses, and as Margaret Thatcher say, they run out of other people's money, they don't move to Cuba or Nicaragua or North Korea. They go to Miami, they do shopping in New York, they move to Paris, like the daughter of Hugo Chavez. And when people see these contradictions, it's like nothing happens. It's really frustrating.
I noticed that Bernie Sanders, socialist, has 3 houses.
Yeah. Socialists always love their luxuries. All throughout history, you can see that. Rolex in the Che Guevara, big houses, yachts with Fidel Castro.
This popular new president of Chile,
35-year-old Gabriel Boric will become the new president of Chile.
wants to abolish the successful private pension funds, make public transport free, universal health care free, raise taxes on the rich, end student debt. These are popular ideas here too.
Yeah, they're popular everywhere. It doesn't matter that they don't work. They sound beautiful and people like beautiful. That's the thing with socialism. It's like a beautiful iceberg, right? In an iceberg you see the tip and it's all about brotherhood and free stuff and we're all gonna get along and empathy. But in the depths of that iceberg, below the sea level, is where the misery and the genocide and the injustice and the exiles happen, and nobody seems to see it. Whereas the capitalist or libertarian iceberg, it sounds horrible in the tip. It's all about selfishness and greed and individualism and capitalism and all these buzzwords that people hate. But it's in its depth that progress and freedom and tolerance and thriving economies actually happen, right? So we're competing against a very unfair marketing because nobody studies the depth of the history and lessons that economics give us.
Chilean voters rejected the proposed new constitution. They said no to what would have been one of the most progressive constitutions in the world.
In Chile, the people did vote against the new socialist constitution.
Yes, by a bit. Because most countries in Latin America are divided into people who want to thrive, the motors of the world, like Ayn Rand would call them, the Howard Rourkes, the Dagny Taggarts, the pushers of the world, versus the moochers and the looters. And sometimes I say in Latin America, listen, it's going to be impossible to save our countries. If you look at our political map, we're always going from extreme left to mediocre right wing, and it's just 50 shades of socialism. So maybe we're never going to be able to save Mexico or Uruguay or Argentina, but maybe we can, ask for a new territory where the people that are fed up with this mediocre right wing and, horrible left can live in peace with actual free markets. I think that that's even more possible than just expecting a country not to be in this horrible pendulum.
Your country has been sort of in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, when you have this extreme socialism, anything can see as freedom. But the sad thing of Guatemala is that it follows Marxist logics in its health system, in its education system, in its rule of law. Unfortunately, the one and only task that the government should have, security and justice, is the least funded one. For every quetzal, that's our dollar, that we pay in taxes, only 2 cents go to security and justice. And the result of this is that 98% of the crimes are never solved. Our jails and prisons are universities for thieves. You have, of course, judges that are always bribed. And 98% of the national budget is spent on bureaucracy, useless bureaucracy. So when you don't have a government doing its job and you have massive bureaucracy stealing, it is really hard to have rule of law and free markets implemented. This is the case of Guatemala. And the saddest part of it is that we have had right-wing governments, a military, a comedian, a doctor, that have only made things worse. So imagine having like 3 Donald Trumps in a row in the United States. How are you going to tell people not to go to the other extreme of socialism? I empathize with that when I see the mediocrity of the right wing in Latin America. And I cannot only blame the success of socialism, it's also the mediocrity of the populist right wing.
But your presidential campaign is all social issues, like decriminalize surrogate motherhood.
Absolutely, but in a free market. Don't ask anybody to use their taxes in order to fund programs for surrogacy.
Why is it important to decriminalize surrogacy?
Well, when you look at a country like Guatemala, where there's such poverty, malnourishment, we have one of the highest indexes of malnourishment and abandoned children. Why is Guatemala poor? And how can we have different markets that are not controlled by the oligarchs that hate free markets and love their protectionisms and their privileges? And thinking of what those markets could be in order for people to step out of poverty? Well, your first vehicle to step out of poverty is, of course, your body. So, what can a woman do with her body in order to acquire wealth? One of those options is surrogacy.
Which is not legal in Guatemala.
It's not legal.
People in America say it's wrong. Heritage Foundation, surrogacy harms women and children. In Britain, The Guardian, all surrogacy is exploitation.
Well, the thing with freedom, and especially when you're competing against utopias, because socialism is a utopia, right? They promise you heaven on earth. But you're also competing against this new conservative, extreme right-wing utopia that there was a better past somewhere in the 50s. So when you're competing against two utopias and you come with freedom, people are like, yeah, but convince me that your solution is better. And what I say to people is, listen, freedom is not perfection. All that freedom implies is that nobody else make decisions for you, that you are the own agent of your life, and that we are going to treat you as the adult that you are, not as a kid that is incapable of really taking care of yourself. This is what freedom means. And people don't like freedom. They like their populist messiah promising them bullshit, because then it doesn't happen. What the populist messiah promises you never happens. Free stuff, a life without effort, happiness forever. So what I am offering here is an alternative based in reality. But it is hard because people like their utopias.
You want to legalize psychedelics?
Yes.
Mushrooms. Ayahuasca. People have had bad trips.
Yeah, I know that there are risks, but the more that something is transparent and the more that you have information, the better decisions that you can make. Guatemala, because of its geographical position in the planet and its amazing nature, is already a house, a natural house for all these plant medicines that are demonstrating amazing results for people with PTSD, obesity, obsessive compulsive disorders, depression, suicidal thoughts.
They grow all of their herbs to create their local medicine.
So I was thinking, imagine our country could become the number one, or at least in the top 5 safe havens for the world for alternative medicine. Let's open new industries that can make our country thrive.
But you believe in freedom, you don't want to legalize other drugs.
Someday, other Guatemalans could see that legalizing drugs is the better way, because the war on drugs is a complete failure. But I think if we tackle first plant medicine, it's going to be easier for a super conservative country to understand its benefits.
You want to legalize sex work, prostitution.
Yes, because it's already happening in Guatemala, and unfortunately women are exploited and enslaved by their pimps in horrible ways. Prostitutes are not safe anywhere in the country. If you legalize prostitution, you have a chance of making them their main characters of their own industry, and they can call the shots worldwide if you legalize it, because the difference is your will. If you voluntarily, as an adult, want to have consensual relations with somebody, why should a government forbid that? And it is easier when something is transparent and legal to tackle the things that are not.
What's the reaction been to your campaign?
It's been really good, especially throughout among young people. For years, I always received a lot of hate from socialists to conservatives. And this campaign...
How do you receive the hate? Just comments on social media?
Social media, yeah. A lot of harassment and comments. And this campaign, in my postings, 95% is positive comments.
There's a movement toward your ideas.
Yeah.
But how old are you?
I am 38.
To run for president in Guatemala, the rule says you got to be 40.
You got to be 40, and you have to have a political party. And I don't have neither, and I am not interested in having the political party.
This presidential campaign is bullshit.
It is bullshit, but it's less bullshit than the bullshit presented by the 32 candidates and the 32 political parties that they are not proposing anything. So one of my dreams with this campaign is for people to compare. How come this crazy woman that cannot run for president is telling me concretely her 15 proposals, whereas all these candidates that are currently running are not telling me anything. So who is the bullshitter? And what I am looking for with this campaign is to get invited to a presidential debate.
And if you were in the debate,
I would confront all the candidates with their lack of proposals.
when you messaged me on Twitter, you didn't say that you couldn't be president.
I say it in the last bit of the video because this is like a movie happening, and I wanted to do the trailer. But you know what is also very interesting? Most Guatemalans before my campaign didn't even know that 40 years old was required or that you needed to have a political party. So only making people knowing that is a big difference and a big change, because now I have Guatemalans saying, oh my God, I didn't know that that was a thing.
In the United States, you would be eligible.
Yeah, because here is 35, right? And independent candidacies are legal already.
So Guatemala has a lot of dumb rules.
Yes, it does. More than 70,000 to be exact. That, of course, nobody reads. How are you going to read 70,000 laws? It's ridiculous.
Gloria Alvarez, good luck to you.
Thank you very much, John.
I'm encouraged that people like Gloria Alvarez just get it when it comes to freedom. That's why I'm also happy to announce that Stossel TV now has an official Stossel Fellows program. If you'd like to try out making a video for us, doing on-camera interviews like Gloria did, click that button.
Une solution pour 3 soucis. Je recommande le Sensodyne Sensibilité, gencive et émail.
Lots of people just hate capitalism. They want socialism.
Socialism is having a moment in American politics right now.
Socialism is totally on trend, especially among young people.
The kids love socialism.
I think socialism is great.
Why? Because they're told capitalism hurts the poor.
The rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer.
But that's just not true. The poor get richer too.
Norway! It's as socialist as they come.
And here's another myth. People say Scandinavia is socialist.
Instead of Cuba or China, think Sweden. Look the countries like Denmark, like Sweden.
But Sweden isn't socialist. Some time ago, pre-Beard, I made this video about that with Swedish author Johan Norberg. But there was more to that interview and our more recent one on his new book, The Capitalist Manifesto. So here's our full discussion about capitalism, the left's push for degrowth, and Scandinavian socialism. All I hear is that Sweden is this socialist paradise.
Well, we tried with something that was similar to socialism for a brief interlude in Swedish history in the 1970s and the 1980s. And that's the period that even socialists in Sweden now say, we overreached. What happened? Well, in the 1970s and 80s, that's the moment when the Swedish government started to expand dramatically. Taxes rose, regulation was all over the place. And that's the moment in time when Sweden began to lag behind the other countries dramatically. There were no new net jobs created in the private sector, no new international companies. Sweden lagged behind to the extent that we went from being the third richest country on the planet to the 13th richest country on the planet.
13th isn't bad. It doesn't sound like a crisis.
But it makes it difficult to fund all these policies that Sweden had. So they started to print money. So we had a debt and inflation-fueled boom that ended in a terrible crisis. And to defend the Swedish currency, the central bank even had interest rates at 500% for a while.
What made it a crisis?
Well, suddenly all those systems that people depended on, the pension system, healthcare, and so on, didn't get the funding they needed. So there were waiting lines to get health care. People couldn't get the pension that they thought that they depended on for the future. So everybody suddenly realized that something else has to be done.
And even the socialist-leaning politicians agreed?
The socialist minister of finance in Sweden said that our policies have been unsustainable, sometimes absurd, and the tax system is perverse. So even they wanted to dismantle the big government that they had built.
So what happened?
Well, early 1990s, we had a wide agreement from the left to the right that we have to reform the economy, open up new markets, liberalize product market, so businesses could start in new areas, do away with occupational licenses and things like that. Lower taxes, reform the pension system so that it wasn't unsustainable, partly privatize the pension system.
Privatize the pension system. That terrifies people.
Yeah,
it means you're not guaranteed money from the government.
Exactly. It's only a defined contribution. You don't know what you will get. And obviously that scares people who want it a lot. But when they realized that the alternative was that the whole pension system would collapse, they thought that this is much better than nothing.
But Sweden is still cited as the socialist paradise.
When you look at our policies, we do have a bigger welfare state than the US, higher taxes than the US, but in other areas, when it comes to free markets, when it comes to competition, when it comes to free trade, Sweden is actually more free market. If you look at the latest statistics from the Heritage Foundation and Wall Street Journal, Sweden is apparently more free market than the United States.
There's no minimum wage. Government doesn't control production.
Yeah, and we've also tried to open up the welfare state to private providers because we've realized that we've got problems with a nationalized healthcare system. So we need to privatize one of the biggest hospitals in Stockholm and open up to other private companies. And in the education system, because it didn't work. It didn't work very well. So we needed competition, innovation, new ideas. So we rolled out a national school voucher system so that private schools got the same funding as the public ones.
From the view.
Name one country that socialism has ever worked, and also
First of all, socialism means the government owning the means of production. Sweden has never had that. The socialists realized in Sweden that they need big business. They need multinational companies to fund the welfare state. So it was always a free market to that extent. And the big businesses even got specific benefits and privileges because the economy was so dependent on them.
Jim Carrey.
I grew up in Canada, okay? We have socialized medicine. And I'm here to tell you that this bullshit line that you get on all of the political shows from people is that it's a failure. The system is a failure in Canada. It is not a failure in Canada. I never waited for anything in my life. I chose my own doctors. My mother never paid for a prescription. It was fantastic.
You must have been lucky. That's great. But in the recent Swedish election, the top priority for voters in the polls was not crime or immigration or the economy. It was healthcare and the fact that people had to wait in line for treatment for such a long time. Specifically, when it comes to cancer treatment, for certain types of cancer, you have to wait for more than 200 days to get treatment. And that tells you something about the problem of rationing healthcare by just not giving people what they need.
They got a booming economy that is growing at twice the rate of the American economy. They got surpluses, they got more people working, and they have a society that works.
Well, everybody has to work in Sweden to fund the welfare state because it's so large. So we really have to do hard work to get people into jobs. But the way we do that is by opening up more markets, having fewer license requirements, occupational licenses, the kind of things that America has to stop people from entering new jobs. And so in a way, we'll have a successful economy, but that's partly because we're free market to some extent.
From your movie.
It is a socialist economy. Volvos and socialized medicine.
All those stereotypes are quite interesting, and many of them are stuck in the past. Volvo is now a Chinese company.
What does that mean? From a classical liberal point of view.
Well, it means that for what doing so bad, and the currency was going south, quite cheap, so the Chinese and others could buy our big companies. And that was incredibly problematic at that time for the reason that not that they were bought by someone else, it's in a way a sign of strength that they want to invest in our economy. But it's a problem if we don't grow the new companies like that. In around the turn of the millennium, we didn't have one company among the 50 biggest that had been created over the last 25 years. So they were all created during the sort of small government laissez-faire era. But after the reforms, suddenly we've reformed the economy, opened up new markets, and then suddenly we've got the new companies in telecoms, in tech, and so on.
And is this just Sweden, or is this also true for Denmark, Norway? Well, Norway's got oil money.
Yeah, Norway is also a strange exception because they have all that oil. So unless American socialists have the plan to strike oil everywhere, that's not a relevant example. But
Denmark shrank its
Yeah.
government too.
Yes.
Finland,
Scandinavians.
Iceland,
Yeah.
Astrid Lindgren, 102% in taxes. How is this even possible?
Yeah, 102% taxes. Too much even for the socialists.
But how can it be more than 100%?
Yeah, it's quite absurd. She was this famous author of children's books like Pippi Longstocking and so on, and a long-time social democrat. She found out that when she sold another book, she ended up with a marginal tax rate. She ended up in a higher threshold that increased the taxes totally, so that she had to pay for selling more books. And she wrote this angry essay about a witch who was quite mean and vicious, but not at all as vicious as the Swedish tax authorities.
How can you have a more than 100% tax bill?
Yeah, well, no one got that math. And actually, the Swedish socialist finance minister at that time said, no, she's wrong. She's bad at math. But actually, he was the one who was wrong. The Swedish tax system at that time was so perverse and strange that the Swedish population just said, enough, we can't do this. And even the socialists said, this is perverse, we can't do this.
So for every extra dollar she earned, she'd owe $1.02?
That was too much, even for the socialists.
We have some very interesting reforms on letting private enterprises into welfare, schools, hospitals, healthcare, elderly care, that have worked out quite well.
Private enterprise runs schools, hospitals?
Yeah. Because we realized in Sweden that with these government monopolies, nothing happens. We don't get the innovation that we get when we have competition in other areas. So the way to create competition was to allow private businesses to start new schools with new ideas, with new teaching models, and then allow families to pick the school themselves, which forces schools to become better. And one of the results that we've seen is not just that the private schools are better than the public ones, but even the public schools in the vicinity of private schools, they often improve because they have to get then pupils and the funding that comes with them to compete. You see that everywhere else in the economy. If you're forced to compete, you have to step up, you have to be better. Why not in the welfare services?
Today, the healthcare system is not primarily run by the national government?
No, we don't have a sort of single payer system and the kind of thing that American socialists think we do in Sweden. This is based on the regional level in Sweden, and therefore also funded by local taxes primarily, which is a flat tax. And then the national government steps in and has some extra funding for specific things that they want to do. But this is primarily a regional issue.
But government run?
Yes. Government run, but quite often private businesses in this sector funded by government money.
What can America learn from Sweden?
Well, you can learn both from the good and from the bad. The bad experiences we've had and others should learn from is don't get cocky. I mean, even though the economy might work very well, you have all this money, you're on top of the world, you can't turn your backs to the well, to the creation of wealth. That's what we did in the 1970s and 1980s, and just started to redistribute and make strange policy decisions that ran counter to any kind of economic orthodoxy. And that almost killed the Swedish economy. It almost ruined us completely. So you have to continue to create wealth in order to use it. The good thing to be learned from Sweden is how you reform the economy. I think it's important for the US and to learn from how you can introduce competition and choice in government services like education, for example. If you want a better future for our kids, you can learn how to reform those systems that we all rely on, the pension system, social security, things that are unsustainable with the kind of demographic future we have, unless we change this into more of defined contribution rather than defined benefits.
Low-income earners in Sweden pay a lot more than low-income earners in America. So despite the fact that Sweden looks like sort of a socialist country which taxes the rich exorbitantly high, the truth is the opposite.
Really? This is the dirty little secret about the Swedish tax system. We don't take from the rich and give to the poor. We squeeze the poor because they are loyal taxpayers. They don't move to Monaco and they don't dodge. They don't have tax lawyers. So we have most of our income tax come from a flat regional tax at around 30%, even on the poor, even on the middle class. And then we also have a VAT, a consumption tax at 25%, where the poor pay exactly the same amount as the rich do. So all of
And it's quite a bit. It's about 50 to 60% once you're earning $37,000.
But it's interesting that the Swedish tax system is less progressive than the American. If you look at the whole situation in the US, the 10% of the richest households, they pay around 45% of all the income taxes. In Sweden, they only pay 27%. And the reason is that Swedish socialists realize you can have a big government, or you can force the rich to pay for it all. You have to pick one. You can't do both, because if the rich and the big businesses leave the country, then we have nothing.
All these celebrities and politicians say Sweden is socialist, a socialist success.
Well, Sweden is not socialist because the government doesn't own the means of production. To see that, you have to go to Venezuela or to Cuba or North Korea. But we did have a period in the 1970s and 1980s when we had something that resembled socialism, a big government that taxed and spent heavily. And that's the period in Swedish history when our economy was going south dramatically. And even socialists nowadays say that was a failure that almost killed our economy.
Unfortunately, today, most socialists still don't accept the lessons of history, that real socialism has failed everywhere it's been tried. But we don't understand the benefits of free and competitive markets to socialism's problems. We ought to make the case for why capitalism works. So I was happy that Nornberg has written this new book, The Capitalist Manifesto. The subtitle says, "The global free market will save the world." That's pretty grandiose.
But it is saving the world, bit by bit, step by step, every day. Every day over the past 20 years, more than 130,000 people were lifted out of extreme poverty. Every day for 20 years. And it happened in societies that began to open up their economies and integrate into trade and global investments. And that's what capitalism does. That's not just a fancy theory. It's something real that is happening. And it's also something that we should keep in mind every time somebody talks about how we should have more tariff protectionism and regulations, that every kind of intervention like that limits what human beings can do with their lives. And that hurts opportunity and it increases poverty. And we have to save the world from such interventions.
Elon Musk recommend.
All right, Brianna, what's on your radar?
Well, Robbie, if outright lies are a sign of a movement in desperation, then the pro-Zionist movement might be cooked.
Subject.
As you know, for months, the media has been working in overdrive to downplay atrocities committed by Israel against Palestinians, while credulously endorsing unsubstantiated and since disproven stories about, say, 40 beheaded babies, mass rapes on October 7th, and Hamas headquarters under now destroyed hospitals. A leaked New York Times internal memo revealed that journalists are discouraged from using the words genocide, ethnic cleansing, occupied territory, refugee camps, or even the word Palestine at the New York Times. And a quantitative analysis by The Intercept conducted back in January showed that Palestinians were mentioned less in the news the more the death toll mounted. And words like slaughter and massacre were used 60 times more when referring to Israelis versus Palestinians, even as the Palestinian death toll reached tens of thousands. New reporting from E. Alex Jung in New York Magazine details how the ADL's Jonathan Greenblatt openly lobbied MSNBC for more pro-Israel coverage, saying right on Morning Joe, out in the open, who was writing the scripts? Hamas? And he was successful. As one employee told Jung, everyone put the screws to NBC and MSNBC to change the tenor of our coverage. Another employee told him that around October 7th, context was not what context was a bad word. Empathy for Palestinians felt forbidden inside MSNBC. Yet despite these feats of media engineering, the public still overwhelmingly supports a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and conditioning military aid to Israel, even if Biden doesn't. This media battle may in part have motivated the TikTok ban, which successfully passed the Senate yesterday. All that's left now is for Biden to sign it into law. Authoritarianism isn't something to fear if Trump is reelected. It's already here. Biden and Trump, establishment Democrats and Republicans alike, have backed the ban, and they're not being discreet about why they're so fond of it. Take a listen to NYU professor Scott Galloway blaming pro-Palestine protests on TikTok.
They found another body.
Recognize him? Never seen him before.
Someone wanted us to think that he drowned in here. And who'd want to do that?
Flood warnings have been issued across the UK after days of unprecedented rain. Every officer's to have another officer in their field of vision at all times. Okay, for anyone who needs.
What might sound paranoid doesn't mean I'm wrong. I think we are being manipulated, specifically youth, to the frame for the world is TikTok. And if you look at TikTok, there are 52 videos that are pro-Hamas or pro-Palestinian for every one served on Israel. I think that we are being manipulated. Americans are easier fooled to convince they've been fooled. But if I were the CCP, I'd be doing exactly the same thing.
He's not the only one. Fox News hosted a TikTok star with 1 million followers who, ostensibly against his own interests, also supports a ban because Hamas.
You really have seen since October 7th, especially, the algorithm seems to have taken a bit of an ominous turn. I mean, you're really seeing Gen Z become Gen T, Gen terrorism. And I say that not just as a joke, but as a reality.
Of course, that is not reality. Gen Z doesn't support terrorism or Osama bin Laden, as he later claims in that clip. But social media did allow Osama bin Laden's 2001 Why I Did It letter to finally be read widely, decades after it had been suppressed by Western media, and folks too young to remember 9/11 learned what many of us who were old enough to know better had forgotten or buried. That bin Laden cited U.S. support for, quote, the oppressive Israelis and their occupation of our Palestine as a motive for the 9/11 attacks. The kids aren't supporting Osama bin Laden. Rather, they're wisely asking whether, 2 decades and several forever wars later, Palestinian statehood would have been a quicker path to peace than a war on terror. The TikTok influencer called Gen T for terrorists, but the terrorism that's motivating Gen Z and the majority of Americans isn't conducted by Hamas. They're motivated by the gruesome images of slain, starving, and injured Palestinians. The 13,000 murdered children. Latin, a father collecting pieces of his children in a plastic bag. Images that have become ubiquitous on TikTok. These images are not because China wants it to be so, but because moral hearts feel compelled to share them as part of an appeal to make it stop. But in the face of a clear American consensus that the siege must end, the American state only has one response: authoritarianism. The House censured Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American in Congress, for demanding signs from the river to the sea. Congress passed a resolution defining anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. According to our government, to criticize a foreign tantamount to a hate crime. The Biden administration has engaged in Orwellian doublespeak, claiming it supports a two-state solution, while just days ago it vetoed a resolution blocking full UN membership for Palestine, a place so taboo. Times recommends not referring to Palestine at all. And now for one of the greatest disappearing tricks in the history of modern media, an explosive story about mass graves filled with hundreds of Palestinians is being, ironically, buried under a mountain of coverage about student protests at elite universities. It took nearly a week for the media to finally report on this story. More than 300 bodies pulled from a mass grave in the southern city of Khan Yunis. Local authorities report and photographs corroborate that some of the bodies were found with bound hands and feet, possible field executions, or people who may have been buried alive. One handcuffed corpse, whose picture circulated widely on social media, was wearing scrubs raising questions as to whether he was a slaughtered medical professional. When questioned by the New York Times about whether Israeli forces killed and buried these victims, Israel declined to address the claims. A top UN official yesterday called for an inquiry into the mass graves, but if you're wondering what our own government has to say about it, well, take a listen.
On Saturday, a Palestinian civil defense crews have uncovered a mass grave with 180 people, including women, men, and children, that Israel had basically killed those people. That's what they're saying. Are you aware of this report, and do you have any comment on it?
I've seen those reports, and we are inquiring about it with the government of Israel.
Will the U.S. press Israelis to find out more about this?
That's exactly what we were doing.
Today is the third day of our 3-day road trip across the country.
Or our 5-year anniversary. What a cool little town.
Don't worry, they're inquiring about it. Note that I had to scroll past no fewer than 4 articles about Ivy League campus protests to finally reach the mass grave story at the New York Times. It seems that just like the TikTok ban, congressional censorship, and style guides that ban legally accurate terms like occupation, the strategy here seems to be to simply hide the ball, downplay atrocities, and sometimes to outright lie. Now, here, talk about a false flag, literally. For about a week, right-leaning establishment media, including Fox News, the New York Post, and Daily Mail, along with outlets like the Daily Caller and the Washington Examiner, ran with incendiary headlines about a physical attack on a Jewish student. These outlets ignored and downplayed mass graves in Gaza. Their headlines rang out, quote, Jewish Yale student stabbed in the eye. Peers joined the Nazi party. Cops at Yale arrested violent anti-Israel protesters after Jewish student journalist stabbed in the eye. Jewish student jabbed in eye with Palestinian flagpole while reporting on protest. Mob behavior, qualified Fox News. But after days of this coverage, days during which this incident was used to justify the mass arrest, detention, and expulsion of students around the country, the truth has come out in the form of a video. Now, we weren't able to get permission to play the video here in time for this segment, but if you saw or get to see it, it was a blink and you'd miss it moment. As it turns out, the flagpole in question was a tiny handheld flag that apparently touched the victim's face as protesters walked by in a packed crowd.
Oh, wow.
But look at how the anti-Palestinian movement rallied around this victim. Embracing a false victim narrative, Liz of TikTok Chaya Ratchik tweeted on Monday, a Jewish student was stabbed in the eye at Yale and a bunch of terrorist sympathizers are now running Columbia. The 300,000 follower Twitter account run by the Stop Anti-Semitism group put a hit out on the flag bearer, asking folks to identify him and, quote, help secure his arrest. Enough is enough. Barry Weiss, never far from moments like these, gave the victim space to write her own op-ed on Barry Weiss's very popular Substack, The Free Press. The Free Press. Freedom apparently is weaponizing false victimhood to call for the arrest of peaceful protesters. The free speech risk has been thoroughly exposed by Gaza. With hundreds of students participating in protests at Columbia, there have been almost no documented instances of anti-Semitism or violence by Columbia University students on Columbia University property. Then anti-Semitism on campus stories are fleshed out with ominous descriptions of normal occurrences. Take a new John McWhorter op-ed, one of the 4 campus protest pieces I had to scroll through to get to the mass grave story in the New York Times. In it, McWhorter writes, the other night, I watched a dad coming home from the protest with his little girl, giving a good hard few final snaps on the drum he was carrying, nodding at her in a crisp salute, percussing his perspective into her little mind. This is not peaceful. What? A father and his child protesting a genocide while playing the drums isn't peaceful? Or take this post by English media personality Ollie London, in which he describes a joyful interfaith dance as a, quote, cult-like tribal dance.
Oh my God.
Dancing and clapping to Arabic music. To drum up the evidence needed to justify exerting state violence
Also, a
against
fucking
anti-war
Jewish wedding.
protesters, anti-Palestinian news outlets have trained their lens on the streets of New York outside Columbia's gates in an effort to paint peaceful interfaith demonstrations like the beautiful, beautiful Passover Seder of the last couple of nights as violent and anti-Semitic, ignoring even mainstream reporters like NBC's Antonia Hilton, who tweeted that her team, quote, spent long hours reporting on and around Columbia's campus on Thursday and Friday and didn't see a single instance of violence or aggression on the lawn or at the students' encampment. And hearteningly, even though Columbia students are not responsible for the couple of outlier instances of inappropriate or outright anti-Semitic signage or chanting, they have been quick to condemn those actions. Why wouldn't they? They're not anti-Semitic. This is an interfaith movement that has been co-led by Jewish students and Jewish groups like Jewish Voices for Peace and Not in Our Name from the beginning.
Cool.
Despite the media's framing of these protests as against Jewish students, it's
No, I like the
largely
Jews
Jewish
Against
students who have
Genocide
been
one. That's
arrested
very
in droves,
clever.
hauled off in zip ties, rounded up, and expelled from universities, targeted by authoritarian Christian conservatives like Tom Cotton, who was calling for the National Guard to put them down. As Jewish protesters bear a disproportionate share of state violence alongside Arab and Muslim activists who have been bearing the brunt of these attacks. I can't help but recall the Kent State Massacre, during which Nixon sent the National Guard to put down Vietnam protesters. As a consequence, 4 students were killed, 3 of them Jewish. Sandra Schuer, aged 20, Jeffrey Miller, aged 20, Allison Krauss, aged 19. I humbly submit that those students who died protesting a vicious war were genuine victims. Compare them to the students demanding safety today as they antagonize peaceful pro-Palestine protesters and demand that forces of the state haul them off to prison. As always, this isn't a right-left dynamic, it's a top-down one, where billionaires like Patriots owner Robert Kraft, Bill Ackman, and Elon Musk are all aligned with the war machine. Multi-billion-dollar university endowments are literally invested in weapons manufacturing. Congress members are calling for the National Guard and censoring their colleagues for criticizing a foreign country. The Supreme Court is turning a blind eye as 3 states imperil the right to protest at all. America is entering one of its most dangerous, most authoritarian, most fascistic moments. And I have to point out, it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. This is a big which side are you on moment for the country. It could be a moment of unity with the people demonstrating solidarity against a political and media class that wants to thrust us into global conflict and make us pay for the mass murder of civilians. What will happen remains to be seen. Will people power force the powerful to submit to us for once? Can the people resist as moneyed elites threaten to pull their funds and threaten us with arrest, with doxing, or even threaten us financially if we don't comply with their ideology? Or will we side with state power, the National Guard, the Kent State troops who put down Vietnam protesters, the elites in Congress who just cleared a $95 billion aid package for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan? Indeed, which side are you on?
Let me ask you this. You seem to think that the protests are being overcovered and the incident, the atrocities, the mass graves are being undercovered. Is that not an argument against, on practical, technical grounds, the kind of protests that are going on college campuses, if they are providing a distraction, if they are refocusing the media toward their antics? Isn't that an argument for not doing exactly what they're doing?
If I thought the absence of the student protests would provoke deeper coverage of the mass graves, that would be a good argument. But we've seen various distraction techniques being exploited by the media for over 6 months now that have justified, enabled it to avoid reporting on some of the most egregious, violent atrocities that have occurred in Gaza. And to the enormous credit of the students, they have constantly and consistently reframed their efforts to not being about themselves. They tell people, don't stand in solidarity with us. Don't complain about us getting arrested. Focus on what we're fighting for, which is for our multi-million, billion-dollar organizations, universities, to divest from weapons manufacturers, intelligence systems that are directly contributing to what the ICJ has described as a plausible genocide in Gaza. So to the extent that the media is choosing not to report on mass graves and choosing instead to try to reframe this issue.
I mean, they are reporting on them. I looked at looked past New York Times, CNN, our own website.
That's the point that I made. This story from over the weekend took literally days to appear for the first time yesterday. I believe the story broke. There was a mass grave story from 2 weeks ago, and there was the most recent one that I think broke on Friday or Saturday. And the whole weekend, multiple stories about what a handful of students at elite, in the grand scheme of America, at elite colleges are doing. Not even covering the protests that are happening at less elite colleges, like in Minnesota and other parts of the country that are equally important, and the students actually have, I think, a lot more at risk because they don't come from as Tony backgrounds as many as the students at Columbia University do. And they've chosen to focus on that. And buried way down the page, you could go, I don't know what it looks like now, but yesterday, I had to literally scroll by Brett Stevens op-ed, I believe, and the John McWhorter op-ed, in addition to 2 other reported stories about the protests, before I got to one short story.
No, I know. But these things always get a lot of coverage, and that's been true. Every time there's a kerfuffle on campus, it gets overcovered. The media has an enduring appetite for these kinds of stories, and it is obviously the case that the viewers and readers of elite media also have an appetite for what's going on in elite spaces. So I guess I would just say, if the protesters are trying to refocus, I worry that the Palestinian cause is afflicted with some of the least sympathetic kinds of protesters of any cause on earth. But
I think the TikTok ban suggests otherwise. I think the polls showing large and growing sympathy for Palestine suggest otherwise. And in fact, the movement that is really flailing right now is the one that has to make a national media story out of a girl who had a flag brushed by her eye as the symbol of campus victimization of Jewish students, while at the same time ignoring the real assaults on Jewish students who are protesting in favor of Palestinian human rights that are not coming from a protester that got nudged or brushed with a flag during an on-campus debate by another young person, but by the arm of the state being called in to round up, arrest, zip tie, and haul away.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about in any of our commentary on the campus stuff because I hadn't been able to look closely enough at that, and I thought it might be an accidental kind of thing, and so I didn't say anything about it. I focused my criticism of the protesters on the chain of protesters on the campus who tried to eject what they described as Zionist students from their midst, and the person who was having calling on Hamas to get these people, and that was on campus. I do agree that most of and this is not controversial because even people who are very supportive of these protests, like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, have said the same thing, that most of the people causing most of the genuine mayhem are outside interlopers trying to get in, which is the case at all of these kinds of protests. We've talked about this for a while, so we'll have more Rising right after this.
Now you talk about terror. What about me? I've been terrorized
What's up, Jack?
all my days. Hammered all my days.
What's up, Overall?
Presidential election in November looks set to pit Donald Trump, who will most likely dismantle what is left of our decayed democracy, against Joe Biden, who is a full partner in the genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza. Not, for most of us, a palatable choice. The two ruling parties who have foisted
Yeah, sure.
Coming up, you were quoted saying that when you factor in the fiscal and economic impacts of the carbon tax, most households are at a net loss or worse off. Since that 23% carbon tax increase, can you confirm that it's still the case that most households are worse off or experience a net loss?
I was caught by something a little bit that was unusual in the budget. There were a couple of different tax provisions. One was which raised the excise tax act on cigarettes and vapes, and that went in immediately. However, the capital gains inclusion increase was delayed, I believe, until June 25th, if I've got that correct. Do you have any thoughts as to why and what might happen as a result of delaying the implementation?
Well, I was surprised, as you were, by the differential treatment.
So if I were a small business incorporated, I would be treated differently under this new law than if I were a sole proprietorship running exactly the same business. Isn't that unfair from a tax fairness perspective?
That seems to be differential treatment for two businesses that are roughly the same size. Yeah.
The government has allowed insured mortgage holders to shop at renewal. If you can't shop, you'll pay a higher mortgage. If you can't shop, you pay a lower mortgage. So it turns out insured mortgage holders, or excuse me, uninsured mortgage holders will be paying higher rates for a mortgage than insureds. And if you take it to the logical end, uninsured mortgage holders have put more than 20% down by definition.
Mr. Giroux, thank you for being here. Before the April 1st 23% carbon tax increase, you were quoted saying that when you factor in the fiscal and economic impacts of the carbon tax, most households are at a net loss or worse off. Since this is the first time you're speaking to any committee, 20% carbon tax increase, can you confirm that it's still the case that most households are worse off or experience a net loss?
In our reports, successive reports where we looked at the distributional impact of carbon pricing, I think we had in the annexes a profile by year to take into account of the evolving price of the carbon tax or the pricing on pollution. And to the best of my knowledge, it is still the case that most households, a majority of households, are better off once we also take into account the economic impact of the price on carbon or the tax on carbon.
Okay. You said better off.
Worse off, sorry. Worse off, sorry. So, sorry, I misspoke. Just like the chair's mistake about indicating that the title is probably called sorry. My bad.
After the April 1st increase this year, you were confirming that most households are worse off at net loss. Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion.
The senior deputy governor of the Bank of Canada recently said that the productivity in Canada is a huge concern. It's actually an emergency break glass situation right now. We know that in Canada, there's been 6 consecutive GDP per capita decline. We also know that Canada's GDP per capita growth is the lowest in all of OECD countries. In fact, the GDP per capita now is lower than it was in 2018. Do you agree with Deputy Rogers that productivity is in a break-glass situation today?
It may not be, I would probably not have chosen that type of analogy, but I agree with her overall assessment that productivity is an essential part of economic growth and success, and it's something that needs to be addressed if we want to maintain and increase our standards of living. So yes.
What factors do you think lead someone to believe that we're in this kind of situation?
The fact that productivity growth in Canada has been lagging that of the US and that of many other European countries, advanced economies, and that is a worry for many reasons. It means that our economy is not growing as fast as it should, and that we are at risk, more than at risk, of losing ground compared to our main competitors and nations with which we trade.
Canada's tax burden today is the 12th highest in the OECD. It's higher than the US, UK, and even the average of the OECD. Would you agree that the tax burden is also a factor when low productivity?
The evidence on this is mixed. I think more than the tax burden itself, it's the mix of tax, whether you tax labor and capital versus consumption. More like the mix has an important factor, is an important factor, because there are countries with a relatively high tax burden, such as France and Denmark, that do relatively well. So much more than the overall level of tax burden, I think where the taxes are levied, where from, is probably the most important factor, more than the overall.
Yeah, so to an average Canadian family that's, let's say, going to get groceries, they see high grocery prices or filling up their gas. And when we're in regards to productivity, would you agree that the carbon tax is one of those impacts on any Canadians' everyday life, or what we say when we say Canadians are getting poorer?
The tax on carbon has an impact on everyday prices, especially those that are heavily reliant on fossil fuels, for example, transportation and heating. So it's something that it's hard to disagree with.
So if we were to tax the consumer carbon tax today, do you think this would have a positive impact on Canadians' everyday life or the productivity that we see here in Canada?
I'm not sure what the impact on productivity would be, but the impact on prices, it would be, we'd expect to see inflation to be reduced. The quantum would depend on many factors, including the competitive framework that Mr. Boswell can probably speak much better than I can. So, but yes, if we were to eliminate the carbon tax, one would expect prices to, if not decrease, at least grow at a slower rate than would otherwise be the case.
Canada Carbon Rebate makes 8 out of 10 households better off, if I read your report correctly. So can you clarify that this is indeed the DDO's conclusion?
Yes, when we looked at the direct carbon tax paid by household, the indirect carbon tax paid by households through goods and services they buy, as well as the GST that's levied on that, and we subtract the carbon rebate, we find that about 8 out of 10 households are better off when we look at the money in and versus money out. Yes, so that is indeed the case.
Thank you very much for that. I was caught by something a little bit that was unusual in the budget. There were a couple of different tax provisions. One which raised the excise tax act on cigarettes and vapes, and that went in immediately. However, the capital gains inclusion increase was delayed, I believe, until June 25th, if I've got that correct. Do you have any thoughts as to why and what might happen as a result of delaying the implementation?
Well, I was
Smart
surprised,
Jacko.
as you were, by the differential treatment of and timing of these tax changes. So cigarette taxes, the increase came into effect immediately. So we don't want people to rush to the convenience store to buy cheaper cigarettes. But capital gains, we don't mind giving 2 months heads up to those who could rearrange their tax businesses or their affairs so that they can escape the higher capital gains rate. So I don't know why. That's surprising, to say the least. The impact of that is that on the cigarette tax, it's fairly straightforward. It was difficult to escape the tax increase. Whereas for the capital gains, it's very likely to lead to a phenomenon where people will sell some assets before June 25th so that their capital gains is all 50% rather than the higher 2/3 rate. So we're likely to see an increase in capital gains taxation or the taxes collected on capital gains in the current fiscal year, and probably a lower amount, so a displacement of capital tax revenues from future years to this year.
Yeah, and I think in the budget they projected just that. Did you happen to catch how much revenue would be a result of this? I'll use the term fire sale for June 25th.
Right now, we just have the government's estimates for the entire fiscal year, and I think they have capital gains tax revenues from this measure at $6.9 billion, if I'm not mistaken.
My read as well. Now, this is subject to change potentially. I mean, it's based on behavior. So, if, for example, the NDP were way up in the polls, and Jagmeet Singh took to the mic and said, "We're going to cancel this when we come into government," that could reverse that $7 billion windfall for the government relatively quickly, could it not?
Yes, if there was to be a credible prospect of this change being reversed or other changes to capital gains tax, it's quite possible that those with substantial amounts at stake, they could alter their behavior in the hopes of avoiding this increase or taking advantage, doing what's likely to be most beneficial for them.
And so if in fact that $7 billion was backed out of the financial projections, I think that would put the government off 2 of their 3 fiscal anchors. Is that correct? Maybe you could comment on that.
Yeah, I think if we were to remove that $6.9 billion of revenues from the revenue side, that would obviously push the deficit higher by an equivalent amount.
Thank you very much.
Interesting.
You talked earlier about the effect of the carbon tax on the inflation rate. You said it might go down if the carbon tax were eliminated, or just not go up as quickly. I think I have you paraphrased correctly on that.
Okay.
I think it was October 30th. And he confirmed that the carbon tax at the time added 0.6% to inflation, and that the increase from $65 to $80 a ton would add an additional 0.15%. So after April 1st, I think if you were here today, he would say that the carbon tax adds 0.75% to inflation. And if it were eliminated, arguably, if inflation is 2.9% today, if you got rid of it today, it would go down by 7.5%. It would be roughly 2.1%. A couple of weeks ago, during the economic policy report, Bank Governor said, we're holding fast on interest rates. We're holding the policy rate at 5%. What I'm curious about is your opinion on whether or not, if the carbon tax didn't exist and the inflation rate had been 2.1% on that day, wouldn't it have been harder for the governor to not reduce the policy rate 2 weeks ago, saving thousands of dollars for every Canadian as low as the mortgages?
So that's, I wouldn't want to contradict the governor of the bank on something as fundamental to his mandate as inflation. But on the other hand, I don't either want to suggest what the governor could or should have done had there not been a carbon tax. But it's clear that economic theory would have it that if the carbon tax had been eliminated or didn't exist, inflation would have been lower. Whether it would be 2.1% or 2.5
Yeah,
or
that's it.
2.8 or 2.9 is debatable, but certainly with lower inflation would probably mean interest rates that would come down sooner, maybe would have come down in April. It's very hard to predict exactly what would have happened.
This question, if you were advising the government on economic
Interesting.
policy, and I know that's part of your mandate, and they came to you and they said, do you think that increasing the capital gains inclusion rate would make our economy more productive? What would you tell them?
Well, increasing the inclusion rate for capital gains is something that acts as a disincentive, generally speaking, on capital investment. However, what the government did was increasing the inclusion rate for capital gains above a certain threshold and increasing the exemption, the lifetime capital gains exemption for shares in small businesses. So in that case, it's not clear what will the overall impact be for productivity. It may well be that it increases the incentives for small businesses, but decreases them for much larger capital gains. For example, those on the most successful businesses that generate the most capital gains. So it's something that is not as clear cut because of the inclusion rate increase at the same time as the exemption of $250,000 per year.
But to be clear, the exemption is not available to Canadian-controlled private corporations, many of which are small businesses. So if I were a small business incorporated, I would be treated differently under this new law than if I were a sole proprietorship running exactly the same business. Isn't that unfair from a tax fairness perspective?
That seems to be differential treatment for two businesses that are roughly the same size.
Yeah. Now, just in the time I have left, this business about, very unusual to say, well, we're going to increase the inclusion rate, but it doesn't take effect immediately. It's going to take effect June 25th. My colleague was asking you about this. I hate to speculate about the reason for these kinds of things, but it's hard to think of a reason to do it other than the government wanted to incentivize people to sell their capital assets now to generate additional tax revenue. Would that be a reasonable assumption?
That's not the reason. That certainly will be the effect, because usually you have budget secrecy to exactly avoid these situations, and that's usually the reason why budgets are tabled at or after 4 o'clock, to avoid having impacts on stock markets, for example. So it was a bit surprising to see that the budget was still a secret thing. There was a lockup. It was tabled at or after 4, but still there was a measure, an important measure that took effect only 2 months after. So there's plenty of time for stock owners and business owners and all that, all these categories of individuals who will be captured by that tax change.
Thank you, and thank you, Moritz, and now Deputy Thompson, please.
Thank you, and thank you to the witnesses, but I would like to clarify that the Bank of Canada confirmed to our committee in February that the annual increases in carbon pricing raised the average economy-wide price level by 0.1 percentage points.
I understand that you had, you received some correspondence from the superintendent of financial institutions recently about a recommendation you had to allow uninsured mortgage holders to shop at renewal without going through the stress test. Is that correct?
Correspondence?
Or there was I believe the OSFI responded to a recommendation that the Competition Bureau had made.
I believe they responded publicly, but to the recommendation that the Bureau had made, yes.
Right, and I guess my question is, so I'm interested in retention rates at financial institutions of uninsured borrowers and insured borrowers. With rates that have gone up very quickly,
my understanding is that the retention rates of uninsured borrowers at financial institutions is the highest it's ever been, i.e. they do not shop around. What would be the benefits of having a mortgage holder being able to shop around?
In our submission to finance, we pointed to specific data that shows the benefit of shopping around in terms of the interest rate you are going to pay. When you have the ability to go to different institutions and say, do you want my business? You're going to get competition. And I can't remember off the top of my head what those basis points were, but it was a certain amount of basis points that studies have shown you'll pay less in terms of mortgages.
Thank you very much. The government has allowed insured mortgage holders to shop at renewal. So your testimony, I think is logical, suggests that if you can't shop, you'll pay a higher mortgage. If you can't shop, you pay a lower mortgage. So it turns out uninsured mortgage holders will be paying higher rates for a mortgage than insureds. And if you take it to the logical end, uninsured mortgage holders have put more than 20% down. By definition, they are less risky to default, and yet may end up subsidizing the insured mortgage holder rate because that pool of customers gets to shop around. Are you concerned about that?
I think from a straight competition perspective, it hinders competition, requiring the stress test and therefore making people stickier to the institution where they have their mortgage now, even in a situation, as we point out in our submission, where it's a straight switch. Everything remains the same effectively. It's just a new mortgage term.
Thank you very much. Before I go to my last question for Mr. Giroux, I just have a recommendation, or one final question for you. In your greenwashing, expect or have you looked at any claims by financial institutions or the financial services sector about their claims about their products and how they're good for the environment?
What I can tell you is that it's public that we've received what we call Section 9 applications with respect to that.
Financial, like mutual fund companies or financial?
Yes,
Okay.
certainly one financial institution. And so when these, what we call Section 9 applications, 6 residents of Canada over 18 can make a complaint about allegations of violation of our laws, and then we.
Thank you very much. I'm going to run out of time.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. You're excellent. Last question, Mr. Giroux. We've talked about this before. The non-announced measures in the budget. The government released $1.8 billion in this fiscal year in the non-announced measures. I get the need for secrecy and non-disclosure. But why, as a parliamentarian, do I not know how much money is sitting in each fiscal year in that line? I don't know if next year they have $20 billion in that line that they could all of a sudden release, or $2 billion, or maybe $1. All we see as a parliamentarian is the change in that account from update to update. Is that something that you might be able to help us with?
It's something that is of concern to me because there are, as you pointed out, can be very valid reasons to disclose an amount with an aggregate amount without itemizing it.
Oh my God.
But not disclosing its changes and items that are financed from this line makes it much more difficult to follow the money, so to speak. So it's of concern.
Thank you very much. I'm going to get in trouble for the chair.
It's all good. Thank you, MP Chambers. I want to first start with something that a lot of Canadians don't understand, but I think is a direct question. Has Canada ever blocked a merger? Yes or no?
Never through the court process, no.
That's right. And we looked specifically at one case, Roger Shaw, was something that the Bureau recommended to not approve. Is that correct?
That's correct. We sought what we refer to in the competition world as a full block.
The full block. And then the tribunal, of course, reversed that decision. One of the concerning elements we saw out of that was that that Rogers was able to then sue the Bureau and was awarded a 13 million. Was that correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't describe it as sue the Bureau. So at the end of a litigation process, there's a notion of costs, and that's under the Competition Tribunal Act. And the Competition Tribunal determined that the Bureau ought to pay $13 million in costs, approximately $13 million in costs, as a result of our attempt to block the merger.
You mentioned the Americans earlier, rebuttable structure. We look at the FTC, which is in your counterpart in the U.S. I think last year they blocked 28 mergers, so they're very successful. We had the Canadian Anti-Monopoly Project here talking about some of the remedies, some ways we go further. Can you just go into detail some more? I know you made some recommendations in the beginning. What does the Bureau need? What more does it need in order to look at merger remedy in Canada?
Well, I think, as I said out in the opening, rebuttable structural presumptions is incredibly important, would be a very significant change in terms of merger law in Canada. And as I pointed out, it's not some sort of magic thing that we've come up with at the Bureau by ourselves. It's been an approach they've taken in the United States for 60 years, endorsed at the Supreme Court of the United States level. So that's why we make a strong point about how C-59 could be amended. And we provide very clear language on how it could be amended to mirror the U.S. merger guidelines. But the other point would be the remedy standard, which is, and I went through it in the opening as well, United States, European Union, United Kingdom, restore competition to what it was before when you have an anti-competitive merger. That should be the remedy. And those two amendments, combined with repealing the efficiencies defense, which happened, as you recall, in C-56, those would be the most significant amendments to our merger law probably ever. And that's why we're pushing so hard as the enforcer who sees these things. We're at the coalface every day. That's why we're pushing so hard for these amendments. They would make a big difference.
We tend to look at, when we're looking at what powers you need, we do look industry by industry. We know that you have to look at merger review and law, but also competition law as a whole. We'll look at grocery industry, then we're going to look at airlines, and we're going to look at telecommunications. They all have their unique problems, but certainly we look at the common denominator about how we can solve that. Other recommendations, you're looking at Australia. You mentioned that Australia does a whole competitive review of the whole government. The UK. Are there other recommendations you could see looking specific to those industries that you need more power similar to those nations in order to be able to fix competition in Canada?
Well, certainly, there are a bit of a unique feature in Canada in terms of competition law are carve-outs for certain types of mergers where effectively our role becomes one of advisor, where we provide our views and to either the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Transport on mergers in those areas that they've deemed worthy of a public interest review. And then the decision on whether to approve the merger is actually in the hands of the respective minister. We've had multiple of those in the transport sector in the last 5 or 6 years, certainly in my time as commissioner. And from our perspective, it's generally a best practice not to have those types of carve-outs in competition law, to allow competition law merger review to review the merger and not to take it out and make it a political decision. And that's just
once again, as I've said repeatedly before this committee and other committees, that's just sort of an international best practice. So that's an area I would flag.
On vous a économisé pour jouer depuis 1994.
I wanted to come back to something that Mr. Lawrence is questioning on capital gains changes. And I just like to correct something that he implied. So the 10-week delayed implementation of the capital gains tax change that he alluded to, the 10-week delayed implementation of that is intentional. I understand, and actually it's consistent with what past governments have done. So, for example, Prime Minister Brian Mulroney did something similar when he was Prime Minister and had a delayed implementation. And importantly, the current revenue projections in the 2024 budget are built on the understanding that there is this delayed implementation of this tax change, and therefore that and the delay allows folks who are impacted to dispose of assets if they so choose to in that 10-week period, which was, I think, as Mr. Giroux indicated, that would provide them with a 10-week period approximately in time in which those who are impacted by this could choose to dispose of assets, in which case they would be tax implications would be based on the current calculation of the capital gains. So I wanted to simply clarify that for the record, that it was intentional, and it opens up the opportunity for people who are touched by this to act under the current tax regime rather than the proposed new one. The other thing I wanted to say was that there's been a fair bit of discussion about carbon pricing in our committee, and sort of the cost of climate change on our economy. We've asked Mr. Giroux if you would consider looking at the implications of climate change on our fiscal balance sheet as well. I mean, to me, one of the things that I can spend a lot of time thinking about when I think about action on climate change, and I think about what are the costs of climate change to our economy, to our quality of life, and then what are the costs of the actions we must take, and weigh those two things against each other. And I guess one of the things that I wanted to point out was, we've talked, my colleagues and I have mentioned that the Bank of Canada governor spoke to the fact that the increase in the carbon pricing would have approximately one time 0.1% impact. But he was also asked, I recall, at our committee, I believe by my Conservative colleagues, what the implications are of the overall carbon tax on inflation. And at the time, if I recall correctly, he said if you eliminated the carbon tax completely, that there would be a one-time, I think it was 0.6% reduction in one time, not every year, just once, right? And so that, and what I think is important to remember is that although that 0.6% is no doubt helpful to Canadians, it's important to remember that this would only take effect in that 1 year, and then after that, inflation would return to whatever it would have been otherwise. But the other piece is that there's a cost to that, to all of us, of climate change and not acting on it. Mr. Giroux, I wonder whether you have any thoughts on whether it's, and the last thing I'll say is we've had experts come to this committee and speak about how we had an expert on food pricing, for example, come and speak to us, who talked about how when I asked him what the major reasons were for food inflation, he indicated that the primary reason was extreme weather events, a significant portion of which are impacted or driven by climate change. And he also spoke about the war in Ukraine and geopolitical impacts of that. So if the food inflation that Canadians are feeling, which has been significant, far greater than 0.6% of an increase every year over the past number of years, is driven by extreme weather events, which are largely
What?
How do you take 20,000 children in the middle of New York City without anybody seeing?
There is an internet meme that Canada is fast becoming a new China. The video we're going to break down today is going to confirm that Canada is becoming the new China. Viva Fry, former Montreal litigator turned current Florida rumbler, and I spent about 3 hours this morning listening to the oral arguments of the immunity case as relates to Trump before the Supreme Court of the United States of America. I was not left feeling optimistic, and after having seen this video, which I'm going to break down and translate for you, I am left feeling even more pessimistic about the state and direction of the world. This story has to do with a tiny chain of islands, an archipelago, if you will, called Les Îles de la Madeleine in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence, just off the east coast of the province of Quebec. It's a tiny chain of islands. It's a hot tourist destination, probably among the most beautiful places on earth. I have never been there. I've always wanted to go there, but it's exceedingly difficult to get there. Well, they recently because they want to impose a tourist tax on people who go visit Les Îles de la Madeleine. Now, imposing a tourist tax, okay, it's what governments do, especially in socialist regimes. Tax, tax, tax. Apparently, the revenue will be used to help with the infrastructure of Les Îles de la Madeleine. All right, so they want to impose a tax. Nothing so controversial about that. It's par for the course when it comes to governments. How do they want to impose that tax? The rumors were that they were going to impose a QR code on the residents, which the residents would have to show when leaving the island so that they would be exempt from tax. Those are the rumors on the streets. It has been confirmed. Wait until you see this video. I'm going to break it down. I'm going to translate it because it will blow your freaking mind. Now, full disclosure, I haven't seen the entire video. This is an edit of the series of questions of one resident in particular from a municipal council meeting. It's going to blow your mind. It's all in French, so I'm going to go through it and pause and translate so that your mind can be sufficiently blown by Chinese levels of communism infiltrating what were once allegedly free and democratic societies. Just to translate the title that you're looking at here, it says a Chinese system in Île de la Madeleine, Passe Archipel, Jeanne Bourgeois, that is the resident who's talking.
Je me nomme Jeanne Bourgeois. Je suis plutôt ici pour parler de comment rentrer, sortir comme Madelinienne sur le territoire de ma municipalité ou de l'agglomération municipale des Îles de la Madeleine.
This is a woman, she says, I'm going to present myself. My name is Jeanne Bourgeois. I have some questions as to how I'm going to get in and out of the place where I live in Île de la Madeleine, and to which the response is this.
Donc, c'est très simple, Mme Bourgeois. Vous n'avez absolument rien à payer comme redevance ou passe archipel, étant donné que vous avez une résidence ici aux Îles de la Madeleine. Vous avez déjà un compte de taxe foncière. Vous participez et contribuez déjà
déjà beaucoup.
aux objectifs de la base.
This is a very loose translation. It's not going to be verbatim, word for word. It's going to be the essence of what is being said here. But you have the guy saying, all right, well, don't worry about it. You don't have anything to pay. You don't have any redevance to pay, any fee to pay, because you're already in Île de la Madeleine. You already pay property taxes. You've already paid into the system. So don't worry about it. You've got nothing to pay for yourself.
Vous avez bien parlé que ça prendrait un code QR pour entrer aux Îles de la Madeleine?
Pour rentrer, pour sortir.
Pour sortir.
Okay.
Here, Jean Bourgeois says, did I hear correctly that it's going to require a QR code to get onto the island? To which the guy swiftly corrects and says, no, not to get onto the island, but to get off of the island. It's going to require a QR code to get off of Les Îles de la Madeleine.
Donc, les Madelinots, qu'est-ce qu'on va devoir présenter, nous?
Un permis de conduire avec une pièce d'identité avec une adresse aux îles.
Jean then asks, so what are we as Île de la Madeleine going to have to show? And the guy says, yeah, you'll have to show a license, a piece of ID, an address on the island so that you'll be exempt from paying the fee. And then things start to go a little haywire.
Okay, ça veut dire que c'est la première fois au Canada qu'on va devoir montrer un permis de conduire pour sortir d'une municipalité. Ça s'est jamais fait.
Jeanne says it's going to be the first time in the history of Canada that anyone is going to have to show a piece of ID, a driver's license, in order to get out of a municipality. To which the guy says this.
En fait, vous le faites à chaque fois que vous prenez l'avion puis le bateau.
Non, je le fais pour payer un service du bateau.
The guy actually says, no, you already do it every time you get on a boat or get on a plane, to which Jeanne says, no, that I do for a service, not to leave a municipality. The guy just simply doesn't understand or doesn't want to understand, and I think it's more the latter, because he's confounding two non-analogous comparisons. But bottom line, you're going to have to show a license, an ID, show that you have an address on Les Îles de la Madeleine, and then present a QR code in order to be able to leave that municipality, presumably without paying the fee or without paying a fine associated without paying that fee.
Quelle loi vous permet d'exiger qu'on montre un papier pour entrer dans une municipalité?
What law exists that can empower you to require us to show a piece of paper to enter a municipality? Jean confuses entering with exiting, but as we see later on, it's a distinction without a difference. What law authorizes you to demand a piece of paper in order to allow me to leave a municipality? And the guy, again, is going to say, well, it's like the metro system, it's like a boat, it's like a plane, except it's not. It's like China.
On demande une pièce d'identification pour s'assurer de la conformité à notre règlement municipal.
We are going to demand a photo ID to ensure compliance with our municipal regulation. That was actually his answer, just basically reiterating, yeah, we're going to demand identification from you in order to ensure that you are in compliance with our municipal regulation.
C'est pas le...
D'abord, ma unveil encore le décide.
Seul règlement municipal qu'on peut appliquer et où on
Okay, so the guy then tries to say, it's not the only municipal regulation that requires you to do certain things. She says, yeah, it's a new regulation, et cetera, et cetera. Wait until you see the pompous arrogance of this prick. I'm sorry to swear. Wait until you see the sheer pompous arrogance. But more important than that, the contempt that he holds for the people that he was elected to represent. It's pure contempt for the lowly hoi polloi, as if she has no right to get upset about what they're doing, turning Quebec and Canada into China.
C'est pas le seul règlement municipal qu'on peut appliquer et où on a...
C'est un nouveau règlement municipal.
Madame Bourgeois, dernier avertissement, si vous me recoupez la parole pendant la réponse à votre question, moi j'arrête de répondre puis on passe à un autre appel.
That jerk literally just said, last warning, final warning, if you cut me off again, if you interrupt me, I'm going to stop answering your questions and I'm going to move on to the next person to take questions from. This is how elected officials treat their citizens, with pure and utter disregard and contempt. It's disgusting. It'll blow your mind, but you need to see it, and it would be so much better if you actually spoke French to understand it in its true language. I'm doing my best to translate it for you.
Chaque personne va être surveillée, je suppose.
Écoutez, l'année 1, là, on va mettre ça en place, puis on n'est pas dans le fin détail là, d'aller demander, même principe que si vous prenez une réservation sur le bateau, ou vous prenez, je sais pas moi, une passe à la ronde familiale.
Ah non, on parle de service, là. On parle pas de la même chose que de rentrer chez soi.
Jean, then, I guess this means you're going to be surveilling all of us, to which the guy says, look, it's the first year, we're just implementing it, we'll see how it works out. But, it's no different than whenever you get on a boat, you have to show certain pieces of ID, to which Jean says, no, it's not the same thing at all. Jean rightly observes, yeah, no, it's not the same thing. Getting on a boat, going to an amusement park, I'm using a service. It's not the same thing as making me show a piece of paper in order to allow me to get home.
Vous imaginez à Montréal qu'on exigerait que quelqu'un prouve qu'il est Montréalais pour traverser le pont?
Ce serait assez spécial, effectivement. Par contre,
c'est pas parce qu'on est petit qu'on peut faire la même chose.
Jean then says, can you imagine if on the island of Montreal,
Yeah.
those people might not know Montreal is in fact an island. Could you imagine if on the
Like if
island
I wanted to go home to
Montreal, we
Shaggy.
require people to show a QR code in order to take the bridge to get
Oh,
out?
right.
So
Not
which
like
guy
that
says,
anymore.
yeah, that would be assez spécial, which is French for, yeah, that would be kind of weird. And then she says, well, it's not because we're a small island that you get to do things that would be weird on a big island.
Par contre,
Yeah, but
Bourgeois,
obviously
si vous
they
allez
be
dans
in
le
the
métro de
total doesn't want me
Montréal,
there.
puis que vous ne payez pas votre billet
On parle encore de service.
Madame Bourgeois, s'il vous plaît.
The arrogant, pompous, contemptuous jerk then says, look, it's no different than if you go on the metro in Montreal, to which Jean says, no, that's a service. And then he says, Madame Bourgeois, s'il vous plaît, contempt, utter disrespect for the citizens that they are representing because they think they own the citizens.
Service qui met le pied sur un territoire, c'est deux. Vous ne semblez pas, mais désolé pour vous si vous ne semblez pas comprendre la différence.
She then says, I'm sorry if you
You don't
don't seem to understand the difference between a service and a right, and she's right to make that distinction. And this guy, he's not too dense to understand the difference. He doesn't want to understand the difference because they want to control every aspect of life. And this is a beta
That's like
test
not
for what they're going to
Germany.
implement
Like,
in
say
Montreal
whether or
in
not
2 years' time.
the things would go in or out
Don't
of
quote me
that
on the
place.
years or the prediction, but you get the gist of what I'm saying.
C'est comme une douane déguisée finalement.
Non.
Exactement. Si je dois montrer mon permis de conduire.
Madame Bourgeois, c'est votre perception, c'est correct. Vous me posez des questions, vous ne voulez pas que je vous réponde, vous préférez aller...
Non, là, c'est votre façon d'intervenir. Je suis très prête à vous répondre, mais quand vous dites des faussetés ou des choses qui ne sont pas finalisées.
Jean then says, look, this is nothing more than a disguised duty, a disguised tax, a disguised custom. And the guy says, look, I'm sorry if you see it that way. And then she says, no, it is that way. And then he says, stop cutting me off. And then she says, look, I'll answer your questions. And then he actually has the balls to say, look, You don't answer my
Parce que
question.
vous-même, vous avez dit que le dossier n'était pas finalisé. Ben là, c'est comme s'il faut faire confiance que la finalité sera bonne pour les Madelinos.
John then says, look, none of this has been finalized. You guys don't really know what you're doing, but we are expected to trust you that this is going to be in the best interest of les Îles Madelino residents. And the guy basically says, yeah, trust us.
Alors que moi, pour rentrer chez moi, j'ai jamais eu à prouver que j'étais madelinienne.
Il n'y a personne qui vous demande rien pour rentrer.
Mais oui, ben, rentrer ou sortir, c'est la même affaire, là, un ou l'autre, là.
John then says, look, nobody has ever demanded that I show ID in order for me to come home to go to my place. And the guy says, no, nobody's asking you to show ID to go home. We're just making you show ID to leave. To which she says, look, there's no practical difference between any of that. This has never been done before. And I think she says at some point, you're turning this into China.
Mais c'est quoi ça? Je suis prisonnière aux îles?
C'est pas pour sortir des îles, ça se fait au moment de sortir des îles, mais c'est pour s'assurer que vous avez respecté un règlement municipal.
John then says, what am I, a prisoner on these islands? And he says, look, you don't have to show this to get off the island. You just have to show it in order to show that you have complied with the municipal regulation.
Depuis qu'on en parle, j'ai jamais eu à voter rien ou à dire oui ou contre. C'est la première fois, à mon sens, que ça existe au Canada. Je sais que ça existe en Chine, par contre. Que pour changer de province, il faut que tu donnes un code couvert.
John says, to her knowledge, this has never existed in Canada, but it has existed in China. She knows that in China, you have to show ID in order to go from one province to the next. And the guy just shrugs it off because obviously this is different because this is in China.
The steps that Gelato has taken, and especially in terms of the automation of the entire flow of an order, we wouldn't have been able to catch up ourselves. Gelato's pushing us and enabling us to get better in whether it be quality, efficiencies, and this software is the enabler for that to happen correctly.
There was a clear path with Gelato from the very on making it automated, having point of control, so that allowed us to roll out to a lot of other customers and grow in this.
A great asset is the mobile app. I can check things from home, I can plan for the next day, I can follow how the work is going in real time, and it's really, really helpful. We have an opportunity to use their workflow, which has many benefits. It's user-friendly, it's reliable, it makes things easier.
Working with Gelato, the thing that I commend them for most is the power of communication that they have. Is we have direct contact with people who can solve problems fast. So if there's difficulty with something, it's solved extremely quickly. The investment that Gelato is making to provide support at a partner level for the whole of our business and not just our Gelato, that's very empowering.
Donc on est un peu comme des cobayes.
Plus ou moins,
And if you can believe this, Jan says on un peu comme des cobayes. That is guinea pig. She's basically saying, you're experimenting on us. We're kind of like guinea pigs in this test here. To which the guy actually says, yeah, pretty much.
Donc on est un peu comme des cobayes.
Plus ou moins,
And just look at that woman to the right of the guy when he says, yeah, pretty much you are guinea pigs. She head down in her hand because he finally said the quiet part out loud. This is what's going on in Quebec, in Canada today. Not China, not Russia, not North Korea, Canada.
L'application d'une réglementation municipale avec obligation de s'identifier, la possibilité de recevoir un avis d'infraction opposable en cour municipale, c'est au contraire très commun.
C'est non.
And there he tries to justify that it's pretty common that you have to show ID, etc., to do things in a municipality.
J'ai un problème à demander un papier pour rentrer chez moi.
C'est bon, Madame Bourgeois, c'est noté. Je vous remercie.
And there Jean says, look, I have a problem with having to show a piece of paper in order to go home, to which he says, good, I know your problem, moving on.
J'espère que dans votre marketing, qu'il y aura ça, parce que ça serait le fun que la population des îles soit bien avisée qu'elle devra présenter une preuve pour sortir des îles.
And here Jean says, relatively sarcastically, I hope you put this in your marketing plan. Let the residents of Les Îles know that they're going to have to show IDs in order to leave the island. Yeah, put that in your marketing plan. See how people digest that.
Il y a une perte de liberté en quelque part.
Ben, c'est votre opinion, mais je la respecte.
Ben, c'est plus qu'une opinion.
Madame Bourgeois, ça suffit. Je vais prendre la personne suivante.
Désolée, mais je vais rectifier. C'est pas une opinion.
C'est tout à fait votre avis.
Présenter un papier, c'est un fait.
It's absolutely mind-blowing. Jean here says, well, at some point there's a certain loss of liberty. And the guy says, well, that's your opinion. And she says, no, it's not my opinion. It's a matter of fact. And he's like, okay, get out of here. Moving on. We've had enough of you, Jean. And Jean pushes back and she says, look, it's not my opinion. It's a fact. If I have to show a piece of paper in order to get off the island, I have lost some liberties. And that's where the video ends. This is madness. This is actual madness, where they said 15-minute cities was a conspiracy a little while ago. Well, now you have people on an island. Don't worry, you can get off the island if you don't show the QR code. You might just have to pay a massive fine. Residents of Les Îles de la Madeleine, they can get off the island without paying the massive fine. All they have to do is show a QR code in order to be able to freely leave their island nation. It's wilder than your wildest nightmares. This is reality in Quebec. They're trying this, and you have one Jean who's pushing back, and hopefully this ripples across the island nation that is Les Îles de la Madeleine and hits the mainland and the rest of North America and the rest of the world. They are trying to turn our countries into China's. They are trying to turn our rights into privileges, and they are trying to control every last aspect of our private life because these government officials think they know better, they think they control us, and they don't understand they are elected to serve us and not vice versa. That's the translation. I hope you liked it. If you like what I do, you know what to do. Like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, drop a comment in the comment section below. Viva Fry on Rumble, Viva Fry on Twitter, VivaMartinsLaw.locals.com for the best above average community out there. But more important than anything, get outside, exercise, eat healthy, talk to people in real life, and peace out, peace.
Je me nomme Jeanne Bourgeois. Je suis plutôt ici pour parler de comment rentrer, sortir comme Madelinienne sur le territoire de ma municipalité ou de l'agglomération municipale des Îles de la Madeleine.
Donc, c'est très simple, Mme Bourgeois. Vous n'avez absolument rien à payer comme redevance ou passe archipel, étant donné que vous avez une résidence ici aux Îles de la Madeleine. Vous avez déjà un compte de taxe foncière. Vous participez, contribuez déjà
déjà beaucoup.
C'est ça, aux objectifs de la base.
Vous avez bien parlé que ça prendrait un code QR pour rentrer aux Îles de la Madeleine?
Pas pour rentrer, pour sortir.
Pour sortir.
Okay.
Donc, les Madelinots, qu'est-ce qu'on va devoir présenter, nous?
Un permis de conduire avec une pièce d'identité avec une adresse aux îles.
OK, ça veut dire que c'est la première fois au Canada qu'on va devoir montrer un permis de conduire pour sortir d'une municipalité. En fait, ça, c'est jamais fait.
En fait, vous le faites à chaque fois que vous prenez l'avion puis le bateau.
Non, je le fais pour payer un service du bateau. Quelle loi vous permet d'exiger qu'on montre un papier pour entrer dans une municipalité?
On demande une pièce d'identification pour s'assurer de la conformité à notre règlement municipal. Donc, on a un règlement municipal. C'est pas le seul règlement municipal qu'on peut appliquer et où on a...
C'est un nouveau règlement municipal.
Madame Bourgeois, dernier avertissement, si vous me recoupez la parole pendant la réponse à votre question, moi j'arrête de répondre puis on passe à un autre appel.
Chaque personne va être surveillée, je suppose?
Écoutez, l'année 1, là, on va mettre ça en place, puis on n'est pas dans le fin détail là, d'aller demander, même principe que si vous prenez une réservation sur le bateau ou vous prenez, je ne sais pas moi, une passe à la ronde familiale.
Non, on parle de service, là. On ne parle pas de la même chose que de rentrer chez soi. Vous imaginez à Montréal qu'on exigerait...
Oh, Big Fat Boy. Little Big Fat Boy. Oh.
UTrack is a project management system that's designed to be flexible. You can customize projects to meet the exact needs of every team and process in your company. And when it's time for different teams to work together and create something amazing, UTrack makes collaboration as transparent and seamless as possible. So next time you need a web developer to work with a designer and a copywriter and the legal team and the PR team and the localization team, remember that it's easy with UTrack.
more on this non-topic for a long delve deeper.
Cancel. But I think also this thing that you've put into trouble about, which I don't understand why, that you believe that most women probably quite like their men to be strong and confident.
I don't believe that. All the data shows that clearly across cultural samples and has for 50 years. As everyone knows.
Anecdotally, most women I know, I think, absolutely agree. Why is it that you've been so vilified for suggesting something which is so palpably true?
Well, I think, first of all, that annoys narcissistic women no end. And it annoys people who think that there are no biological or cultural limits on how we manifest our behaviors. And also, it frightens a large number of women because many women have never had a good relationship with anyone masculine in their life. And so the notion that they would need to establish a trusting relationship with a man, especially if he's also in something approximating a superordinate position, which is what they might like to find him maximally attractive, also implies that they're in some sense going to be under his sway. And if there's no trust there, well, that's absolutely terrifying. And I have some sympathy for that because there are no shortage of women out there who've never had a positive relationship with anyone masculine. And so they're completely unable to discriminate between narcissistic power and compulsion and confident competence. And so because they are afraid, they put all of that in the same category, which is something like the predator category. And that's not good for them because, well, as you said, all men aren't predators all the time. And they need to establish a relationship with a man.
In modern society, there's a notable shift in attitudes towards gender roles and relationships. Modern day women find themselves fighting with conflict and concerns when it comes to being in a relationship with masculine men. With the rise of and the push for gender equality, traditional notions of masculinity and femininity are constantly being challenged, which has created a sense of uncertainty in the realm of romantic relationships. Modern-day women raised in an era of unprecedented social change find themselves torn between conflicting desires and expectations. On one hand, they long for the stability and security provided by traditional masculine qualities of strength, reliability, and protection. These men offer a sense of comfort and reassurance in a world marked by uncertainty and volatility. It's naturally invoked a primal instinct within women, which has been coded into our brains since we are hunters and gatherers. And I think it's safe to say that it will stay with us as long as humans exist, since survival plays a huge role in psychology. Yet paradoxically, modern-day women also express reservations when it comes to embracing traditional gender roles and relationships. The shadow of patriarchy looms large, casting a large shadow of doubt over the idea of surrendering autonomy and independence to masculine men. The fear of being relegated to the confines of traditional gender roles serves as a powerful deterrent for many women. The latter perception was largely created by feminists and the woke left in their attempt at restructuring our culture and society. However, this recent study proves otherwise. It is found that married women are 74% more happy when their husbands show high masculinity, with 64% of the same women saying that divorce is less likely in their case. It was conducted by the author Brad Wilcox, who goes on to say, and I quote, "Protectiveness is a sign of masculinity, and whether or not progressive young women today will admit it, both masculinity in general and protectiveness in particular are very attractive in a mate, even in 2024.
We're also in a very strange place where a lot of high-profile women will not say what they think a woman is. Yeah. Because they are, Ketanji Brown Jackson, the new member of the Supreme Court, in her nomination hearings was asked a question. This is what she said.
As you say, a hot topic today, and could certainly be litigated. So I'm not in a position to say more about whether or not it's actually one of the unenumerated.
Oh my God.
It was a riveting moment because you're getting on the Supreme Court of the United States of America. You're a woman, you're the first black woman on the court, and that in itself, I know you've raised eyebrows about why did Joe Biden go out there and say we need to have a black woman? Why not just say we want the best person available, and then if she's the best person, get her on the court, which I completely agree with. But for her not to be able to commit to explaining what she thinks a woman is. And then I had a moment on this show where Macy Gray, the singer, did stick her neck out. And she said this.
I will say this, and everybody's going to hate me, but as a woman, just because you go change your parts doesn't make you a woman.
Right.
Sorry.
You feel that?
I know that for a fact. Like, if you want me to call you a her, I will, because that's what you want. But that doesn't make you a woman just because I call you a her and just because you got a surgery.
With chilling predictability, Macy Gray stuck to her guns for a couple of days, and then the onslaught was so overwhelming against her. She had to go on national television in America, issue a groveling apology for everyone that she'd hurt, with this statement of what many would think is just a statement of biological fact. How have we got to this place where women are terrified of saying what a woman is, and women who do say what they think it is, i.e. there are clear biological distinctions between a man and a woman, they get destroyed?
Well, we've accepted this preposterous hypothesis that your identity is only subjectively defined. And as I've tried to point out on some of my lectures, the only people who think their identity is subjectively defined are 2-year-olds. And I mean that technically, because 2-year-olds are egocentric, which means they can't bring their identity in alignment with a social norm, which also means that 2-year-olds can't play with other children. They can play beside them, but they can't play with them. That doesn't happen until you're 3. What happens when you're 3, if you're reasonably well socialized or start to move towards that, is that you learn how to negotiate a social identity. And then identity becomes, obviously it has some roots in your subjectivity and in your biology for that matter, but a sophisticated identity is not only socially negotiated, as the constructivists know perfectly well, but it's got a dynamism about it because it has to be constantly renegotiated.
This should be a simple question to answer, right? A woman defined in biological terms is a person who has 2 X chromosomes and reproductive organs that make bearing children possible. However, in recent years, the notion of gender has become increasingly fluid and subjective, challenging traditional binary understandings of male and female. The woke left, with its advocacy for inclusivity, seeks to broaden the definition of womanhood to encompass a diverse range of gender identities and expressions. This includes transgender people and those who do not conform to conventional gender norms. They have even gone on as far as trying to come up with various terms to replace the word woman, which led to the rise of terms like people who menstruate. I think that by confusing gender identity with biological sex, the woke left is disregarding the challenges that women face in society. They also try to attack people who have differing views to them on this issue by resorting to cancel culture tactics. In an effort to avoid unintentionally offending others, individuals are increasingly self-censoring or refrain from expressing dissenting opinions on gender-related issues. For instance, a study on self-censorship in the US found that in 2020, 40% of Americans are afraid to express their opinions due to fear of their speech being deemed offensive to someone. In contrast, this figure stood at 13% in 1954, during the height of McCarthyism. According to the vice president of the Foundation of Individual Rights and Education, and I quote, "Cancel culture isn't just about what gets said and then punished. It's also about what never gets said for fear of punishment. The chilling effect of self-censorship is real and can have an alarming effect on how Americans communicate." It's pretty clear that cancel culture has created a climate of fear and conformity where certain beliefs or identities are deemed virtuous while others are condemned as oppressive. There's no doubt that individuals are hesitant to challenge absurd narratives for fear of social exclusion or repercussions. This binary thinking leaves little room for critical engagement, holding back intellectual curiosity and the free exchange of ideas.
How much responsibility do you feel you have, particularly guys the alt-right, who, as you say, some of them have enjoyed your work and say,
No,
I'm
they
not one of you guys. I'm not with you guys.
They haven't enjoyed my work.
I've definitely read bits on the internet.
Read more.
You've sold 2 million copies of 12 Rules for Life. You have 800,000 followers on Twitter, 1.4 million followers on YouTube. What is it that you're selling that so many people want to buy?
I don't think I'm selling anything.
Well, I went to a show where you were selling tickets to your show, so people are willing to pay a lot of money to see you speak. You know, what is it that you think that people are hungry for? They want to hear from you.
They're hungry for a discussion of the relationship between responsibility and meaning. We haven't had that discussion in our culture for 50 years. We've concentrated on rights and privileges, and freedom and impulsive pleasure. Those are all useful in their place, but they're shallow, and that's not good, because if people are moored shallowly, then storms wreck them, and storms come along. So I'm talking to people about how they can build a foundation underneath them that works. And people need to know that, because otherwise their lives are harder than they need to be.
What is it that you have that no one else has? What are you offering that no one else is right now?
Well, I think that is what I'm offering. That's not part of the public discussion, and it's grounded in my clinical knowledge. So I've been a clinician for a very long time, and I'm familiar with the works of most of the great 20th century clinicians and a reasonable amount of philosophy and a good swath of literature. And I'm a credible scientist, and so I can bring that all together. And I've tried to bring it all together and to make a case for the significance of individual life and the psychological necessity of courage and nobility and responsibility. These things that sound old-fashioned, but are old-fashioned in the best sense. They're old-fashioned because they've lasted forever and they're absolutely necessary. And people need a call to responsibility because they need to mature. They need to want to be adults. And I don't think we do a very good job in our culture of making a case for why it's a good thing to be an adult.
And two things really made you famous, which is, first of all, is the book 12 Rules for Life. The second one, I think, was an interview that went viral with Kathy Newman of Channel 4 News, which she talked about men and women.
Podcasts help plenty.
All right, he's got a big, big following. But that was, I think, really fascinating, that interview, because it was specifically about men and women. And you said at the time, YouTube skews very male, your fan base is very male. Is that still the case? Are you still mostly primarily talking to men?
I would say the talks are probably 60-40, 65-35 male to female. The book sales, I don't know. I doubt it, because usually it's women who buy books, although men do buy nonfiction if they buy books. We don't know the demographics on the books. But the book has definitely expanded my audience, I would say. And that's a good thing as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I never set out specifically to talk to men. My students for most years at university have been primarily female. I think most of my graduate students have been female. It might be about 50-50, but I think it would probably tilt more in the direction of female. So it wasn't something I set out to do. I think, though, that, as I said earlier, well, I can't tell how much of it is merely a consequence of the fact that YouTube skews so male. It might also be something to do with the call to take on voluntary responsibility. I'm not exactly sure why that would be more necessary for men right now. I think it might be because our culture confuses men's desire for achievement and competence with the patriarchal desire for tyrannical power. And that's a big mistake. Those aren't the same things, even like this. So, and it's very inappropriate psychologically and sociologically to confuse them. So,
well, one of the things I want to come back to is this idea. So that you say in the book, there is masculine order and feminine chaos.
And, actually, I say that those are symbolic representations of the two things.
Right. Okay. So why? Why is order masculine?
I think it's because our primary social hierarchy structures are fundamentally masculine.
And that's not the patriarchy.
Well, it's not the modern idea of the patriarchy, that's for sure.
I mean, so that's my idea of the patriarchy, which is a system of male dominance in society.
Yeah, but that's not my sense of the patriarchy.
So what's yours?
Well, in what sense is our society male dominated?
The fact that the vast majority of wealth is owned by men, the vast majority of capital is owned by men. Women do more unpaid labor.
A very tiny proportion of men, and a huge proportion of people who are seriously disaffected are men. Most people in prison are men. Most people who are on the street are men. Most victims of violent crime are men. Most people who commit suicide are men. Most people who die in wars are men. People who do worse in school are men. It's like, where's the dominance here precisely? What you're doing is you're taking a tiny substrata of hyper-successful men and using that to represent the entire structure of Western society. There's nothing about that that's vaguely appropriate.
But I could say equally well that most rape victims are women. Terrible things happen to people of both sexes.
And you could say that with perfect utility, but that doesn't provide any evidence for the existence of a male-dominated patriarchy.
Well,
it just means that terrible things happen to both genders, which they certainly do.
But there are almost no women who rape men, for example. So that is an asymmetry there in sexual violence.
That's not true.
Yes, there's an asymmetry in all sorts of places, but that doesn't mean that Western culture is a male-dominated patriarchy. The fact that there are asymmetries has nothing to do with your basic argument.
No, but you might equally.
This is a trope that people just accept. Western society is a male-dominated patriarchy. It's like, no, it's not. That's not true. And even if it has a patriarchal structure to some degree, the fundamental basis of that structure is not power, it's competence. That's why our society works. It's only when a structure degenerates into tyranny that the fundamental relationships between people become dependent on power. It's not power. If you hire a plumber who's likely to be male, it's not because there's roving bands of tyrannical plumbers forcing you to make that choice. And it's the case with almost every interaction that you have at the face of our culture. You're dealing with people who are offering a service of one form or another, who are usually part of the broad middle class, and who offer, and what you're looking for is the person who can offer the best service, and you can find it. It's not a consequence of being dominated by anything that's tyrannical. And then again, our culture, our Western culture, which is by no means perfect, and certainly has tyrannical elements like all cultures do, is the least tyrannical society that's ever been produced, and certainly the least tyrannical society that exists now. So where's the patriarchy exactly in all of this?
Well, saying that it's the least tyrannical society is not the same as saying it's not a tyrannical society.
That's exactly why I said it was the least tyrannical.
But that's what I mean. So you haven't debunked the existence of patriarchy, then. You said that actually now is better for women.
Demonstrate its existence.
Okay, well, let's go through it. I'm writing a book about feminism at the moment. Until 1919, there were professions that women were barred from. They simply were not allowed to do it. Until 1880s.
Why would you blame men for that?
Because who was in those professions? Who was guarding entry to those professions? Who was worried about losing their status if women became doctors? Well, a couple of different things. I think it was technology. I think it was the pill helped enormously because it gave people one in the 60s.
Right, so that wasn't 1919.
No, but I also think it was a series of legal changes that started in Britain with the Married Women's Property Act, which said for the first time women are full legal beings under the law. They can own property. And that to me is a structure that has continued throughout, from a time when women didn't have the same legal rights as men to now when they mostly do, but culture still lags behind it. I don't think you and I are necessarily talking at such cross purposes. It's just that your conception of patriarchy, as I see it in the book, is that quite a lot of men are quite nice and they do nice things for women. And
No, that's not my conception of patriarchy.
Well, you-
I don't require men or advise them to be nice.
Well, you do talk about the guy who's the tampon king, the sanitary towel king of India,
I
right?
wouldn't call that nice.
Okay,
I
what
call
would you-
that brave.
Okay.
Did you read about his life when he was trying to develop that?
Yeah.
God, it was absolutely miserable. He did it anyways. He freed all sorts of women as a consequence.
And I think
That's
that was-
nice. That's courageous. That's noble. That's visionary. It's not nice.
I think it is also nice. I think it is also something that is, it is honouring the social obligation.
Oh, nice.
I'm not so sure that that's a social obligation because many other people would have done it had it been a social obligation. He said what he was concerned about. He saw that his wife was suffering with her monthly period and had to choose between feeding her family and taking care of herself properly, and chose to feed her family and thought he would do something about that. That goes way past nice, especially given what he had to suffer through to do all the experimentation that produced his eventual technology. So, this whole patriarchy thing, I think you have no idea how pernicious and dangerous it is.
Well, no, I don't.
men
I
and
really
women
don't.
Throughout history have fundamentally cooperated to push back against the absolute catastrophe of existence. The terrible death rate, the probability of chronic starvation, early death, disease, the difficulty of raising children, with all the death that was associated with that. And to look backwards in time and say, well, basically what happened was men took the upper hand and persecuted women in this tyrannical patriarchy. It's absolutely dreadful misreading of history. It's a terrible thing to teach young women, and it's a horrible thing to inflict on men.
I mean, I absolutely disagree with you. I think that's like saying slavery in the US was actually, most people cooperate. Well, no, you didn't. You had a system where one set of people owned another set of people. And until women got full legal rights, they could own property themselves, they could work. Essentially, they were owned. They were first owned by their fathers and then by their husbands.
Status to the domination by men.
Yeah.
You said that you thought that what emancipated women primarily in the 20th century was technological revolution.
No, not primarily, but that's one of two. I think that's
It's
two
not
things.
primarily, eh?
No,
I don't think the pill was a primary force in the emancipation of women.
I think
or
it
the
was-
invention of tampons, let's say, or the provision of proper sanitary facilities, toilets, and that sort of thing. You're thinking instead, it was the action of courageous feminists in the 1920s that produced the social revolution that overthrew the patriarchy. That's your theory.
Yeah, I
That's
think.
a foolish theory.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear you say that, but I think to quote you in the Kathy Newman interview, I think it's a multivariate, right? I think there are lots of different things that all contributed to
Well, then let's
equal
not
rights.
be assuming that Western society was a tyrannical patriarchy.
Well, no, but one of them, and then other things happened as well. So you have the pill, you have the dishwasher and white goods, labour-saving devices in the home. I think all of those were really important. But you also have things like campaigns for the vote.
Yes, you also have things like that, yes.
So how, when in a system that existed in England until 1918, when
Why would you even want to look at history like that? Like, what's your goal?
because I think the people who don't look at history are condemned to repeat it, and I think that we are.
What are we gonna do? Repeat the persecution of women? You think that's a realistic possibility?
Yeah, we're sitting
How do
here.
you see that?
We're sitting here in America, right, where we've just had a 5th judge appointed to the Supreme Court who is now anti-abortion, is now conservative. I think that abortion rights are absolutely fundamental to women being able to function as full humans in society, and I think that is now under threat in America. I think it is extremely smug and complacent to think civilization has peaked, it's all upwards from here.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
It's a living. Like, there are lots of people who agree with me, there are lots of people clearly who agree with you.
No, there are just a lot of people, I would say, who are coming to listen to what I say because they're sick and tired of having their desire to move forward in the world and to achieve something and to take their place as adult.
Great writing needs more than a grammar tool. Pro Writing Aid's got you covered. It strengthens the impact of your writing as well as corrects.
Oh, yeah! What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. I want to shift gears for a second here and talk about something that really doesn't have to do with MPs in particular, but the state of affairs in Canada. If you watched the videos on the channel yesterday, I was talking a lot about, well, we discussed an individual who was stealing from food banks, but I also spoke about tent cities that are being allowed in certain cities like Hamilton. I also showed footage of towns in the United States, including Oakland, California, where shanty-style shack towns were showing up because people can't keep up with the cost of inflation. They can't keep up with the cost to put a roof over their head or feed themselves. We're definitely in a financial crunch in Canada and the US. Things are getting pretty grim. But one thing the United States has that I'm starting to think that Canada is going to be lenient on is something called squatters' rights.
Good.
Now, if you're not sure about what squatters to remove those,
That's not it at all.
Actually have to go to court.
It's like the house that's right next to me that has been vacant for X amount of years.
Get them out of their homes, to essentially putting people sometimes into foreclosure. Now, in the United States, it is a very
because I was at that point where I was gonna fucking pick an empty house. I was gonna start squatting
recently
it.
had issues with this,
Because
where again, the police aren't able to do their job, even if they want to. Their hands are tied by progressive laws that say housing is a necessity. It's a right. We've seen Alberta crazy clown Janice Irwin talking about that in Edmonton, saying all of these tent cities popping up with homeless people. Well, housing is a right. Housing should be mandatory for people. They shouldn't have to live in tents. Well, now in cities like Hamilton, things have erupted where, again, in yesterday's video, we showed they were permitting tent cities within Hamilton because they understand what people are going through. But things are significantly getting worse. As the Ace of Spades shows, they're coming for your houses. Illegal immigrants camping in tents in front of City Hall in Hamilton, Ontario, are now threatening to hijack houses after families leave for work and school anymore. Apparently, according to witnesses, they were shouting this threat at police officers yesterday who were handing out trespass notices. These illegals are claiming that they have such rights under the charter to occupy any empty housing units they find in Hamilton. Incredible.
I agree.
I'm never going to say that I poo-poo on anybody. I certainly understand the challenges people
No,
are
you
facing
don't.
in today's
You
economy,
don't.
especially in Canada. But when you're talking about illegal migrants, this is a problem I'm not hearing any of our political leaders discussing. I'm not hearing anybody bringing up a solution. As we see people coming over borders like Roxham Road, we've heard New York governors coming out saying that, and New York mayors saying that they've put people with a free bus ticket to the Canadian border to ship them out of New York, where of course they're having massive problems with this again, based on their lax laws of squatters' rights and people popping up tent cities and rising crime in New York, which hard to believe, but New York is seeing more crime than ever. Well, now it's come to Canada. Now people are setting up their homeless encampments outside of City Hall. They're setting up their homeless encampments in place to show that they feel that housing is a right for them to come to this country. And again, 90% roughly as of this latest statistic reporting shows that a lot of the illegal migrants who come to Canada don't come here for the purposes of bettering their lives. They don't come here to actually work. Statistically, 90% take welfare and sit on Canadian taxpayers' systems. So of course now they're threatening, well, we're going to take people's homes, we're going to squat inside of them, and you're going to have the problem of a lifetime on your hands. Now, for a city like Hamilton, this could be an ongoing issue because how many police do Hamilton actually have? Are the police actually going to enforce the laws? And one thing I want to show here is that there's a little bit of hypocrisy when it comes to the police and how they show the law. Now, before we get into that, I do want to touch on this article from about earlier in the month, April 10th. Hamilton City Hall encampment with nearly 100 people now gone. So they're trying to use the media to make it sound like things are okay. That, hey, we're cleaning this problem up. But as you see by that latest tweet, it's still there. Of course, you see Hamilton is intense. This is intense. You know, a lot of puns. What was it Chris Rock said in his infamous "No Sex in the Champagne Room" song? If a homeless person has a funny sign, they haven't been homeless for very long. A real homeless person is too hungry to be funny. And hey, I'm willing to vouch here. All of the people who were living in an encampment in front of Hamilton City Hall are now gone. Well, not according to this tweet that came out earlier today. The city says in February it began working with the people living in encampments to connect with them with resources, shelter spaces, and alternative sites where an encampment would be allowed under the city's protocol. Again, they're allowing it. Sure, come on over here. Bring your crime, bring your garbage, bring your tents, destroy our city. Bylaw officers handed out notices in March asking people to voluntarily leave and then followed up with trespass notices. Again, this is what makes me question if they're threatening to go into people's homes while they're at school or at work and essentially squat. If they've been working since March to ask them to voluntarily leave, what is this going to mean when they jump into people's houses? How long is it voluntarily leave somebody else's property? Protest organizer Angela Voss was arrested last Thursday. She is accused of assaulting one of the bylaw officers handing out one of those notices on March 25th. Voss says the video, I'm not going to get into that because I really don't care. I was actually shocked because nothing happened, asking them how it feels to displace somebody who already doesn't have a home and has nowhere to go, Voss says in an interview. Other than traditional things that we say to bylaw officers, there was nothing and no other interactions. She says she's disappointed more couldn't be done for the people who lived there for so many weeks. She called the Hamilton protest encampment that began in response to a council vote to keep 2 Stony Creek parking lots from being turned into new affordable housing. After much public outcry over the decision, Mayor Howarth announced that she would use her strong mayor powers to veto the council's decision. Again, this has been going on for a couple of months now, and nothing's been done. So when you push back against protesters as well as illegals, this is what they threaten. We're going to, where is it here? Hijack the houses after families leave for school and work in the morning. The problem with protest in Canada, the problem with people who come here to essentially throw their beliefs on us, they're dealt with in different ways because, of course, we want to be diverse, equity, inclusion, diversity, right? You guys remember this? You guys remember this from protests?
No one told me to come back with the okay.
How did you get coffee from the police? Not police, someone bought it for us. People let them in. And the police now coming our known messages. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. Well, you're not the only one who doesn't have an idea what's going on. This is insane. Now, again, I'm not picking part Palestine protesters here. I'm not going to get into that whole mess. I'm simply pointing out that when it comes to protests in Canada, the police seem to tie their hands behind their backs when it comes to enforcing the same rules and I guess you could say fairness. You hear Chrystia Freeland talk about that with the budget. I'm talking about fairness, that if you're going to do something to one group of people, you have to do it to all of them. It has to be all or nothing. Now, I'm going to show some more examples of this. And again, I'm not picking on the Palestinian movement. I do think things are getting out of control. I will add that. I think that somebody's going to have to step in at some point. I stand for anybody's right to protest, but look at what's going on in London. Like, this is how out of control it's getting in London. Of course, everybody's got their face covered, pushing back against police, arguing in the streets, looking for ceasefires. Again, I'm not getting into the politics of it, but you don't see horses trampling these protesters. You see emergencies acts being brought out, or emergency style act. Crowd chanted stop arming Israel. Again, you're free to protest. You're free to express yourself. But this is out of control. And there's nothing being done to, I don't want to say silence it, but control it, to get it in a controlled manner. You can see it in Canada as well. Look at the turnout here. The last time I seen people gathered like this in front of the House of Commons, an emergency act was put into place and people were stomped and trampled by horses. People were shot with tear gas. Reporters were hit with police riot weapons such as batons and bats. This is insane. And this is what makes me question that if protesters and illegal migrants claim they're going to occupy people's homes, that it's a right, that when you see MPs like in Alberta with Janice Irwin, Buddy Holly as people call her, I call her Napoleon Dynamite, and she comes out talking about housing it's a right. This is where we're headed. When you look at what happens in the United States, when you look at what's going on in cities like San Francisco, where stores have had to lock their doors and close because Gavin Newsom allows shoplifting, when you see people who can occupy homes and say, I live here now, and there's no property rights for anybody who's bought their mortgage, who pays for their home every month, who's responsible for their bills. This is what happens when you protest against the government. You guys remember this in Windsor, Ontario, not too long ago? Police all covered their faces and got their jackboots on and walked the streets and pushed people back and arrested people for protesting against lockdown measures. I don't see anybody pushing the police here like in London. I don't see anybody forcefully harming police or threatening police. Of course, that didn't stop people from going to jail, having their bank accounts frozen. Here's another example recently. Daisy Media. It's not assault. Deanna Sharif, who also has admitted to taking payments from Justin Trudeau, by the way.
Wow.
To spread her hate all over the streets of Ottawa, is accosting people with an electronic whistle. These whistles are loud enough to cause hearing damage.
Really?
Ottawa police have witnessed firsthand but seem to be unable and unwilling to intervene. I'm going to play this clip. Again, just a warning, the whistle does get a little loud. Again, I showed this video and clip in other videos. The pleb comes in at one point.
I don't
Joey
get this.
says that his ears hurt.
Like John pulled over because the
Again,
cop
the club is
like
fine.
whistled, blew a whistle at us, and I was like, "We're not actually stopping, are we?" He was like, "It's a cop, you have to." I'm like, "I'm not a fucking dog." I respond to whistles.
Behind us is using assault whistle, blasting in people's faces.
Assault whistles?
Okay, are you kidding me here?
She was blasted out in our ears multiple times.
No, where I handed you my phone.
We are here to live in the free, or so it's supposed to be. But yet we can't even report crimes against humanity.
So is that about board day?
I love when the cops just walk away.
That is alarming.
Oh, very.
That's alarming. When you see the police just walking away. with
Yeah, that's what I was
no
gonna say. I love when they do that.
What's going on with protests around the country, where if the government doesn't want to object to being PC, then of course these people are simply run rampant. They're allowed to run rampant and demand whatever they like. And the Canadian government will blame Stephen Harper, or they'll blame Pierre Poilievre's outlook on the way that our future is headed. This is sheer insanity. When people talk about clown worlds, that's not even the tip of the iceberg. This is dangerous territory. If you live in the city of Hamilton, my honest advice, lock your doors. Get some bars on your windows. Get a home security system. This is why I get nervous. Now, look, we don't have legal owners in this country that are allowed to protect themselves within their homes. In fact, if somebody breaks into your home and you meet them with violence,
You have
well,
no
you
right.
go to jail.
Yeah.
You'll get arrested for harming somebody who walks into your home. If somebody were to brandish a firearm at home and threaten your life, of course, it's not like
You
states
do
like
that.
Texas where you are allowed
You
to
go to
legally
jail.
defend yourself, essentially unaliving somebody. But in Canada, when the government comes for your wallets, they come for your bank account, they come for your guns, they come for anything. When farmers don't have those don't have, now I'm not suggesting that people should be harming each other, but this is the process of dumbing down our society to the point that we're defenseless. So I'm not talking about taking up arms against those who come into your home. I'm simply suggesting
I am.
people should be very wary about the government anytime they request, hey, it's never a good thing. And when honestly have we ever seen any party in government give up money, give up policy, give up pushes back against their narrative and stops the money train, so to speak, or control. This is all about control. I feel for anybody who lives in Hamilton that's now going to face this kind of issue. However, when you look at cities like Toronto, when you look at Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Regina, Saskatoon, Winnipeg, Montreal, cities where you're seeing these massive protests continuing to form, massive tent encampments continuing. If cities like Hamilton show a relaxed police presence, or at least a tied hand law enforcement to people breaking in and assuming ownership over people's homes, what is this going to mean for the rest of the country? Is it going to tell these other people in tent encampment in other cities, hey, we can do the same thing? And of course, the Canadian government will say, well, we just got to build more homes. We just got to, guys, you're dismayed, but we just got to build more houses. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments. I know I'm rambling. I just want to make sure all my bases are covered here. That, again, I'm not against anybody's right to protest, but what I'm against is that we don't see even judgment by police force or the willingness to exercise legal statutes to prevent people from being harmed, to prevent.
Yeah, but if you
Chaos
call
in our
the
streets.
police, generally
Let me know
it
in
ends
the
up
comments down
being
below
an
what you guys think.
interrogation
If it's
against
the first time
you.
here, I hope this video has earned your subscription. Make sure you're hitting that button and click your bell for notifications. Join us live every Friday here on the channel. Friday at 8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific here on the channel.
Or you could just
We're gonna go
literally
over things
be
like this, and we're
sitting
also
in the
gonna
wrong
go
place
over
at the wrong
some of the
time.
stuff coming up in the following week and have a little bit of back and forth with our community. It's the best time of my week to sit down and hear what you guys have to say outside of making these videos, and I look very forward to seeing each and every one of you there. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and have a great rest of your day. I'll catch you on the next one.
المفروض يكون معانا اب وام وبطلنا البيت ولا حدا يعرف واحنا لما ننام البيت.
The Israeli military launched deadly strikes on the southern Gaza city of Rafah overnight on Saturday that killed 22 people, including 18 children, health officials say. Among the affected was a baby who was saved from the airstrike in Rafah. She was named after her mother. More than half of Gaza's population has sought safety in Rafah to escape fighting in the Israel-Hamas conflict following October 7th, the attack on October 7th. The war has killed more than 34,000 Palestinians, at least 2/3 of them women and children, according to local health officials. During a press briefing last week, Pentagon Press Secretary Pat Ryder responded to questioning on Israel to evacuate people out of Rafah ahead of a potential invasion.
We've heard from an Israeli source that the Israelis have made significant progress in preparations to evacuate roughly 1 million people out of Rafah ahead of any possible operations there, and that the U.S. is aware of these efforts, which include preparing areas to the north, setting up tents. Can you speak to those efforts, and does these people meet with the sort of recommendations the U.S. is making to the Israelis as they proceed?
I really can't.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a statement Sunday, in the coming days, we will increase the political and military pressure on Hamas because this is the only way to victory. We will land more and painful Hamas soon. Saturday's strikes on Rafah came the same day the U.S. House of Representatives approved a $26 billion aid package for the Middle East. The legislative body greenlighted $17 billion of military aid for Israel and $9 billion for aid into Gaza. The Senate is expected to pass the Joe Biden to sign into law.
Netanyahu says the demonstrates strong bipartisan support for Israel and defends Western civilization. Thank you, friends. Thank you, America.
This comes as medical forensics teams uncovered a mass grave reportedly created by Israeli forces next to Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip. It was recently 180 bodies have been found, according to Al Jazeera. The United States is expected to announce sanctions against multiple Israeli military units over human rights violations in the West Bank. Two U.S. sources told the Times of Israel yesterday. First, the U.S. was looking to sanction the IDF unit, Netza Yuda Battalion, but according to sources, it is now units. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and War Gantz urged U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken to not go ahead with sanctions in separate talks yesterday, Israeli officials said.
Now, this all falls ahead of the start of the Passover holiday this week. FBI Director Christopher Wray said law enforcement is on alert for any potential threats to the Jewish community. He said last week, we at the Bureau that lone actors could target large gatherings, high-profile symbolic or religious locations for violence, particularly a concern, of course, as we look to the start of the Passover on Monday evening.
All right, lots to get into here. First, I think Rafah is the big question hanging in the air. Biden established Rafah as a red line of sorts, saying that he did not because of the humanitarian consequences. But as you saw, the spokesperson, State Department spokesperson there, when asked whether or not he had more information as to what Israel had done to avoid the kind of cataclysmic humanitarian disaster that would naturally accrue with a ground invasion or an attack on the over half of the sequestered refugees seeking refuge. There was no response. Despite that, we saw these attacks over the weekend, which have seen casualties disproportionately falling on children, with 18 out of the 22 dead, and not to mention the child that was rescued from her mother's womb who did not survive. And I think there is an ongoing question as to whether this as a red line, or according to reporting which the White House back against last week, it had made a sort of a deal with the devil and saying, all right, we're going to look the other way on Rafah if you agree not to strike back against Iran.
But they did strike back against Iran anyway. That's the point. Biden said there was no need for further retaliation in that direction, and then went ahead and did it anyway. They're doing RAFA anyway, and from another check.
Right.
So I think at some point, doesn't there have to be tremendous frustration among some of the American people who are skeptical of all this foreign aid, which we're talking about, at other points in the show today about the horrible package of bills that were passed over the weekend. But it does appear that across them, Netanyahu walks right across them and nothing happens. What is the point of our diplomacy, the point of our spending should be to get on foreign governments, right? Even if the people who believe in that we should do that, it's to get something diplomatically that the U.S. wants. And so if we're spending our money, if we're giving our money, the hard-working U.S. taxpayers' money to other governments, out of those governments, the diplomatic want met, what is the point? And does it speak to the powerlessness of the presidency or of this president in particular, who seems to be totally ignored by Netanyahu to an extent, frankly, that his predecessors were not?
Yeah, and look, we're seeing people like John Fetterman push back against the idea there being any Israeli action, whether it's reporting over a doctor who says through family that she has been not just kind of arrested and detained, but tortured by the IDF, whether it's the discovery of now multiple mass graves where people have been found in hospital scrubs with IVs on their arms, bound presumably by the IDF after control of these very medical facilities. It's getting increasingly difficult for the average American to defend, and we're seeing that reflected in the poll numbers. But in terms of what large numbers of Congress members are willing to support, including very vocal pro-Israel factions like John Fetterman, he's coming out and saying we should have a law that already exists in terms of the Leahy Act, which would preclude us from giving aid to countries that are violating our international humanitarian norms. We're at a place where when journalists ask Spokes Department people whether or not there have been investigations or corroborations or evidence that's now been pouring out over the course of the last now about these kinds of humanitarian violations, mum is a word, and you can see why. Because if they were to agree to it, it would naturally trigger consequences in terms of the amount of aid that could be given. So we're in this bizarre limbo, and it does seem like it's only going to continue to drive the public, people on both sides of the aisle, further and further away from seeing Joe Biden as the pro-democratic, lesser to evil style choice that he's been modeling himself to be for the duration of his election season.
Yeah, well, the U.S. government never wants to acknowledge that there are limits or obstacles that would stop them from spending money, like the Leahy Amendment, right? They don't want to concede that. I mean, it's obvious what's going on in these press. The administration knows that the optics of what's happening in Gaza, that the high number of casualties of women and children are embarrassing and are disgusting and are turning people away from this conflict. But they think, for whatever reason, it is important to not only just continue to vocally support Israel, but to continue to fund Israel. That's their priority. So they have to pretend they're looking into this. We're concerned, our disapproval of this. They don't actually seem like they really, trying to read their motives. They actually care about that. They just know that you care. They know that the reporters in the room care, and they know that some of their own voters care, but they're not going to do anything about it.
I think that's exactly right. And this raises, I think, the fundamental concern about the role of corporate interest and money and lobbying in our American political system. I talk about this a lot in the context of some of the left priorities I think are populist working class priorities when you see the polls, whether it's Medicare for all, living wage, these kinds of things. People have we have, well-rehearsed issues. An issue like this, I think, shines new light on the disproportionate influence money interests and lobbying groups have on the direction that Congress is willing to take, even when there is such obvious consensus among the public that they disagree with that congressional direction. So even if you didn't see it clearly in, let's say, Medicare for all context, here we're seeing that a sitting president running for re-election, who's behind his opponent in the polls, is getting an incredible amount of heat for policy choice that is deeply unpopular, and the reverse course. Why won't he reverse course? These are the kind of questions that people have to ask. And when you see AIPAC pledging to spend $100 million in congressional races against pro-Palestinian candidates, or candidates that even caution any sort of restraint for Israel as it conducts this war, to get a better picture of what's really motivating the
I don't know. Some skepticism of that, though, because John Fetterman, for instance, has dramatically improved his approval ratings over the course of the last few months by articulating this stridently anti-Gaza, anti-Palestinian, anti-left standpoint. Biden is, if anything, improving in the polls, as we're going to talk about later in the show. I wonder if going against progressive protesters would further solidify his standing in the polls. But I'm not denying that money plays a role in what the decisions these people are making are, but I think public sentiment is not.
I do think with the Fetterman example, he was someone suffering from low approval ratings, largely because he had suffered a stroke and really? The election. Republicans were very critical of him, have been bashed October 7th. And now I think if you disagree, what you're going to see is the left base that got him elected and supported him through has completely abandoned him. He's getting very strong approval numbers from conservatives, war hawks within the Republican Party and the Democratic Party both. So are those the kinds of people that can actually sustain him in office? Well, it's a long time since he's going to have to face re-election. But the point of the matter is, those people in the House of Representatives are going to have to face in a much more timeline. And Joe Biden, principally, it's undeniable when you see the vote tallies of the uncommitted movement in crucial swing states that he needs to win. If twice as many people came out to vote not for Biden, for uncommitted, for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, then he needed to win, which he won in 2020 or lost in 2016 in eastern states like Wisconsin and Michigan. Then the writing's on the wall. And so he can take that kind of a gamble. But it's not, I think, progressives or the anti-war movement that's fronting that risk. It is Joe Biden that's choosing to ignore the tea leaves, as it were.
We'll have more.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
The world is reaping a harvest of terrifying consequences from escalating conflict and the near breakdown. The International said yesterday as it launched its annual report in 155 countries. The report highlights Israel's assault on Gaza with evidence of war crimes continuing to mount, as well as U.S. failures to denounce rights violations committed by Israel. It also called out Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine and pointed to the rise of authoritarianism and massive rise in Ethiopia and Myanmar.
Amnesty International Secretary General Agnes Kaimar said, quote, Israel's flagrant disregard for international law is compounded by the failures of its allies to stop the indescribable civilian bloodshed meted out in Gaza. Many of those allies were the very architects of that system of law, end quote. Well, joins us now from London. Welcome to Democracy Now! We so appreciate you being on with us. If you can start off by talking about the situation in Gaza right now. You just heard in our previous segment the Gaza-based journalist describing this is in a mass grave at the Nasser medical complex following Israel's siege of the hospital. What are you calling for right now?
Thank you very much for welcoming me on your program. I listened to the journalist and what can I add more? October 7, we have been documenting a plethora of violations committed first by Hamas and then by the Israeli authorities. But in particular, the Israeli authorities have been, have committed an extraordinary amount of violations of international law. The indiscriminate bombing of civilians. We know at least 30,000 of them that have been killed. 70% of the infrastructure of Gaza have been destroyed. I'm talking civilian infrastructure, schools, hospitals, cemeteries, cultural institutions. We know that there has been the highest in any conflict, the highest number of human workers killed in any conflict. We know that famine is being used as a weapon of war. We know that collective punishment has been waged against the Palestinian people. And we also now know of clear evidence of extrajudicial, as highlighted by the discovery of those mass graves, on top of all the detentions and use of torture and ill treatment. So the scale of the violations committed over the last 6 months is unprecedented. And I want to insist on that. It is unprecedented. Is unprecedented. Making matters worse is that this is all broadcasted every day in front of our very eyes, and yet nothing is being done to prevent that bloodshed. The United States has been using its right of veto at the Security Council to prevent intervention. It has shielded the denunciation that was required. It has protected them. It has pretended for the longest period of time that no violations were committed. This is why Amnesty International is concluding that the international system is on the brink. International law is not just violated. People who are violating international law are justifying their violations. And that means they are pretending that international law either has no meaning or does not apply to them. But whatever intention they have, the outcome is the emptying out of international law, the emptying out of the Geneva Convention that were supposed to regulate war, the emptying out of the Genocide Convention, the emptying out of the Universal Human Rights, and the completely uselessness of the Security Council. We have an international court of justice that could play a role, and yet its rulings are being ignored. So all in all, coming on the heels of Russia's aggression of Ukraine, the only conclusion that we can reach is that the international system is collapsing and back to where we were promised will happen.
Dr. Agnes Callamard, we want to go to U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who on Wednesday called for an investigation into the mass graves at Nasser Hospital.
We have been in touch at multiple levels with the Israeli government. We want answers. We want to understand some public commentary from the IDF on that, but we want the specifics of what the circumstances of this were, and we want to see this thoroughly and transparently investigated so that the whole world can have a comprehensive answer, and we, the United States, can as well.
So that's Jake Sullivan speaking Wednesday. If you could respond to that and what kind of investigation you believe needs to happen.
Well, first and foremost, Amnesty International and others have been calling for those investigations for a very long time. The journalists that were speaking before me pointed out that those investigations have been called on since 2014 and nothing has ever happened. You cannot rely on the Israeli authorities to deliver any kind of investigation. Right now, no one can enter. No one can provide the expertise required for this investigation. We have mass graves. People are looking, and that's absolutely humane, are looking for their loved one, which means that the crime scene itself is going to be meaningless within a few hours or a few days. They are absolutely the crime scene who can provide the necessary expertise so that at least we have a sense of how people died, when did they die, and the kind of violation that have been perpetrated against them. So yes, we want an investigation, but I don't think this is a genuine demand for an investigation. People know that mass graves are extremely fragile and no crime scene left to be investigated effectively. So we don't need that investigation to conclude that Israel has been committing war crimes after war crimes after war crimes. We have plenty of evidence since October 7th of many of those violations. We at Amnesty International have documented with good evidence indiscriminate. We know from people on the ground that almost all structures have been destroyed, and this cannot be justified just by the notion of military objective or military necessity. We have the evidence required to conclude that Israel has repeatedly, to an extent unprecedented extent, violated international law. It is now a time for the United States, more than time, it's too late in fact, for the United States to take a stand, to denounce Israel's violations, to stop. That's what they are still doing, and to do everything in their power to this bloodshed, to the killings of the Palestinians that we are all witnessing, that we are all made to witness.
Can you talk, Dr. Kalamar, about the U.S. disconnect of the Biden administration? On the one hand, calling vaguely and saying from Blinken to President Biden, are broken when it comes to Palestinian casualties. But on the other hand, continuing to supply the weapons.
It's not a disconnect. I think it's very well organized and very well scripted. You know, they are making some they have to make, but that has absolutely no impact on their actions. We are now middle of April. A month ago, finally, the United States agreed to a ceasefire, adding though that it was non-binding. So, you know, that also shows that their heart was not really into the ceasefire.
That's abstained.
Yes. Insisting that the ceasefire was actually not that the resolution was non-binding. They have had plenty of opportunities since October 7 to demand a ceasefire, but they use their right of veto to stop it. And let me add of all hostages. So it's not a disconnect. I think it's a very well planned, very well scripted commitment to support Israel all the way, including to possible genocide. Because let's recall that the International Court of Justice has concluded that the risk of genocide, and we have every evidence in front of us of those risks. Indeed, some eminent legal scholars have concluded that genocide was already occurring. So the United States is providing support to a country that is violating international law repeatedly, that is justifying those going after Hamas with respect for the proportionality and the discrimination that should accompany their actions. By so doing, the United States is making itself complicit to some of the worst possible crimes being committed right now.
Dr. Agnes, wider context of what your finds, you've said that the world is facing the demise of the 1948 international order created after the Second World War, amid both the conflict in Gaza and in Ukraine. If you could elaborate on your conclusion.
Sure. So I've already highlighted in Gaza and how Israel is national and is justifying those violations. This is coming hot on the heels of Russia's aggression in Ukraine itself, a violation of the UN Charter. Russia too is justifying its violation of international law. It's justifying its violation of the UN kind of vision of security. Russia too has been justifying its repeated violations of international Geneva Convention through its bombardment of Ukrainians through the forced transfer of populations. So over the last 14 we have seen some of the main superpowers in this world claiming that the international legal system that was established after World War II does not apply to them. We have seen Russia doing that, we have seen Israel doing that, and we have seen the United States doing that by proxy through its support to Israel. Those institutions that were established after World War II, including the Security Council, and later on, the International Court of Justice, these are the backbone in the very works happening to the world. And those institutions have been rendered, useless, really. The Security Council cannot do anything for peace and security because of the abuse of the veto power. The International Court of Justice is delivering very strong rulings, ignoring. The International Criminal Court is delivering, including against President Putin, that most people are ignoring. So those institutions that are supposed to protect us all are not protecting us anymore. And the international legal framework, the international normative framework is being progressively emptied out through those justification of those violations. It's saying international law does not apply to us because we have a well-founded military objective and military necessity. They are pretending that this military necessity takes precedence over everything. That is not the case. That is not the case. When Russia is saying does not apply to us because of whatever they're doing, they are also emptying out the UN Charter. That is not the purpose of the UN Charter. That is not there to be violated by Russia in that way. So the entire legal normative framework right now is at risk of completely collapsing. And what do we have? The power of the arms, the weapons. We are basically going back to our pre-1940 situation. We are back to where we were supposed not to ever again go back to.
And if you could also talk about, a number of places that the report highlighted media attention, Myanmar, and talk about the massive rights violations going on there.
Yes, absolutely. And that too, I should have mentioned, these are the so-called forgotten crises. They are characterized by massive violations by parties to that conflict. Sudan, thousands of people dead over the last largest number of people, refugees abroad in a very short period of time. The massive use of sexual violence, ethnic violence, and finally, when the Security Council took action, it took them almost a year, has been completely ignored. So the suffering in Sudan is falling off the international agenda, and yet it is extremely heartbreaking. In Myanmar, there the military government has been protected by China. We finally saw the Security Council a year taking a resolution that was quite the first step, but meanwhile the militaries have been armed by China. They have continued their indiscriminate or even targeted attacks on civilians throughout the territory. Hundreds of people have been arrested. Prisoners have been condemned to death, sentenced to death. That's the situation in Myanmar. I'm not mentioning the Democratic Republic of Congo that has completely fallen the agenda for the last 20, 30 years, and yet it is probably the longest ever crisis again, where no one is taking action or the kind of action that is. So the forgotten crises around the world are not, they are increasing. In fact, according to the experts, we are witnessing an increase in the number of armed conflicts around the world, a reflection of a very unstable international system, a reflection of the conflict between the three superpowers, United States, Russia, and China. Multiplication of those conflicts by proxy, I will say, between them is costed in human lives, in millions of human lives around the world.
Ms. Calamard, if you can talk about the alarm that you're sounding in this report on artificial intelligence and its role in furthering racism, discrimination, division during public elections, you note the dominance of big tech risks a supercharging of human rights violations. What you see as the dangers?
Absolutely. So we know that over the last 12 months, we have seen generative artificial intelligence coming into our almost daily reality. It is a technology that no one really fully understands. And policymakers, it is one that is complicated as of now. And if what has happened with artificial intelligence, non-generative one, is to be the benchmark by which to assess what is going to happen in the future, then we need to be very worried. Over the last few years, Amnesty International has been monitoring intelligence, in for instance, social media platform, in facial recognition through the spywares. All of those technologies have had a disastrous impact on human rights. Over the last 12 months, been used to launch and to spread ethnic violence in Ethiopia. In Serbia, we have documented that semi-automated algorithms have been used, particularly in the context of the provision of public services that has discriminated against people with disability. Spywares that were denounced, that have been denounced since 2020, 2021 with the Pegasus project. Well, guess what? In 2023, we found more evidence of Pegasus being used in many countries around elections coming up. The control of the spyware is not happening. In addition to Pegasus that continue to be used around the world, we have monitored this year the use of the Predator file, which is EU, European based, and that too has been used and sold around the world in journalists, activists, human rights. Abusive facial recognition, abusive mass surveillance, abusive use of spyware. All of those things are extremely dangerous for human rights, including in a context where there is a multiplication of armed conflict, and they should be the objective. We are calling as well on those big tech companies. Business model is feeding the multiplication of data, of certain kind of data. We are calling on them as well to be much better regulated than they are now, but also to take action to regulate their own content. But it's a Wild West. It's the Wild West in a context the collapse of the international system. This is why we are alarmed. I mean, as of today, we have the international system on the brink of collapse. We have an industrial revolution, a revolution of information technology that no one is regulating effectively, and that has a major disaster for societies. It is more than time.
Why is Google so unhelpful?
The reality that we are confronting. If we want to deliver to our children and grandchildren a safer planet. I haven't even mentioned the climate crisis in the midst of it all. So I'm sorry if I'm being very apocalyptic here, but I think people need to wake up to the reality that we are really, really facing an incredibly serious, dangerous situation for all of us.
Agnieszka Kalamar, we want to thank you so much for being with us. Amnesty International Secretary General speaking to us from London. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Please, no more depression.
This game, ready for it.
Here's a question to think about. Should you start by saving the world or saving yourself? The answer to that question holds a lot more than meets the eye, and that's why this incredible yet heated exchange between Jordan Peterson and an audience member and A gives us the most vital take keeping collectivism in our everyday lives. Though I have to say this cramped few-minute segment hardly did justice to how profound this debate really is. So let me dive deeper into it after you watch this next clip.
I want to know, what is your answer to young people for some of the really big problems facing, climate catastrophe, like economic crisis, precarious job market? Because I just don't, you talk all this much about individual responsibility. Most of us are never going to be able to afford to have all of these assets to have responsibility over. So what is your advice beyond banal comments like clean your room?
Well, it's rather difficult to answer a question that ends with your comments are banal politely. So, I would consider that more of an opinionated personal and political statement than actually a question. So why don't you try reformulating that so that there's an actual question?
What is So what is people when you talk about you need to be individually responsible, but when there are things that are so far out of our control, like climate catastrophe, like the precarious job economy, like the economic crisis, what is your answer?
Do you think that you're worse off than your grandparents?
I think there are different challenges.
Do you think you're worse off than your grandparents?
Jordan, once again, we're not going to cross-examine our questioners. So try answering the question about collective responsibility on climate change, for example. Pick one part of that, because the argument, I think, is that change the climate does not problem that needs global collective responsibility. So I think that's the core of the question. Do you have a theory about that?
Well, fundamentally, I'm a psychologist, and my experience has been that people can do a tremendous amount of good for themselves and for the people who are immediately around them by looking to their own inadequacies and their own flaws and the things that they're not doing in their lives and starting to build themselves up as more powerful individuals. And if they're capable of doing that, and then they're capable of expanding their career. And if they're capable of expanding their career and their competence, then they're capable of taking their place in the community as effective leaders. And then they're capable of making wise decisions instead of unwise decisions when it comes to making collective political decisions. I'm not suggesting in the least, and I've never suggested that there's no domain for social action. I'm suggesting that people who don't have their own houses in order should be very careful before they go about reorganizing the in many ways.
That's precisely what modern civism has become that's coming out of our universities in droves. But you know what's interesting? On something like the climate change front, or the so-called climate catastrophe, as this questioner just put it, I have a hard time thinking of any supposed collective responsibility that isn't just an assemblage of individual actions. What would collective action even look like? Protesting in the streets and chanting slogans with placards, or does it look like giving up single-use plastic or deciding to use public transport to help lower your carbon footprint? How many of these 18 to 25-year-old student activists are willing to make those sacrifices instead of feeling glib and content as part of the crowd? Very few indeed, and I think that's precisely where our universities have gone wrong. They've taken away from students their individual responsibility and left them stranded in the middle on the way to some notion of collective responsibility, and now they're stuck, incapable of making any large-scale social impact and unwilling to make the small changes in their individual lives. They know they should. It's certainly interesting how this kind of warped notion of responsibility has been exported all the way to Australia as well. Jordan's call on people to clean their room isn't a banal statement for the sake of it, but the most important starting point of change. Because here's the truth. The circle of responsibility starts from within you, and only then does it start to expand to your house, family, community, country, and the world. But that smaller circle of your life is often filled with immediate problems you don't want to face, relationships you don't want to fix, and rooms you don't want to clean. Prematurely overstepping into much larger circles of the responsibility then becomes the easiest way to avoid looking that uncomfortable truth in the eyes. A false and pseudo-moralistic stance on larger scale global problems becomes a way to alleviate the guilt that comes with it. There's something I remember Jordan Peterson said ever since, that to paraphrase, the greatest thing about viewing responsibility through the individual lens is that there's another side of the coin for it, which is individual rights or individual guilt. What happens when you saddle a collective with responsibility? Do they then deserve some special collective rights? And if something goes wrong, anyone that understands history knows how truly catastrophic idea is, from being a slippery slope to tribalism and collectivism in general.
If a young person believes that the global warming is something that needs to be tackled quickly, and they can't wait until they're prime ministers to do it, do you think collective responsibility overrides individual responsibility in a huge issue like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't. I think that generally people things that are within their personal purview that help to deal with and that they're avoiding, and that generally the way they avoid them is by adopting pseudo-moralistic stances on large-scale social issues so that they look good to their friends and their neighbors. That's what it matters.
Oh, the blue girls. Okay. I'm gonna watch this over here. We can't handle fucking ads anymore. Our handy dandy phone.
But nowadays with the global, what we see is sometimes it's easier or it's faster to do it outside, and your margin and your cost, you have to do a certain study in that perspective. So what do I need? How much it's gonna cost me? Sometimes we look at all these without necessarily doing like in-depth analysis. We need to put that all into this business plan that I spoke about at the beginning. We have to see what's going on and how much am I able to sell my product and how much it's going to cost me. Because if it's going to cost me, if I go to, I don't know, any platform online and I see this product is sold at, I don't know, $10 and it's going to cost me $12 to do it, either I'm not going to go into this business or I'm going to find a way to reduce my cost to be able to sell it at $10. So this is where I should look at the location. I should look at many other factors that should be taken into consideration.
I got a good chuckle before when our guests talked about how their initial financier was Visa, and I think a lot of people have bootstrapped startups in similar fashions. Once the business is up and running, what are some of the things that an entrepreneur needs to now get to the next level and help them grow the business?
Well, for sure, it's, again, you need some initial investment at the beginning, but once you start the business and the business is going good, there is certain programs that some banks have, let's say in financing, let's say you're manufacturing and you need machinery. If you want to finance, you want to grow, you want more machines to produce your product. So you can use some resources in terms of certain banks or certain programs that the government can. The Quebec government has certain programs.
How do you define hate? Well, you just said you allow the purported target of the hate to define it. And what they do is they say that they feel hated. So it's a second order form of evidence. The primary evidence in principle is their subjective emotion, but you don't have access to that. So you have to accept their record of their subjective emotion. And you accept that in a manner that isn't questionable. There's no higher authority than their say-so. And the problem with that, it's a variant of the problem with the informants, is that only works, well, it would never work. Let's get that clear. Yeah. But that only works in the ideal situation where people have perfect understanding of the motivation of others, which they don't, and also they're not lying. The problem with that definition of subjective harm is it lays the gates wide open to the Machiavellians and the psychopaths.
Yes, and you're also touching on two other important things, right? So number one, unlike most criminal offenses, which require intent of some kind, the intent is not on whether the speaker meant to be hateful.
Yeah, so it's relevant. Intent is not
I found out why the
relevant. That's
neighbors don't seem to care
And also the
about my
other thing that's not
squirrels.
relevant is truth.
Use the stairs and the bird feeders.
True fact
Because the squirrels
is
ninja to
interpreted
their
as a
bird feeders.
hateful fact and has this effect on somebody. Well, that's not going to be a defense either. Right. So you are essentially one of the effects of this kind of legislation is to say you are not allowed to speak the truth. Right. Because that truth, regardless of intent, and regardless of historical fact. Yeah. We are outlawing an effect.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Okay.
And to expand that even further, with comedy, it's interesting because, of course, Scotland, where some of the most ridiculous legislation is being passed, is the place which hosts the biggest arts and comedy festival in the world, the Edinburgh Fringe. And to your point about truth, well, you don't even have to be saying something true. At this point now, they've passed a bill which means that comedians could be investigated for jokes they make. Now, that is a level of detachment from context and reality that is even a level above simply, or someone made a true comment. What if I said something sarcastically on stage as a comedian? And what's interesting is comedy seems to be being very particularly targeted, but nobody goes to Macbeth at the theatre and says, oh, I went to the theatre and then this guy went crazy and stabbed his friend. No one says that, but with comedy, for some reason, the character on stage is increasingly being perceived as having the opinions that he's jokingly saying. And so that's another level. So
that's right, there's no distinction between the role and the actor.
Quite. And what's interesting, if you abstract even further from that, if you've watched Game of Thrones, the scene where you really truly discover that King Joffrey's gone mad is when he cuts off the tongue of the jester at his core.
Yeah, right.
And this symbolism is perfect. It's been used throughout history to portray the final conversion into tyranny of a ruler.
Well, that's why there was gestures in the court. It's like that was one of the ways everybody could tell the king wasn't a tyrant. Right. Is that he could tolerate his own gestures,
that's right,
cool, or welcome him, or find him amusing. That would be best.
And this is something that happened when Vladimir Putin first came to power in Russia. Under Boris Yeltsin, there was a kind of liberalization. There was an opening up of, because in the Soviet Union, you didn't make fun of the political leaders.
Nothing was funny.
Nothing quite.
And that was true.
The jokes that people told at the kitchen table were funny, but not in public, of course. But under Boris Yeltsin, there was an opening up, and we had this amazing TV show, which was the equivalent of the British Spitting Image. I don't know if you I think, did you have Spitting?
No, I know of it.
Yeah. And it was basically puppets portraying the different political characters. And the first thing Vladimir Putin did when he came to power was to shut that down. Mm-hmm. So historically, throughout literature and other things, if you're looking for symptoms of tyranny, the shutting down of jokes and humor is right.
Comedians or canaries, comedians and automobiles, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Well, they're so emblematic of personal autonomy. Every tyrant hates the automobile, so even though they all have one. Okay, so let's delve into the hate issue a bit more too, because in Canada we have protected categories of hate, right? So it's a hate crime if it's, I want to make sure I've got this definition right. It's a hate crime if it can be shown, if your utterance can be shown to be discriminate against a protected class.
Well, yes. So
it's not merely that you hurt people's feelings, right? It's that they have to hurt them for a particular reason.
Well, it's a discriminatory. So we have these two realms. We have the human rights realm, and we have the criminal realm. And we've had hate speech restrictions in our criminal law for a good while, and they're rarely used. The human rights provisions are much more frequently used because they're much less serious and much easier to trigger, much easier to complain about, and they don't go to a court. They go to one of these tribunals. Right? But one of the problems is the dovetailing of this hate speech discriminatory practice idea, along with the equality problem that I was describing before. Right? So, as with any rule, this rule is going to be applied and interpreted.
Do you want the villains to learn before they have to pay the ultimate price?
That's such a Christian question.
You don't get away with anything. And so you might think you can bend the fabric of reality and that you can treat people instrumentally and that you can bow to the tyrant and violate your conscience without cost. You will pay the piper. It's going to call you out of that slavery into freedom, even if that pulls you into the desert.
God is ethic-centered, not ethnic-centered.
Well, do you want the Pharaoh on your side or do you want God on your side? That's kind of the question.
There's a profound sense here that what is going on with the Israelites is the contrast to Pharaoh, right? Like when there's no terms, we go, and the Israelites have to say, we will go under any terms. And we're going to see that there's something else going on here that is far more cosmic and deeper than what you can imagine.
The highest ethical spirit to which we're beholden is presented precisely as that spirit that allies itself with the cause of freedom against tyranny.
That's exactly I want villains to get punished.
But do you want the villains to learn before they have to pay the ultimate price?
That's such a Christian question. In one direction and not the other. What I mean by that is, if you go around saying that white people are hateful or privileged or colonists or whatever the case may be, that's pretty hateful. If you say they're all, if you're white, you are X. you're being stereotypical and you're making a blank statement about all these people who are white. That's not going to be entertained as hate speech because of the way that our equality law has been interpreted, which is, and this is one thing that the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal said fairly recently. They said people who are white cannot be discriminated against.
Yeah, right.
They're not a protected group.
They are not a protected group.
Some people, some animals are more equal than others.
Exactly so. So this kind of law, the hate speech law, is likely to be interpreted in that way, which is, oh, you can only utter hate speech against protected groups. If you utter hate speech against those other people who are not in one of those groups,
there's no hate speech against the oppressor class.
It doesn't qualify.
And by the way, this isn't theory.
No.
This is so. In Scotland, for example, they passed this bill on the 1st of April. Of course, they did recently. In the first week of it being passed, there were more reports of hate speech than there had been in the previous several years. And the reason was that many people reported a speech given by Hamza Yusuf, the First Minister of Scotland, in which he was being openly racist against white people. And of course, this isn't considered a hate crime. And you know, it was the BBC interviewed Hamza Yusuf, where the interviewer and he himself laughed, sort of, you know, almost gratuitously. Oh, how silly! You know, people would suggest, of course, this is complete nonsense. And frankly, he said, I'm not aware of anyone who's not on the far right who would report this as hate speech. It's an absolute case of some animals are more equal than others, and the law is, I'm sure you would agree, written specifically to create that situation.
Absolutely. Shield. My name is Sterling. I'm your host. Last week there was a couple of fiascos at press conferences as the Liberals become more and more frustrated with their approach not taking hold. I mean, they should just read the story about Never Cry Wolf. They've been making promises for so long that they just think that you should accept it. And for a long time, let's be straightforward, the voting population that took time to understand where we are now, we're still locked in their youthful naivete. Now they're a little bit worked, they're a little bit tired, they're like, wait a second. It seems that all of the people who I used to call old might be onto something. Because I'm trying to live my life the way people have planned it out, and it's not going the way I want it to. I'm still living in my mother's garage and or my parents' basement, or I'm not living at all, and I'm scraping by, and I'm sharing a mattress with a guy that he works nights and I work days. I mean, the reality of the Liberal promise is that it wasn't a promise at all. It was a stall tactic. At least that's my opinion. Now they're getting a little frustrated. Now they're starting to lash out. Now they try to put their entire press machine to work. And they did a press conference on housing the other day. And I think it's hilarious what they said and what they tried to avoid saying. However, before I get into it, I would encourage you to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell. It's very important. And share this with your friends. All right. We're going to open with Justin Trudeau talking about how he's got this wonderful plan. It's an amazing plan that sounds remarkably similar to the plan that he's always had. However, let's have a listen.
It looks like they won't have the kind of life that they saw their parents and grandparents able to give them. The thing we'll do is lease public lands instead of selling them off wherever we can. Leasing public lands to partners means that public lands stays public. And an affordable home, therefore, will stay affordable. I think that's something that every level of government can get behind. For example, has more than 1,700 post offices across the country, many of them in central locations in their communities. We could build homes or apartments on top of these offices that meets the needs of communities while maintaining the services Canadians expect.
So what he said there is he's going to lease federal land to partners, which means people that he has pre-approved Liberal insiders. He's not going to, you can be sure that if the guy voted for Pierre Poilievre or he voted for the Bloc, he's not getting anywhere near the parcel of land that the Trudeau government might think that they have it. Now they're saying, oh, look, you can put a building on top of a post office, which completely and utterly indicates their lack of comprehension of how to build a home, or a house, or an apartment. Now, when he says home, he means apartment. Be clear. Don't get the picture of the sunny suburb. He wants high-density, 15-minute cities because he just loves the fact that the WEF has given him endorsement after endorsement after endorsement. What he wants to do is build the buildings on top of a post office without ever understanding that the water supply, the water removal, the parking, the issues that will arise from that are profound. Don't matter. He don't care about any of that. It doesn't affect him. He's got a private jet, goes to private islands. He doesn't care that he's making you a promise for a building that can never, ever, ever really transpire. No matter how much they buy off the city, if they get an inspector who'll tell you that that's okay, we are in a lot of trouble. Now, we'll come up to Sean Fraser, who's very excited because they're going to build a website. And this website is going to solve all the problems. Don't you know that? You know what I mean? So you'll be able to go on the website and see where all of this wonderful promises can be kept. Also, I'd like to point out that he talks about how much things have gone up in the last few years, building material, and I'm fairly certain that we can thank the Liberal government for that, right? Can't cut down a tree, not allowed to open a mine. So how do you, wood and copper and metal, these things build houses. But can't do that under the Stephen Bilbo, Justin Trudeau government. But let me allow Sean Fraser to say it in his own words.
Home building has become very expensive. The cost of land, labor, material, supplies, and interest have all gone up over the last few years, which has made it very difficult to build homes at prices that people can actually afford. First, we're establishing a land bank through the acquisition fund that the Prime Minister described a moment ago. But we're also going to be unveiling in the months ahead a new digital mapping tool that will identify all the federal parcels of land in this country with a scale that grades them according to appropriateness for home building, with details around proximity to job opportunities, access to infrastructure, proximity to transit, and other features that make them desirable to build more homes. We're also going to be pursuing a new strategy of leasing, as the Prime Minister mentioned moments ago. This is very exciting because it allows us not only to put the lands in the hands of builders who are going to build more homes, it allows us a greater degree of control over what kinds of homes are going to be built.
Now that's an important giveaway right there. What kinds of homes are going to be built? And the Prime Minister is going to say something that ties to it. I can't see it just yet, but you can do the math, I'm sure. But it's much more insidious than he just implied. That's for the fact that you can build a website that's going to tell you where these federal lands are. I got a news flash for you. Unless you get a river running through your town, there's very little federal land that's in the center of it. It's mostly municipal and provincial land in the center because the federal government controls many of the parks, controls the waterways, and they control the post office. Otherwise, it's not federal land. So this is a dream that he's telling you, right? Because if you go out of town, there's going to be much more federal land in Ottawa than there will be in, say, Red Deer. And you can appreciate that the only real federal land that they're going to have in Red Deer, that's not on the outskirts, it's not near the water. And I mean, without knowing the ins and outs of the layout of Red Deer, don't come at me, but I'm saying for all intents and purposes, we're talking about the post office and maybe the tax center, the unemployment office. But oftentimes those unemployment offices are rented out just on the end of a strip mall. So I'm not 100% sure that for all I know, it could be mistaken. The unemployment office could be a provincial jurisdiction. That is important to understand, though, because they keep talking about how they're going to lease you this land, which, like I said, I'm going to cover in a minute. And the idea that they're going to decide what can go on it and who can build it is something that you need to hear. That's a flag. That's a serious, serious problem. Because what they're just saying is, we will be the landlord, and we will decide what kind of buildings are built on that. The high density buildings that we want to put on there will be put on there no matter what, because we still own the land, it's still ours. But don't worry about it. If you partner with us, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, you'll be able to make a little bit of money, and all you got to do is provide us with the labor. You'll just be another pawn in the cog. Anyway, I'll let the Prime Minister reveal it to you in his own words.
We also know there's public land owned by municipalities and sometimes the province that is not being utilized for development because of charges or costs or just an inability within the local budget to actually get that rolling. So what we're proposing is not just moving forward on long-term leases of federal public land to developers to build that affordable housing that will be there for generations to come, but also to work with municipalities to say, if you want, we will take this unused land off of your hands. We'll pay you well for it. Many of these public lands will be unlocked for long-term co-op homes, long-term affordable rentals, and issues like that, where the long-term ownership is not an issue.
So there you heard it from his own mouth. It's going to be co-ops or long-term rentals. It's going to be things that will allow you to rent generationally. That you'll have a 5-bedroom apartment that your son can move his wife into the back room, because there will be nothing new, because we will have locked off the rest of the city. You'll be locked in like some sort of song, like the Rush song. We're going to decide what goes put on that land. And because we don't have enough federal land in any of the municipalities, what we're going to do is take hard-earned Canadian tax dollars. We're going to run up the debt, borrow more money, and we're going to offer you the city land at money for a premium of your municipal land, which we will then turn into high-density apartment buildings. He's not trying to build you a solution. He's not even trying to build you something that you can buy. He's not trying to create generational wealth. He's trying to create generational servitude. He's trying to create you to be constantly having to pay his partner friends the rent every month. And then you have to pay that partner's children the rent. And the next thing you know, the guy that owns the partner will be expecting you to call him Lord. Will expecting you to call them Lady. Will be expecting you to never look them directly in the eye. It'll be all of a sudden who will be living in the dark ages, when they owned all the land, the upper crust owned all the land, and nobody had any rights to do anything. That's what he's describing. That's the kind of utopia that he has in his head. He's going to just take municipal land, put high density buildings on it, force everyone to get, because everybody's desperate, jam everybody in there. And he's going to do it on a shoestring because, he doesn't want to spend any money of his own. He's going to make it seem like he's doing you a favor, and he's going to make all of the Canadians pay for it. So we're now going to be paying municipalities for their land, and then we're going to be paying private companies to build it, while they take the money and put it in their pocket. Right here, I'll let you hear the last. I'll let Justin Trudeau leave you with this thought.
I think what Canadians will also do, though, is take a careful look not just at who is reflecting back some of the very real frustrations people are facing, but who is able to solve it.
That's a good question. When you look at that crew of people, are you struck? Are you overwhelmed with the sense that they are going to solve these problems that they have created? Are you telling yourself that you never want your grandchildren to do anything but live in the same apartment that you lived in? Because that's what will happen, right? They'll say, we know this. There's so many countries where it's happened. And then you end up 3 generations, and 1 generation passes, and that's how you end up living your life over and over and over and over. While they fly private jets and go golfing and go swimming in all the beaches that you're not allowed to go to, can't get to. There's no way. I'm not telling you anything that you can't Google. I'm not telling you anything that there are people listening to right now who can know that that's what they grew up in. So you ask yourself, Mr. President, Prime Minister Trudeau, do you think that they are the ones who can solve this problem? Me, I have my opinion on the matter. All right, I'm gonna wrap here.
Chute de cheveux, pas besoin d'endurer ça. Depuis des semaines, je teste la gamme triphasique de René Courteval pour la perte de cheveux réactionnelle.
Yes.
Yeah. Just one last question, Julie. I get asked this all the time. Why on earth did governments around the world go for this ludicrously new genetic product rather than a tried and tested antigenic vaccine?
Yeah, well, see, I've been trying to work that out for quite some time because.
So have I.
Like we know
there's something weird going on here,
isn't there? Yeah, there is a lot. I had a long discussion with Dr. Lisa Johnson over the weekend. She also contributed for our COVID-19 Royal Commission terms of reference, proposed references. And she's very, very knowledgeable in the area of transhumanism. And I was reading 4 manuscripts that she's getting ready to publish in that area. And the decades of industrial military research and money that's been going into transhumanism dating back into, indeed, the 60s. So Peter McCulloch, in one of his lectures, points out that this wasn't new. DARPA, through the GEP project, 10 years prior to 2020, had already put it up on their board saying, we are going to develop modRNA products which can be rolled out super quick within 1 year as a medical countermeasure. Right? So there was nothing new about it. They always knew about this sort of technology platform, but they weren't able to safely deploy it. What they did on this occasion was they had politicians spruiking it was safe, even though it was anything but. So there's been a lot of pre-planning going back decades, and it appears to be a military-industrial complex thing, I'll just say thing, to get people to take this new technology platform. Now, we all know about the Wuhan lab, and Zheng Li was called the Bat Lady, okay, and she's one of the chief scientists. Now, I don't think she's the bad person, everybody. I think she's just a straight-up scientist who was doing jobs commanded of her. You know, she was Communist China, for Christ's sake. She gets orders, not suggestions. But she and her team actually identified very, very clearly SARS-CoV-2 virus in February of 2020 and released a paper published in March. Yes, in March of 2020 saying, yep, we've seen it. This isn't really a big deal virus. And all it requires is a very, very safe, indeed it was safe, nasal spray with this such and such protein in it. And I did the research on this protein for this nasal spray. and super harmless to humans. You know, we're talking about ivermectin safety type stuff. This compound's been around for decades and decades. And her team said, look, the world's got nothing to fear. They just need to take, you know, a pump of this, maybe once or twice a day. They can be used as a preventative and also an early treatment. And no one has anything to worry about. Okay, there's no threat. That paper was buried. And then you get other people like Pierre Corey, without the benefit of that paper, and Peter McCullough come out and say, we're thinking hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin in different combinations. And I was there in 2020 hearing their messages, but that was beaten down, horse-paced. We know the controversy. It was shot down. It was shut down in our country as well. TGA, essentially.
And still is being.
Yes. And so there was just this, by all costs, it must be these drugs and nothing else. And so there was this determination. This wasn't just for profiting. Like we know that Bill Gates, for instance, invested $55 million and made something like $1.5 billion in the result. Yes. Well, he was invited in late 2019 to purchase an incredible quantity of Moderna shares. Very good.
Our Prime Minister was in a trust fund in 2013.
Yes.
$500 million worth, $500 million worth of Moderna. A very far-sighted investor, it must be said.
Well, yeah. I'll call his spade a spade. He got an inside tip. It's called insider trading. But my point is, when you look at characters like Bill Gates, he didn't need the money whatsoever. Absolutely didn't need the money. And it's like, he was there behind the marketing push to get all these regulators to just kill off ivermectin, kill off hydroxychloroquine. We've got to have the populations take this stuff. Not for money. They've just got to take this stuff. What's the reasoning? Hey, we've just opened up a pretty disgusting chest of secrets here today. They knew about the reverse transcription. They knew about the DNA contamination. They knew these things. We can show this, John. They knew about it. They wanted these genetic, unnecessary materials into people. As Kevin McKernan was saying in a Twitter conversation, somebody observed, it's like, well, why didn't they just, instead of DNA and mod RNA, why didn't they just make the spike protein itself?
As they did in China. No one in China's had an mRNA vaccine.
That's right.
Really?
They didn't. Why did people get injected with mod RNA when they only needed to give us the final product, the actual spike protein?
And why did the Chinese government have sufficient insight to import, as far as I know, 0 doses of mRNA vaccine?
That's right.
Their own antigen vaccine.
Kevin McKernan went one step further and he said, the population only perhaps needed spike protein, but it didn't even need to be wrapped in a lipid nanoparticle and biodistributed. It only needed to be in a nasal spray in terms of delivery mechanism. Okay? And when you talk about the Chinese got this whole theatre going through all their fall-over people videos that scared the world in early 2020, and we subsequently found out that they were all staged. They were actors. And the Chinese government didn't step in once to say, oh no, these are just actors. They're just trying to scare you. They didn't go on and do that. They helped proliferate those videos. And then, as you point out, they said no to the solution that was given to the Western world. So this was something that was geared with Chinese. And so I'd have my further view saying, look, China's the biggest creditor in the world. It can't afford to crash the market with its US bonds, but it can go to its biggest debtor and say, help us slip some genetic material into your population because we want to see what happens and we also want to kill some of you. Because that's what's happened, John. We've had untold millions of deaths because of this product rollout of these mod RNA products as well as the AstraZeneca mode of action. Undeniable millions of deaths and undeniable countless further millions of injured people. And now we've got looming frontier of what's this genetic integration going to do. And just to be clear, yes, we do get the genetic diseases sort of immediately, and they'll continue to unravel because these things don't immediately trigger disease. They take a while for genetic diseases to get up to steam. Sometimes it takes 3 to 5 years for the final manifestation in terms of disease and illness to be seen in individuals. But when it comes to germline integration with ovaries and testes, you see that in the next proper full-blown generations, those that make it to term indeed, because this stuff really does pose a jeopardy to the ability to sustain life anyway. But the next round, the geneticists who are looking at the same material that we are saying, look, that's where we're going to see some massive impact. And what we are now responsible for doing is when we see, assuming we do see that genetic impact manifested in the next generations, we have to keep everyone's memory clear and say this isn't just spontaneous. It goes back to something that occurred in 2021. Millions of people were asked to take these things and fall to them.
Julian, we're going to put links to your sites, your publications underneath this. There'll also be a donation sign for legal expenses in the UK. And I know you've been working flat out, and that's an understatement, for about 3 years now without getting paid for this. So, I mean, your service to the Australian people and the people of the world is truly impressive. And
well,
thank you for doing that.
And these are the rewards, is to share the critical information with persons like yourself, because my work means nothing unless it's shared and understood. And you're such a fine educator, Dr. So this is payment.
That's lovely.
Let's hope it gets out there.
That's great.
We might need to put this out in bits. We'll have to see. There's been, shall we say, I've had recent distribution difficulties, shall we say.
Yes, I think I understand.
With some recent videos. But the attempt will be a noble one.
Okay.
And there's more we need to talk about, Julian, but for now, thank you very much. It's good evening from me. It's good morning from you.
Good morning from me. And good evening to you.
And we'll talk again soon. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Why?
All right, well, the World Health Organization has made major changes to their pandemic treaty, so it's not the power grab that we've been freaking out about. It's still a power grab. I'm still freaking out, but less. So I'm not going to call this a win. I'm going to call it progress, because at least the WHO knew that we were hip to their plan to usurp sovereignty of all member nations. They're not trying to do that, but they still are trying to grab power. So at least they were listening. They're like, oh, our evil plan's been thwarted. We better dial down the evil. But I'm still dead set against it, and for various reasons. But let's at least remind ourselves what we were the most afraid of, is that this was a document that the WHO was trying to pass that would give them the power to implement pandemic measures such as lockdowns, vaccines, and other treatments. And it would mandate population censorship and surveillance and give the WHO the power to declare anything they wanted a pandemic risk and then say, oh, change that. So, for instance, the way you grow your tomatoes, the way you eat local meat, all of that stuff, they could say, oh, pandemic risk, we're taking it. That was what the original document said. This is not me extrapolated. It was written. Now, the vote is due on this in the next couple of months, and they were supposed to provide a draft version at least 4 months in advance so that politicians could read it, but they didn't. They were unforgivably late. They published it this week, and we're at the end of April right now. A vote is supposed to happen in May. So are they trying to just slip things in? Well, it's a much shorter document, so at least politicians can be expected to read it. Let's go over it. Here it is. You can see published 2024 proposal for WHO pandemic agreement. Now, we linked you to it in the newsletter today, redacted.inc, so you can and should find it for yourself. We're going to look at it, but first I want to say that I don't think any government or organization should defer to this group, the WHO, period. They are sovereign. Read this. That's what they are. When it was found out that they did let their doctors and staff basically act as a brothel in the Congo, they investigated themselves and then paid victims $250 each, but only if they went to classes. Please, I beg you to watch this video that we did on this Congo scandal and the WHO. Because you will learn all about it and learn exactly why they were never punished for this. And in fact, they are out of reach from punishment because they are sovereign. This is not the organization that should be making rules for the world. It's bad enough that YouTube defaults to the WHO in terms of their policy, meaning that we here on Redacted on YouTube cannot say anything that contradicts any health conditions and substances or guidances from the WHO. Even though the WHO got a lot wrong during the COVID-19 pandemic, including masking, which is so funny because if you now today go to the WHO's page for their guidance on masks, it says this. Take a look. It says masks may provide protection, even though there's a lot of data showing that this is not true and that masking is not a neutral act. In fact, it can harm people. Here's just one of many examples of the WHO not following the medical research. But if we can put that screen back up, take a look at what it says there in orange. It's hard to see. It says this page is no longer being updated. It remains live for reference purposes only. That says to me that they know they were wrong about masks, but they won't update it with the most current research. So they'll leave it as it is in case they want to implement masking again. Don't you think that's unconscionable? Is this the group? We're putting our eggs in this basket? All this to say that the WHO sucks. They should not be given any other power inside of any government or business, but they are still trying. So again, let's go back to the document. The most important part that they removed is the non-binding language. So before it said, your government, I don't know, Ireland, the UK, the United States, you sign here, what we say is now binding. They have removed that. So that's good, but it is very hard to get out. I'm going to show you that in a second. They still make the argument, though, that countries need to work together to manage and prevent pandemics. And this is the language here that gives me a stomachache that's still in there. I realize this is hard screenshot for you to see, so you can screenshot this and zoom in if you want, but what they're saying is that pandemic prevention and public health surveillance is still important. So they need all member states collaborative surveillance. I don't like that word. And they still give themselves the power to decide anything is a risk of a pandemic. You see at the bottom, they say the parties recognize that environmental, climatic, social, anthropogenic, and economic factors increase the risk of pandemics and endeavors to identify these factors and take them into consideration in the development and implementation of relevant policies, strategies, and measures in the international regional levels. So basically, they are saying they can adapt necessary guidelines, recommendations, and standards about everything. So, okay, something that's environmental concern, something they think is a social concern, we need to be watching that, surveying it, and if we decide that it's a risk, then we can change it. We can change what that land is used. So they could, again, decide that livestock farming is a risk, or any other food farm, or a business is a climate change exacerbator, and they could that maybe could make it sick, and then they say we need to shut those things down. They drive this home with the idea of One Health. They say that each country's farming practice basically is everyone's business because the world has the right to One Health. It says in order to promote One Health approach for pandemic preparedness, recognizing the interconnection between people, animals, and environment that is coherent, integrated, coordinated, and collaborated. So what they're saying is they want to implement regular reviewing practices of reviewing national policies and strategies. So you have to submit to this as a country. And each country will agree to regular reviews of its animals. But look at the last one there, C, saying that they have to send in some trainers or educators to make sure that countries are doing the things that they want. Okay, can we make sure that those trainers and educators not be rapists? How do we?
They should change that wording too to re-educators. That's like re-education camp, because it's like they're re-educating what they've already been doing for possibly centuries.
Right. How do we assure though that we get a rate-free WHO staff this time? Congo didn't get that. I'm just curious. It's not in their paperwork here, given that that's what happened in Africa.
Maybe in their hiring, when they go through the hiring, like on your application to hire, your resume.
Yeah.
That should be something like a checkbox that they have to check now.
Check a box like what 1 to 10. Where are you on the rate situation?
Yeah.
1 to 10.
Rates have you done in your life?
I'm not sure you're aware. We have a little bit of a history with this problem here at our company. Just curious, where do you come down on that as a potential employee of our company?
Right. Okay, so let's say there's a woman who's poor and has children and she's single. Do you make her have sex with you in order to get the job? Yes or no? No. The answer is no. We're supposed to not be doing that.
Is that wrong? Should I not have done that?
That's exactly what they did in Congo. Okay. Here's another thing that I do not like in this treaty. They want each country to make sure that the laws in that country allow the WHO to make emergency declarations. Now let's take a look at this and tell me what this says to you. Does this say to you that they want to make sure that if they take your freedoms away, the laws allow it? Look at this Article 14, regulatory strengthening, that each party, that means country, shall take steps to ensure that it has the legal, administrative, and financial frameworks in place to support emergency regulatory authorization for effective and timely approval of pandemic-related health products during a pandemic. And then look before, each party shall strengthen rapid alert systems against substandard and falsified pandemic-related health. This says to me, they want to make sure they have the right to implement whatever they want, and that there should not be any local laws
like the whole
that
collecting their
stop
data
them.
thing.
Anybody else read it that way? Philip? David?
Yeah,
No?
I mean, definitely.
So now they can start collecting your data
They don't want sovereign
to use
power,
against
so of
you
course, if
in
they
a court
can
of law.
sidestep any local laws,
But anything that they
this is
previously
what
collected
we're
on
handing
you
over to the
up to this
Right,
point
so
is
they're
yours.
saying, if there's, so consider the law that we went over in Louisiana that said the WHO shall not implement anything in Louisiana.
Right, exactly.
Right, so what they're saying is that we need to go through your local ordinances, and if there's anything there that says you can't implement a lockdown, you can't have vaccine mandates, or you can't have any kind of forced medical examinations, anything like that, forced testing, that we need to make sure we strip those out of your laws so that we have the right to put in any emergency that we want and any plan that we'd like. One thing though, remember this placeholder that was in the draft last year where they had not defined these things yet, like potential for a pathogen or One Health surveillance or interpandemic or infodemic? Well, the infodemic was the thing that I really was worried about. Keeps me up at night, I'll admit. And interpandemic. But they never defined it in this document. They left it out altogether. Now remember that this was from a previous WHO document that defined an infodemic as an overabundance of information, even accurate information, that made it difficult for individuals to adopt behaviors that basically the WHO wanted. So even if you were getting accurate information about the risks of vaccines, that made it hard for them to put a vaccine in you. So that was an infodemic, true information about a certain vaccine. You might know what I'm talking about. Well, infodemic is gone, at least from this document, but the spirit of it is there with what they call communication and public. What they want to do is strengthen science, public health, and pandemic literacy. So they want to educate you, and you can hear that I'm putting educate in quotes here, to what they want you to know. Also, they want to conduct research to inform policies on factors that hinder or strengthen adherence to public health and social measures. So they want to find out why you might be hesitant to do what they want. Research those things. They didn't say stop it, but they want to research it and educate you exactly how they want to. And
So that means
go ahead.
they're going to start going into the grade schools and everything, and we're going to see a big push for reefer madness again. You guys ever see that?
Yes.
You know, that kind of thing. Those propaganda films that are going to tell kids, okay, kids, here, your parents aren't on board with this probably, but this is important for the world to believe these things. Indoctrination.
Okay. That's literally in 1984. You tell on your parents. Like the neighbor goes to jail because his daughter supports him. Okay. And who will pay for this? Well, the WHO will decide what you pay. It's like omakase. You know what that is? The Japanese meal. Is that what you call it, Filipino? Where you like they just bring out whatever they decide you're going to eat, and then the bill is really expensive because they've decided. I think that's what it's called. That's basically how we will sign up for that. Can you look that up? Is it omakase? I'm pretty sure. Anyway, just like it's not.
Right.
So what they're saying here is they're going to look into your country's budget, decide, they're going to conduct relevant needs and gaps. So they'll just look, what does the United States have? This is what they can afford. Okay, great. This is what we're going to charge you. They will
Right, by
decide.
the way.
It's omakase.
Omakase.
Yeah, literally means I'll leave it up to you. Commonly used when dining at a Japanese restaurant, where the customer leaves it up to the chef to decide. Like when eating at Morimoto in Philadelphia.
Yeah, this is
He just would make whatever he would.
this is like what you don't want to go out with your friends because then you end up with like a $500 bill. And you're like, how did this happen? And I ate 5 things.
Could you imagine if every like fast food, McDonald's, all that did that? You just walk in and they hand you a bag and it's like, thank you. You just walk out like,
Right.
I don't wonder what I got today.
The McPlant.
Yeah.
I know what the McPlant. What kind of garbage is this?
And it's $150.
Yeah.
That it's basically the WHO is omakase for nation states. So if it will go on your tax bills. Who knows what it costs? They did not give us a budget. Now, this treaty is a 5-year agreement, and it's set to be revised every 5 years. But if your country wants to withdraw, so let's say you're Canada, Justin Trudeau signs the document, but then you vote in Pierre Poilievre, and he wants to withdraw from the WHO pandemic treaty. He can only do so 2 years after it was signed into law, and your withdrawal takes a full year. So take a look at these terms. Is that withdraw only 2 years from the date that it was signed, and the withdrawal takes 1 year from the date of receipt. So you're in it for at least 3 years, no matter what. You can only get out. It's like a gym membership. You can't. Thanks for that notice that you're leaving. You're on the hook for another full year.
What I want to know is, does the WHO have their own military? Because if not, then get banned. I'll leave when I want to. What are you going to do? Okay. Come at me, bro.
I don't know. They must have some kind of secret janitary army. I don't know. And again, if your country agrees to it, here are the dates that they will sign it, that it will get kicked off is June 17th, and this World Health Assembly in June. Thereafter, the United Nations.
Hey! I have something for you.
July of 2025. So TikTok, you guys, this is coming. So all of these edits, are they a ploy to get countries that are against this to buy into it? such as we should ask these leaders who have spoken out against it. Here is Robert Fico, the new prime minister of Slovakia, who recently said Slovakia will absolutely not be signing any pandemic treaty. Watch.
Že Smer Slovenská sociálna demokracia nebude podporovať posilnenie Svetovej zdravotníckej organizácie na úkor suverénnych štátov pri riadení boja proti pandémiám. Poviem to, že takýto nezmysel môžu vymyslieť len nenažraté farmaceutické firmy, ktoré začali vnímať odpor povinnej vakcinácii. Podľa ústavy Slovenskej republiky platnosť takýchto medzinárodných dohôd v prospech Svetovej zdravotníckej organizácie vyžaduje súhlas Národnej rady Slovenskej republiky. A ja neverím, že suverénne slovenské politické strany takýto súhlas vyslovia. Smer a jeho poslanci určite nie.
Okay, now New Zealand, Mr. Ron Winston Peters has also spoken out, indicating he is not on board with this post here. Also in Japan, there have been massive rallies in the last few weeks, even against the WHO, and these have been peacefully organized.
Dog.
Oh, baby.
I thought you were gonna have a dog.
And the t-shirt.
No, not a kitchen. It's too small.
Upstairs.
Okay.
Do you have a brick wall upstairs?
What?
You have a brick wall anymore?
No, why?
It's only the stairs downstairs. That was a brick
Get
wall.
painted brick though.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Okay, so do we leave it for now?
Yeah. I'll finish the basement. I'm done doing dishes. I did a bunch of dishes. Enough?
Yes.
I'm gonna pee on the floor. This fucking belt. Hi, Jack.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm gonna pee.
Gotta pee on the floor. Gotta pee on the. I'm gonna start. Turn around.
Is it super heavy?
No,
Oh. Go. Oh my god! Look at that.
In the truck.
Did you look at that?
No, I brought it for you. Because there's tar, so we get one. It's a TY.
Yeah, it's magic.
Oh, you know it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in.
Yeah.
You know magic then. Baby.
Yeah! Victoria was telling me about them.
What?
Yeah!
Whoa! That's a little much. Like, okay, $15 when you go at the fucking Blockbuster whenever you buy one. But, I'm sorry, Jack. You gave me the big tool. I don't need this shit anymore.
Your little. Jack. What?
What?
Because my joint was in my cigarette. All my cigarette tasted like weed.
Oh.
Without the sweet satisfaction of getting me high. I need a pee.
What? I'm pooping though.
Oh, I'm gonna feel that. You're a squirrel. Oh, I forgot my boots in the truck. Oh.
I was actually gonna cook eggs. Make sandwiches, okay?
Yeah.
Cook some eggs.
I told you that. You didn't believe me. Baby, I love you. What? Yeah. I'm a star. Look at your face. Look at your face. Oh, little face. Oh. I will be. No, you will when you come back. When you come back. When you come back. Oh, she makes it bad. Oh, she makes it bad. Oh, she makes it bad. Oh, you make it bad. Oh, you make it bad. Huh?
Let's fall over.
Thank you. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Mm.
I think I want.
Oops.
It's
getting tight in there.
Yeah, I see what you want.
What did you want?
What do we want? Quack.
Quack.
Okay.
We get up, it's me. And I come back from work and it's me. And then every time it's me.
It's like a Muppet.
Yeah.
Run to the dollar store again, can't.
Running? Like you're not gonna use the car?
I'm gonna punch you in the 10.
Yeah, not this one, please. I'm feeling better today. I think I pulled a muscle in the pectoral. It's weird. What kind of thing that happens easily. Told you it was gonna be a short day. Yay. Huh? shower, but I need a piece of thing. You tell you put it in the truck. I'm like, yeah, it might be in the blue truck there. He's like, yeah, the garage is closed for the weekend. I'm like, are you serious? Well, I need resin stuff. So he goes to Home Depot to buy resin stuff. There's no resin stuff. Last time we go to buy pieces of wood, no pieces of wood that we need. I'm like, you have 60 different kinds of pieces of wood, and you don't have 1x4 or 1x4x6. You're serious? 1x3s? I'm like, I said 1x4. Like, buy whatever you want, but 1x4 buy whatever you want, not 1x3. Oh, sorry. The next week we're gonna go. Today.
Good.
It's just a whole fucking chimney. Like, this is bullshit, Derek. Like, let's put the old one on and just put the new pieces on. Like, okay. We put the old one on with the new pieces on so it looks like brand new. Fuck that. This thing's already fit to this thing. Okay. It's like, I don't want there anymore. I'm like, oh, okay. There's a bird landing right on it. I'm like, ooh, I hope we didn't just block up like a nest.
Did you even look before you did?
No, it's a chimney.
I've known a lot of birds go into people's chimneys. Be in their fireplace. No?
Yeah. I really hope.
We're gonna suffocate to death.
I won't be able to get out.
Exactly, you're gonna suffocate to death. You're gonna suffocate them, strike.
Next year he opens this fucking thing. What's gonna happen? Well, babies are gonna hatch with no mother. Oh, that's even worse.
I looked up how long it takes an egg to hatch.
Yeah?
20 days. That thing's already dead.
Yeah, it is dead.
How do you know? Well, Nemo was cracked. Nemo still lived.
Who?
Nemo from Finding Nemo.
You haven't found it.
His egg was cracked.
Oh, yeah. True. Well, he's not super smart, is he?
No, not super smart. Hi. Okay, I'm going. I'm gonna make them peanuts. I don't eat all my peanut butter.
There's the bag of the Definar's what, $7? It's $6.49. It's $6.47 at the
Grocery store.
at the grocery store. So it's $7 here.
Well, Walmart has a big bag. The last was like 3 days. And
The peanuts are broken in that.
so what do I do?
Look at him, he's laying down. What the fuck? Hi. You chilling? Like,
Idris.
chilling.
It was warm, probably.
You get like that. Nothing like her food.
Super cup.
Hi.
I was just lazy this morning, so I left. Wait, I want to put a shirt before I get out. The recycling box.
Mm-hmm.
I was lazy,
Mm-hmm.
and I left it on the other side of that door.
Ah.
I'm so happy when I come back home.
Why?
Well, because first we live here.
Yeah.
Second, we live here.
Oh, go on.
No, I mean we live here, and then we live here, and then we live here.
Your Nick?
So as a family has the house, and then
You
you
have black all over your face.
Oh. My black? What? I wanted the black card.
Ah! Carl. What?
Oh, upstairs, that's true. Am I brain dead? I need coffee.
Want to make coffee?
Yes, please. That's my morning cup. You make coffee, Jeff?
Yes.
Jack, where are you going? Hey. I did the same thing the other way around to get to the fridge. Oh, nice. That's a cool trick. You can like roll it. What? Super cool.
Super smart. Ah!
Yeah, Jack, no, good boy. Do the dance.
Do the dance. Wait. Let go.
Do the dance, Jacko. Oh. What's your face? Huh? What's your face? Yeah, your face. Yeah. The one that looks like a butt. Yeah. It's a butt face. Yeah, you. I'm good at this.
Wait.
Freaking-
I'm good at this shit.
Yeah, no, the more I think about it, I'm good at this shit. Because today, oh my god, Garrett was asking me a bunch of questions about everything in the warehouse. He's like, okay, what is this and what is it for? And I go, this is for that, for this, and that. And they go, what is this? I'm like, this is for that, and this, and that. Never used it, never will. Like, this and that, okay, this is for that. And I'm like, holy shit, I know so much stuff.
I know so much stuff.
Like, I know stuff that I don't even know I know. I never think of it, but then when somebody asks the question, I reflect on it and like, oh yeah, I do know that. And boom, 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 boom. But when did I learn this shit? I don't know. Pick it up on the way?
Yeah, that's what I was saying to you the other day. You know a lot of shit about a lot of stuff for absolutely no reason other than it was just like.
You know what I like to say? I know everything about everything on everything. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't serve me at all.
No, you have no reason to know that. Like, you have no reason to know these things other than to, like, please your stupid curiosity.
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
That's how I keep my brain occupied, I guess.
Well, actually, I was listening to something about Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
And the best way to prevent Alzheimer's is to, like, keep using your brain.
Holy fuck.
And,
I'm
like,
good.
when you lose your curiosity,
That's when you lose your
that's
capacity.
when you start losing your
No, that makes a lot of sense.
that recently
Because it's
has
boring,
been
so you're not using it as much anymore.
because I keep hearing stupid things about Alzheimer's that like
If it gets you up remembering things, your brain will
they'll make it up.
happen.
Yeah.
They'll make it happen that you don't have to remember things and your brain just don't. So you're not bothered by that. It's like kind of survival instinct of your brain.
Yeah. But I think me and you've already gone to that insanity point, maybe. I don't know. You more than I. Oh god.
It's okay. You're very blonde though. Very, very blonde.
Fix it.
It's okay, I guess this is green. That makes it better. Oh, God.
Ah. Ugh. Better. Oh, it's really funny. There's a bunch of like Palestine fucking protests, whatever.
Uh-huh.
And there's a bunch of Jewish people. What are they? Ramadan?
No, that's Muslim.
Passover or something like that.
24 days.
It's happening this week.
Ramadan?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Maybe it's Passover.
No, it's done already. Iran attacked Israel as soon as Ramadan was over.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because there's no war in Ramadan. They don't even eat.
There's a bunch of Palestinians doing like the Jewish like dance that they do at weddings.
The
Yeah, the big circle dance.
Yeah.
It's really funny. You need your sandwich.
I ate a bite. Like about now would be the time where I would eat my sandwich. Anyways, what?
2 o'clock, past 2 o'clock already. Fuck, it's supposed to rain tomorrow?
Supposed to be what?
Fuck, it's supposed to rain tomorrow?
Oh, lame.
Well, yeah. It's supposed to go under that crown.
Why did you go do it today then?
Right? It's not dry.
What's that?
That's me at work.
Oh, look at you. You're such a nerd.
What?
Such a nerd.
Well, see, that's the square of the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And it has to be something in wood like that. And it looks like that. And then the end closes. And some are sticking out. Take my pen and do some thinking.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the kind of thing I fucking love. Like, Derek's like, here's some pens, 3 pens, here's a book. You have to take notes, measurements, everything. You can have that. That's the 50 glasses. Like, oh yeah, take 50 glasses. If this other guy, Stefan, he's not going to be the main employee because he's not there. So I kind of took his place now. Even if I don't have the experience, I pick up the experience fast.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I know, I'm smiling. I want to overview my stuff. Your voice goes in my head. Stop squeezing your chair. Must you?
We'll bring my chair.
Huh?
We'll bring my chair.
Yeah.
It's gonna be funny stuff.
I'm so uncomfortable on that chair.
What chair?
This one. Like the one sitting around watching my stuff. I don't even know why I do this.
There's other chairs. Can I help you?
Yeah, can we help you? Hey, Jack. They make a site like World Wide Web, helpjack.com. Started. Sir, can we help you, sir? I want something so I can snuff it. Mom! He thinks he's a cow.
Mom. Mom.
Okay.
Mom.
Eat your food. Eat your food. Upstairs?
Yeah.
There's space in
Aren't you with me?
Not upstairs.
What happened to you? What happened? Dragons and Nero. What? Move. Oh, I brought you nuts and bolts.
Yeah?
To go through like
What?
fix my thing.
Oh yeah. Tell it, Jack. Tell it. Get on by that, you are.
Yeah.
So by that, Jack. What are you barking at me? Woof. 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 Guess what?
What?
Woof. Stupid. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. Is that so?
Okay.
No! Bird!
Need milk?
Yeah. Me.
What?
Because look how stupid he is. He pushed the ball there, but he cannot go through the thing. He freaks out instead of going around it. We have to go around it, Jack. See? There you go.
Not working out. Very good. Yes. Why are you woofing?
Thanks for bringing me back. Where was I?
Somewhere. Yeah. Oh my god, Jacko! I can hear the piano echoing. When the timer goes off, take the eggs off.
Of the.
Yeah.
Bobby.
You don't
get cigarettes.
You want to get cigarettes?
Well, they're free. Do you want to go to She?
Not really.
I just kept bringing money with me in case I fucking buy materials. Something happens. But I guess he sent money to the guys.
What?
How many bodies?
I have some blanket full on them. Oh, okay. Jack, hey. Okay. Relax. Hey, relax.
You won.
Huh. Under your pants.
Sorry.
Well, relax. Fucking spaz.
Chill, bro. Chill. Oh, and Derek told me, yes, I'm doing a lot of YouTube videos for new tools that could be good for grinding stuff. And he shows me a few things. I'm like, oh my God, that thing exists. Like, well, yeah, the guy's got like a little hose with the vacuum on it, so you don't even have to wear a mask or glasses because there's no dust at all. You're not scared of fucking up the brick at all. And I'm like, what? So you can put a total newbie on that, and then you would be fine. It's great.
They're great. What? Adrian.
Adrian. You know that it's easier to swallow if you put your head down than up?
Probably not.
Yeah, because it does this instead of going up. Anyway, anywho, who cares? Eh?
Okay, I'll be back. Love you. Alright, come here. You think of it, you can nap on it. No?
Maybe Mayweather's
It was?
and some cereals if it's any good.
Cereal?
For you.
Cereal?
Yeah.
Well, the one I got to try, but it hasn't been there.
Oh. Yeah, she's going. She's going.
Forever and ever. Never coming back.
No. So I made you coffee, there's eggs, and I'm never coming back.
Well, for smokes.
You are. Damn.
I left you some change for make a long distance call.
I think you think funny.
Yes.
It is though.
Hey, Jack. Yeah. No. Wow. 40 seconds. 47 seconds. Are you doing it? Yeah, okay. Okay. I'll be right here.
Keys. Obviously, it's a person.
I'm sorry.
Well, to me. Come.
Oh. Sorry, I'm stupid.
I love you anyway.
Love you, baby. Save, come back to me.
find anything interesting.
Great job cleaning up. The Raiders destroyed so much. But not our spirits. Ready? When my mother died, what happened to her viewpoint? He was buried with her. How are you so sure? Because I buried her myself. Me and your father. Where are we?
We'll be alright.
What is this place?
You're in the best place in the world.
You realize that you've been mine. Yes, darling. The audience, they want to see. Good man as yourself. Sure, these are the right thing.
Why can't you move?
Someone's stolen my fusing cord. What do you suggest?
We travel together. Get the head, take it to the publisher. In exchange, you'll lend me the services for your nights to save my father.
You know, I've never done an advertisement before in my life.
I wonder if anyone survived.
I did. Lucy! Where are we?
You're in the best place in the world. Fair enough.
Oh. Hello, Bear. Yep, it's me, Cooper Howard. Star, stage, and screen. I'm not here today to talk to you about my latest picture. No, today I'm here to show you a vast, wonderful place. Not made by God Almighty, but a working man. A veritable Camelot, the nuclear age. Now, how about we do it tonight?
these underground birds comes with all the modern amenities you come to expect from our brick-and-mortar public. Now this corridor here is Sycamore Street, where you'll wave howdy to any one of your 200 neighbors on your way home for an enchanted evening with your loved ones. Meet the Hawthorns. Now this isn't just your average all-American family. No, Lloyd and Cassandra here are both scientists, specializing in the effects of radiation on human DNA.
That's right. And we'll be living and working right here in Vault 4, leading a community governed entirely by scientists.
Wait a second, did you say living nuclear? Well, there hasn't been a nuclear incident, has there?
No, not yet. But our family and a group of 80 volunteers will be conducting a 5-year trial of Vault 4 to demonstrate to the world that no matter what comes our way, America will be ready.
5 years. Well, I may play a hero in the movies, but you already see real life. And now you can be a hero too, by purchasing a residence in Vault 10 Vault 8. Because if the worst should happen tomorrow, the world is going to need Americans just like you to build a better day after. That's right, Tony. Happy? Fellas, are you happy? All right, here I'm right. I'll be. Yeah, really love it. Thanks. Mr. Howard, great working day. Thanks. Well, yeah, sometimes we see in Southern California operations. I came over to Vault Tech in Q3 under Kenny's in West Tech. West Tech? It's a contract. Oh, I'm very familiar with you guys. You just had a T-45 power armor, your first of its kind. I oversaw the rollout. The design was not really you were supplied. I wanted T-45 and almost lost the great state of Alaska to the Brits. Those design flaws of yours cost a lot of good men and women their lives. Yeah, product management was never my background. Focused on HR R&D now. Overseeing workflow optimization, management timelines, all about scale. Most people think scale means increasing more share. That's the three dimensions I'm talking about before. Because we're the ultimate weapon to destroy your competition. It's not how smart them. It's time. Time is the ultimate weapon. It sounds complicated, but the future of what we got comes out of the word. It's management. Well, I'm all happy for you, Buck. Mud acids. Colleagues here. What do you say? In fact, a couple of beanie colleagues voted for war. So the high fun. There is HVAC. Well, a wrap party for this. All right, we can go for a couple of hours. Shake a few hands. The things I wanted to do for you never cease to amaze me. Was it out? I'm sorry we can't come, buddy. Now you're in enemy territory. Yeah, I looked over too. It's my little dog. Beautiful.
ready to serve. Perhaps when you finish your shift, we could head up party in the hot tub. What do you think of that? Oh, no. No. Right. Shit, Seagrass. You might be the only one of my invites who actually showed up. I usually see how they do that. No, it's not. Hollywood actor friends, I want to be seen celebrating with the pitch man to the end of the world. You on the hand? Carol lost the wheel in his hand. Yeah, sure upset. I can come out of your trailers. Like Lewis said, it was on moral grounds. Only Lewis? She's done more ads than a fucking billboard. Fucking Hollywood rats. I'm telling you, Bad Elizabeth sweeping through Hollywood like a bad case of the bat. Even got your friend Charlie White knife. Are you kidding me, Charlie? I serve with her. You have meetings and everything. It's a shit show. You might. which way the wind is blowing. And it's that. A world run by people who wear pocket protectors to a full blast. Yeah, you might be right about that. I mean, I did my bits in the same gravy train. Sell my vocal rights to that spinning robot they sell to housewives and perverts. Guess how much they paid me for that? Tonight? No, I got 186 pre-tax. Maybe you could ask for more. I did ask for more. What did they say? My agent got me to throw in one of those robots. Every time I walk into my own house, my own voice saying, "Hello, sir, do you want to sit down?" It's fucking awful. I bought the studio. They did, and then Rocco bought the studio. Listen to me. Hollywood is the past. Forget Hollywood. The future, my friend, is products. You're a product, I'm a product. The world is a product. For those of us who can successfully embrace that, I say the future is golden. To the future. To the future. But don't let me talk to us. I'm never ready to go.
Hello there, boys. Are y'all here for the ice cream social? I'm afraid I got some bad news for you.
Let's get shall we? Wait. Take his fusion core. That's not enough fun. I'm running a general atomic synthesis. Oh, ain't nothing keeping it business. That's illegal around these parties. So, the government.
Teeth for ammunition. Always finding new ways to kill each other apparently. We'll need an environment.
I know you mentioned you're eager to keep moving, but your friend is going to have to recover here for a couple of days before it's safe to travel.
I'm fine. I'm fine. You have a rotten human tooth lodged in the shoulder. You're not fine.
This is a fault, Doctor. You should listen to his advice. We can't thank you enough for letting us in and taking care of us. That's what we do here. Oh, and we found this armor. Our surface foragers are bringing it back now.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. It's not ideal for us to stay put, but I gotta admit, it sure feels good to be back in the raw. I don't know if you've been to the circus, but it is not good.
I was born on the surface.
Oh. Sorry, I didn't know. You seem so normal.
My mother was a courier. I was 11 and traveled with her to Philly. 3 days walk from home and you can still feel the heat of the blast.
You're from Shady Sands.
Many of us are. We were lucky to find such a hospitable community here in Hope Fort.
So are we.
We just need you to stay in quarantine a few hours longer to make sure you don't try to get any contamination.
Thank you so much.
Smell good.
Oh.
actually completely normal. Happens all the time. Every time. Anyway.
Tonight is Friday. We're not supposed to. We shouldn't be wasting time, Doctor.
You brought the doctor. Besides, we need to do and bring that head together. You're not supposed to be there. Also, I don't feel bad that these people are trying to trap us here. Well, they're not. Now, some of these people are from the surface. Yeah.
This is a cult. Saying that it's not a cult. Everyone's smiling.
Titus, this is a safe place. For people like you.
But why?
Because we're all just recognize that we all need each other. Just like I needed you on the surface.
Hello! Hello! Yay! I can see the floor!
Yeah, but you want to help me bring this thing in?
I suppose.
Well, we don't want to leave it outside.
No. Is this what goes on top of?
Underneath. Maybe. We might not put it. But it was there. I don't know why it was there.
It's swimming for a reason.
I assumed so. That's why I picked it up. It's super light. I'm surprised.
What? Jack. Come here. Hey.
Get in.
Excuse me. I'm sure.
Oh, baby.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Sure.
Oh.
Thank you.
What up, Jack? What's that? Bring your phone. What you got? What's on your lap? Oh. Come on. Home? I'm here? Who live here? Wait. Okay. Oh my. You're like a little lion. Yeah. Oh, grassy. Oh, okay. I looked it up, and they can't actually steal your dog, so no, Vina.
But the one,
They can do damage to your
the
dog.
one I saw in GGO,
Mhm.
they were circling above the road. They were like, they were the wings.
Mhm. They can do damage to your dog, but they won't be able to lift your dog off the ground. Gross. Gross. You're gross. You're gross. Come on, Jack. Don't lick that.
You were there.
Lick the boogly bird. It won't fall. Hold on. Phone call. I'm not being funny, I swear. I'm not going out. Oh, okay.
What? Look at your face. Look at you turning into a fucking face.
Big fat boy. Okay. Oh, and now it's gone forever.
I'm done with this.
We're stuck here. We're able to travel. So, it's a shock.
Say hi. Welcome to all four. This is how stay out of level 12, obviously. And we only have one.
What? I was have a little bowl. Overpriced garbage bags. These down. The freezer.
Glasses! Oh, was it another bag?
Yeah, no answer.
Oh, yeah, true.
It's not for you, it's for the squirrels, stupid. Well, fat squirrels. Get him. Oh, there's Kilo. Jack, I'm joking at you.
press.
Pooping up your load. Flashbacks. Yes. Yeah. This is cool now.
How's the coffee?
Should go walk it.
Mindy.
Wind!
Yeah.
Wind with dog coming in.
What? What's up, Jack?
A little late for the back, mister.
I get nothing for you.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna give you some of that. You make me feel good about that. Catch. Me. Fucking outside. How about that? Yeah, what's this? Give it to me. Come here. Good. Face. Wind!
That is stuck.
Yeah.
Ow.
Diggity fucking spit. Diggity fucking spit. Diggity spit. Diggity split up. Lickety split. Lickety split. Got a bunch of these. Love these. There you go. Oh, you fucking bitch.
Here.
Lickety split. Lickety, oh, lickety split. Oh. I'm back. I'm back and I'm gone again.
And I'm gone again. at, Jack?
It's great that he's disappointed.
Oh, life's disappointing all around.
Hey, Jack. Remember that you're a dog, right?
It's nice. They go people too. It's nice, but not so much music.
I love you.
Hi.
You're very good. Got myself to
Next one.
bleeding everywhere. And I'm like, oh, blood everywhere. What happened? And I thought the scratch was on this finger because there's a bunch of blood there. And when I cleaned the finger, there's nothing there. Even it was like, oh, it's there.
Oh, it's there.
So took a while before I noticed. The best that you get up for, especially for the kids.
Okay. Sounds terrible.
Last background when they argue about the vote because it says no dog, it's a policy. Baby!
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can serve it.
Yes, please. Big spoon. Dollops. What I call this? Dollops.
What's that? What did you say?
I'm not eating mayo.
You're not an email?
I said I'm not eating mayo.
You're eating mayo? Oh, sometimes I eat Dijon mustard. Kind of be cool.
Eh.
Otherwise, don't gargle ketchup and really.
No,
There you go. We're good.
disgusting. Okay.
Charrettes? Charrettes.
Don't.
He's rigid.
Oh wow. Thank you. I need. Yay! Oh. 175.
25.
Huh?
25.
Yeah, but if I take a bite, that works like 10 normal bites. Do I have to chew 200 and something times?
Maybe.
Ready?
What?
Ready?
Yeah, a little bit. Ah. Try it. Try it. Try it. Try it. Oh. What, Bobby?
So it's after Fallout 4.
Hmm?
The story takes place after Fallout 4.
Oh.
Nice.
on Rumble. You choose.
That was so good.
There's more if you want.
Huh?
There's more if you want.
I'm good for now. Ooh.
It's cheese. What's the matter with the cheese? What?
People within certain obvious consent have the right to look at the kind of content they want to look at. That your individual sovereignty, your ability to choose for yourself is what's significant. Now, Rumble's CEO, Chris Pavlovsky, and Elon posting on Musk's platform regarding this subject. So Pavlovsky said, what we're seeing in Australia and New Zealand is coming to Canada if we do not speak up. They're, of course, native Canadians, the guys that started Rumble. The Australian government now believes it has worldwide jurisdiction to censor content. Joining Free Matt Kim today to discuss how governments are coming after our human rights. We've got to get Pavlovsky on this show. We've got to get Musk on this show. We've got to have a censorship industrial complex conversation where we get some of the opposition to this censorship speaking together. Because in Brazil, they're making massive moves. In the United Kingdom, online censorship bills were being passed at the exact moment that I was being attacked, curiously, incidentally, by some of the key organisations. I mean, government departments and government-funded NGOs that are particularly interested in censorship of, say, dissenting voices. So this is a global problem that requires a global response. Indeed, precisely what we learned in the pandemic. Of course, a pandemic by its nature encompasses the globe. That's literally what a pandemic means. But what we saw in terms of regulation, legislation, medication, pharmacological support, wealth transfer, exploitation of people, closing down of free speech, surveillance and censorship was an indication of a broader climate. Hey, this is exciting. We've got a great partner today. It's Rumble. But beyond Rumble, it's Rumble's latest venture. Let me ask you first, are you a Sleepy Joe type character with zero cognitive performance, struggling to muster focus and brain power for basic things like running the United States of America? You've got to stop drinking woke liberal coffee that hates you and your way of life and start your day by drinking Rumble's very own 1775 coffee. This is going to be the best tasting coffee you've ever had. Seriously good, ethically sourced from a family farm in the high altitude mountains of Bolivia. Not in the Bolivian lowlands run not by a family but by a single man still living with a pet. No! Instead of waking up and drinking your big corporation-owned woke ideology coffee that's probably making you sick from the pesticides it's sprayed with, try it. Rumble's 1775 revolutionary coffee. Support freedom of speech. Build a parallel economy. It actually values you and loves you. My favorite is dark, of course. I've always found the lure of the dark irresistible. I'm sorry, how can I stay mad at you? But you're just going to have to wait over there for a little while. Level up your morning routine with a 1775 coffee. Sleep all night knowing your hard-earned dollary dues are going towards supporting freedom-loving creators like me on Rumble. Visit 1775coffee.com now. Pick up your first bag. Use the code BRAND to save 10% on your first order. Oh, come on. Why choose, you know?
Okay, back to the content. So what's happening in Australia right now is extraordinary. And the way that the invective and attacks are escalating is significant. Have a look at this. This is an Australian senator called Jackie Lambie talking about, I think she actually says, I can't believe this is true, that Elon Musk should be jailed for allowing free speech. Let's have a look at this. Let me know what you think, guys.
Elon Musk has no social conscience or conscience whatsoever.
He's no social conscience. He has no conscience whatever. Well, he's got to have some sort of mental activity because he keeps inventing things.
I don't know, whatever Elon Musk is on, it says that that's okay to continue to air that is absolutely disgusting behaviour. And quite frankly, the bloke should be jailed. And the sooner that we can bring rules in or do something about this sort of game playing with our social media, the better off we're going to be. But quite frankly, the power that man has, because of that platform that he's on, it's got to stop. It has absolutely got to stop.
Just now, literally just now, Biden has banned TikTok. So in Australia, they're trying to shut down X. In Brazil, they're trying to shut down X. Rumble has left Brazil already, and Biden has just billed to ban TikTok. Is it because of the ability for the Chinese, to, I don't know, interfere in elections or to protect children or whatever they're claiming currently? Or is it simply because TikTok became a platform where anti-war videos were being prevalently exchanged and we've got an election? So is TikTok being banned to protect you or to protect the US government and Biden? Bishop Mario Emanuel, who I pray, Heavenly Father, that we can get him on the show, has said himself that he wants the content to remain up. Now, remember during the pandemic period, how exactly Australia behaved, what their stance was, the positions that they took. Let's have a look at some of that. Look at like no jab, no transplant, that crazy stuff. Pretty astonishing. And let's have a look at Anthony Albanese's final post. I'm checking out of it. This will be my final post for this. I stand firm in my belief that free speech is a dangerous tool and must be restricted. Free speech is a dangerous tool. That's not good. That's the Prime Minister. Elon Musk's commitment to free speech is a detriment to our... Oh my God! This is mental! He's the elected leader of a nation. You guys, it's not just me, is it? You see how crazy this is? Elon Musk's commitment to free speech is a detriment, doesn't even make sense, is to the detriment of our democratic discourse. How can you have democratic discourse without free speech? As such, in solidarity, I too should be quitting X. Oh my God, it's happening. It's actually happening. Let me know what you think about the censorship industrial complex. Let me know what you think about this issue. Let me know if you think, like I do, that a return to faith, a resurgent spirituality, an alliance among distinct dominions or denominations of faith is going to be necessary. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the and you will be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
That was weird.
What?
This is democracy.
Well, they got into that vault and they all start getting naked doing this.
I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
As Israel's assault on
Gaza
enters its 200th day, Palestinian solidarity protests and encampments are spreading on college campuses across the United States, inspired by the Gaza Solidarity encampment at Columbia University. Here in New York, police raided a student encampment at New York University Monday night. Police arrested more than 150 people, including students and 20 faculty members.
What?
Earlier on Monday, police at Yale University arrested 60 protesters.
Stop scavenging off the floor. I'll kill you.
An encampment to demand the school divest from weapons manufacturers. At Columbia,
What?
the student encampment has entered its 7th day. On Monday night, about 100 Columbia student protesters and faculty took part in a Gaza Liberation Seder to mark the start of the Jewish holiday of Passover, or Pesach. On Monday, hundreds of Columbia professors hold a mass walkout. This is Columbia history professor Christopher Brown.
birthday,
It's a bag.
18, 2024, will be remembered as a shameful day in Columbia's history. The president's decision
Remember as a
to
shameful.
pick up peaceful protesters on our campus was unprecedented, unjustified, disproportionate, divisive, and dangerous.
Yes. Student encampments are now in place at numerous other schools, including University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, University of California, Berkeley, University of Maryland, MIT, and Emerson College in Boston. We're joined now by two professors. Joseph Slaughter is Associate Professor of English and Comparative Literature at Columbia University. He's the Executive Director of the Institute for the Study of Human Rights, which put out a public statement the repression of student protests at Columbia and the calling in of the New York police who made over 100 arrests. Also with New York University professor Helga Tawil-Suri. She's a leading Palestinian-American scholar of media, culture, and communication, co-editor of the book Gaza as Metaphor. Okay, we're going to begin with New York University, with Professor Tawil-Suri. You have been at the encampment since it began at NYU Monday morning at 4, and you just came from jail. 140 people, including 20 of your peers, professors, were arrested. Can you explain what's going on at NYU?
Yeah, sure. So the students decided to start an encampment yesterday, early in the morning, in support of Gaza, in support of Palestine. Also kind of in support, obviously, of other students and Columbia and otherwise. And very early on, already from the very beginning of the first tents being set up, the NYU security guards came and NYPD came. But quickly, kind of a sort of de-escalation, if you want, kind of place between faculty members and security guards, and NYPD left, and it was peaceful all day long. There was a lot of sort of negotiation back and forth between the faculty and the security guards on behalf of the students. And at some point in the afternoon, kind of, things like police presence was kind of escalating. And the negotiations kind of stopped. And at some point, the NYU security guards were like, all right, well, they made it pretty clear that NYPD presence was just sort of imminent at that point, and kind of started coming up with all kinds of reasons as to why they were going to show up and so on, kind of kept pushing the bar in different directions. And then the NYPD came, faculty kind of had made a sort of front line kind of buffer zone at the very beginning. They were arrested very quickly, and then the police force kind of forced their way into this sort of plaza where the students were, where the students had their tents set up, and extremely violently kind of took down all the tents, were throwing chairs around, and then arrested all of the students that were there. And then also had a third wave of arrests of other people that were kind of still in that area as well. So yeah, 20 faculty members ended up in prison, were arrested, and I think the number of total arrests was around 140, 145.
And Professor Tawil-Suri, was that at any time
They arrested a bunch of people who were protesting, 20 faculty members.
The
Like,
classes in the university or the business of the university?
I mean, not really. I mean, we got there pretty early in the morning, and very quickly NYU security guards decided to kind of barricade that area. So if anybody was disrupting, it was actually NYU security and not the students, because they were the ones who kind of set up all the barriers and would forbid students, whether they were coming for the encampment or just trying to get, would not actually let them access that way. So they have to kind of go all the way around and so on. And so there was very little movement in terms of, letting people in or out of the encampment. We have to sort of negotiate, like bathroom breaks and stuff like that. And, the disruption, I mean, we're told that, the disruption is part of the protest, right, and the chanting and the singing, but, it's New York City, it's really loud, and disruption right across the streets, and it's really hard for me to understand that was sort of disruption. So really the disruption, I think, was much more on the part for the security guards to really sort of block off that entire area.
And to your knowledge, did the administration or the president have any discussions with the NYU faculty before calling in the police?
So I myself and a number of my colleagues in terms of the NYU faculty sort of went back and forth numerous times with a couple of
go back in here, stupid.
a couple or and the head of NYU security. And so kind of negotiated sort of back and forth about, can you let the kids out to the bathroom? Can we come in? Can we go out? Can we bring more people in? Can we bring more people out? But not directly with the president of the university, mostly the head of security. And a couple of times in the morning. One of the things that we've seen sort of we've seen the response of the president of the university saying, there was a breach of the barrier. And I mean, I can tell you I was there all day. That breach in the barrier is really not a breach in that sense. Maybe a couple of students were going in. I think the concern was as to whether or not we could control whether the people that were going on to the
time for a meat wash.
We offered numerous times that we're happy to go around and kind of ask for the students for their ID cards. At some point, the security guard said, okay, fine, we'll do this. And then they said no. And they came up with all sorts of reasons as to why we weren't kind of following rules. And ultimately, claimed that we were trespassing on our own campus, right? I mean, it was a presumably private part of the university, and it was, NYU students and NYU faculty that are then charged with trespassing and then violently kind of thrown out from that space.
I want to bring Professor Joseph Slaughter into this conversation. You're at Columbia, you're associate professor of English and comparative literature there, and you're the executive director of the Institute for the Study of Human Rights at Columbia University. It was your president, Shafi, who called out the New York Police Department. This was a day after she testified before Congress. Can you talk about your response to the encampment and then the arrest of over 100 students?
Thank you. I certainly can. So the response that we had at the Institute for the Study of Human Rights was that we immediately recognized the infringement of students' rights to protest peacefully and freedoms of speech on campus and the dramatic threat. It raised the bringing in the police, the university president calling in the police, raised immediately, of course, the specter of 68, which I'm glad you'll be talking about a minute later. There are a number of things I would like to say about the bringing in of the police. We have actually, in the wake of 1968, a very university statutes that include things like protections for speech on campus. They effectively are the constitution of Columbia University. They are the product of the good product of 1968. Of shared governance between faculty, students, and the administration. And there are emergency powers that the president has to protect faculty, students, the Columbia community in the case of imminent people and property on campus that are spelled out in the university statutes. The president, however, has an absolute opportunity spelled out very clearly to consult with the executive committee of the university senate, which includes students and faculty, before bringing any external police forces onto campus. In this case, she approached with it on the very first day of the Columbia encampment, which was a peaceful, nonviolent protest, not disturbing, in my opinion, the Columbia environment, the Columbia campus, and certainly posing no threat to persons or property. She approached the executive committee of the University Senate, asking for their permission to invite the NYPD in to shut down, to squelch the protests. The executive committee, the faculty and the students on the executive committee voted unanimously to reject her request to bring in the university, to bring in New York police. She did it anyway, thus violating not only the statutes, in my opinion, certainly the long traditions of shared governance, the long traditions of protest and protections of speech on campus, as well as the compact between students, faculty, and the administration to act unilaterally, essentially throwing out the rule book and throwing out the constitution, the statutes of the university.
And Professor Slaughter, this whole issue of within 24 hours, students receiving notices of suspensions, what kind of a due process occurred here?
That's a great question. It's something that's extremely important for people to understand. In the letter that President Shafiq sent to the NYPD, the chief of police, asking them for their intervention, she claimed that the students were being suspended for violations of university policies, and that therefore they were trespassing on Columbia property. The 108 students who were arrested were charged with trespassing. However, in fact, the vast majority of those students, there were a number of exceptions from Barnard apparently, but the vast majority of those students were in fact not suspended until 24 hours after the arrests. The suspension notices that the students received now cite the arrests themselves as part of the cause for suspension. In other words, the logic was circular. They called in the New York Police Department on the premise that the students were trespassing when they hadn't yet been suspended, and they are now suspended on the premise that they had violated New York trespassing laws, and therefore were guilty. Therefore needed to be suspended and were guilty. In my opinion, the NYPD were called in under false pretenses by the president of the university.
I wanted to get your response to the New York Police Chief, John Schell, said that President Shafiq identified the demonstration as a clear and present danger, but that officers found the students to be peaceful and cooperative.
I think this is also something that's absolutely important for people to know. In fact, John Schell, the chief of patrol, said that disavowed the language of clear and present danger. The president had used the exact language taken from the university statutes of clear and present danger to the substantial functioning of the university. She did not, however, say that the students pose a clear and present danger to persons and property, which are the two primary criteria for bringing in police onto campus to protect the Columbia community. In other words, at the moment in which she was making a speech for which she could be held legally responsible, that is, writing to the police department to call in the police department, she refused to say that the students were a clear and present danger to Columbia faculty and persons and property. In other words, while she was sending messaging out, while the university administration was sending messaging out through all of its channels, by email and public announcements, saying that these students pose a danger, that's not the language they used to talk to invite the police in. The police, the chief of patrol said, in fact, that the students posed no danger, disavowed the language of clear and present danger, saying that's President Shafiq's words, not his. And that the students were protesting peacefully, saying what they wanted to say peacefully, and in no way resisted arrest.
What happened yesterday? Talk about you have the student encampment on the South Lawn, and then you have the professors going into the library for a meeting.
So the university is being run as a sort of adhocracy at this point. That's the administration making up policies and procedures and prohibitions on the fly, changing them in the middle of the night. One of those prohibitions was that no protests should take place on the steps of the library. I assume you will be showing images later about protests in 1968 of Low Library. The faculty, in response, a broad coalition of faculty, in response to the student arrest and to the bringing of police on campus, chose yesterday to walk out at 2 p.m. on full regalia for many of us, to stand on the steps of the library in front of the statue of Alma Mater, a heralded tradition of on campus, to defend our students, to defend the rights of students, to denounce the police action. And the president's sanctioning of the police actions, to call for the immediate repeal of the suspension of our students, their restoration of all of their rights, the expungement of their records, and to submit an appeal for a vote of censure in the university senate of Shafiq and the senior administration.
Now, Professor Slaughter, not only at Columbia, but at universities across the country, we are repeatedly hearing that these protests in support of the Palestinians who are being attacked in Gaza, that this is making life unsafe. These protests are making life unsafe for Jewish students on these campuses. What's your response to that?
So I have multiple responses. The messaging out of Colombia has consistently emphasized the dangers of these protests, in particular Jewish and Israeli and pro-Israeli students. In fact, the messaging has been one of fear towards those students explicitly. The messaging at the same time has been one of fear to students, to pro-Palestinian students, to anti-Zionist Jewish students, to other students who want to think about and talk about and discuss the questions of Palestine, the questions of Israel, which is the duty of the university to think about these hard problems. The message to those students is also fear, but a fear by omission. The university not ever acknowledging any of the fears, the Islamophobic actions that are taking place on campus, any of the attacks that are taking place on campus. And so in some ways, the university itself, it seems to me, in its public messaging since October, has ginned up fear both among Jewish students and pro-Palestinian students. The campus, in fact, the kind of impromptu and improvised policies that the administration has unilaterally imposed without consultation from the university senate, without the traditions of shared governance, have in fact, in my opinion, chilled speech, not just the pro-Palestinian protesters, but also pro-Israeli protesters, and has absolutely chilled speech in classrooms and in other kind of forums on campus, to be able to even talk about the problems that lie at the bottom of all of this. That is Palestinian rights to self-determination, Israeli rights to security.
And Professor Tawil Suri, what do you see happening in the coming days at NYU?
Well, it's hard to say, but maybe quickly, if I could just add one thing. I mean, a lot of the students and the faculty at NYU who were part of the encampment, and in general, part of sort of the SJP and FJP and so on, are actually Jewish, right? So that's number one. The other thing that I think is I mean, I don't know how much news has sort of come out since yesterday, what happened, but when the NYPD finally came in and sort of broke the encampment apart, it was in the middle of Muslim Methodist prayers, like the evening prayers, right? So I think that kind of speaks a little bit to what you're saying, right? In terms of like the way that it's not really about sort of one group or the other, but also how different groups are kind of treated. In terms of what happens at NYU from the students feel very sort of spirited in the sense that they want to kind of continue. For them, it's about, okay, fine, you took us down, but we're going to continue. We have the right to protest. We have the right to academic speech. We have the right to free speech, and we have the right to kind of stand up for our pro-Palestinian voices, basically. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I can't sort of say how the university is going to respond, but I think the students are going to sort of have to figure out, like, how are they going to be able to protest? So unlike Columbia, NYU is just kind of a, somewhat urban kind of campus. Like, so there is no lawn, if you want, to kind of go and protest on. And so I think that's part of what we saw yesterday is this where the encampment took place is private property, but the moment you step off of the steps, it becomes New York City property, right? So there's a very sort of blurry line as to where does the NYPD kind of sort of stop its sort of jurisdiction, if you want to call it that, versus where does campus security stop. So I think that's a little bit different in terms of NYU, and I think that's a sort of challenge, if you want, that's faced by the students. But I think the students kind of are very resolved in the sense of, like, we're going to keep going with this.
Professor Tawil, the New York Times sub-headline was "Dozens were arrested on Monday at NYU and Yale, but officials there and at campuses across the U.S. are running out of options to corral protests," they said. What are the options that officials have at these universities besides arrests and suspensions?
That's a great question. I mean, maybe first to kind of have have a discussion, right? And maybe sort of very open about, like, all right, well, let's sort of sit down and talk about these things. Let's host a number of different events. Let's host a number of different speakers. Let's allow for these kind of speakers and events to happen. I think what we see is also a sort of shutdown for the consequences or all of that. And in terms of the protesters, I mean, yesterday there was a sort of, I think part of what happened certainly at NYU is that there was a kind of compression, if you will, right? So people in support were coming to sort of demonstrate and speak with the students and so on, but couldn't kind of access, right? So they bleed into the streets and the students can't get out. And so sort of a bit of a sort of pressure cooker in the sense that of course you're creating this kind of barricade that becomes very difficult to manage, but it's also becoming a way that, the barrier itself is actually creating part of the problem, right? So I think if you kind of have a way to kind of figure out how to sort of allow people to move around, to not necessarily prevent them from moving, I think a lot of problems would kind of not exist to begin with. Same question, Professor Slaughter.
Thank you. One of the things that President Shafiq said in response to a question at Congress last week that I found most disturbing, that hasn't been commented on at all, is what she's learned over this last 6 months is that our rules weren't made for this moment. And this justifies in some ways the administration throwing out the rule book and coming up with impromptu policies on how to police speech. In fact, the rules were made exactly for this moment. They were made for 1968. They were made from 1968 and to prevent a repeat of 1968. We have an extremely robust rules for the protection of speech and protest on campus. We have an extremely robust system for protecting due process rights for students when they have violated or are accused of having violated those protections. If this administration had chosen to lean into the statutes of the university and the rules that have kept our community together for 50 years, we would be in a much better place with faculty and students on board.
Well, I'm glad you went back in history because that's where we're going right now. Professor Slaughter of Columbia University and Professor DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Juan Gonzalez. Welcome to all of our listeners and viewers around the country and around the world. 50 years ago today, on April 23rd, 1968, hundreds of students at Columbia University in New York started a revolt on campus. Students went on strike. They occupied 5 buildings, including the president's office and law library. They barricaded themselves inside the buildings for days. They were protesting Columbia's size of military research and plans to build a new gymnasium in a public park in Harlem. The protest began less than 3 weeks after the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The 1968 Those are the words of Mark Rutt, who will join us in a minute. We'll also speak with Raymond Brown, former leader of the Student Afro-American, with Nancy Bieberman, who, like whoever the member of the Society of with excerpts from the documentary Columbia.
You made me drop my joint. Third meeting.
And workers of the university to support our strike. We ask that all students and faculty not meet or have classes inside buildings. We have taken the power away from an irresponsible and illegitimate people whose lives are back. We're no longer asking, but demanding an end to all affiliation. Department, the Institute for Defense Analysis, the Defense Department, venture, the cooperative.
What are you doing?
Huh?
What are you doing?
I'm emptying my lighter because it's full of air.
The university into studies of kill and overkill
Ooh,
that has resulted in the
ooh,
slaughter
wow.
and maiming of thousands of Vietnamese and Americans.
Students at Columbia need to take everything despite warnings from some campus officials.
You good?
The students then set up barricades inside the administration building.
First day in math, we set up a defense committee which took care of putting up the barricades. We decided what our policy would be toward police, toward jocks. We soaked some of the stairs. We taped the windows. We emptied bookcases and put them up in front of the windows in case tear gas canisters did get through the tape.
And how about like people when there'd be a little scratch or mark on the marble top desk or something? At the second time we built barricades, these hang-ups disappeared, and we decided that barricades were necessary politically or strategically, and anything went in making strong and this time permanently cut barricades.
The defense is all taken care of. Security is the problem. Letting people in and out of buildings. Watches. We need people to watch the windows every night.
We had a walkie-talkie set up. Citizens found walkie-talkies. There were telephone communications to every building, which the university had. Extremely graphic work constantly. And there were people who did nothing during the strike but relate to the mimeograph machine. And there was a big sign on the wall, quote from somebody in Berkeley, which says, why graph machine can do more harm to a university than an army.
That's an excerpt of Columbia Revolt, Third World Newsreel. When we come back from break, we'll be joined by 4 of the student activists at the time who led the strike. They're now lawyers working on housing rights, community activists. This is Democracy Now!, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We're joined now by 4 of the student activists involved in the Columbia strike. In 1968, Raymond Brown was a leader of the Student Afro-American Society at Columbia. He was one of the leaders of the Black students who occupied Columbia University's Hamilton Hall. He's now a criminal defense rights law. Nancy Bieberman is with us.
Super.
She was a student at Barnard College at the time of the 68 strike, a member of SDS, Students for a Democratic Society, now a lawyer working in community development and founder of the Women's Housing and Economic Development Corporation in the Bronx. Joining us from Albuquerque, New Mexico, Mark Rudd. He was chair of the chapter of SDS during the student strike of April 1960, national secretary in 1969, and was the last to hold that position. And we're joined by Paul Cronin, editor of the new book, A Time to Stir, Columbia 68. No. Paul Cronin made a 7-hour documentary about Columbia 68. He teaches at the School of Visual Arts here in New York. And Juan Gonzalez, one of the student strike leaders. You were all, Raymond, Juan, Nancy, Mark, you were all there on April 23rd, 50 years ago today. Juan, why don't you kick this off? Describe what happened that morning.
There was
was a major rally called by the Democratic Society as well as the members of the Student African American Society who joined the protest as well. Basically, continuing the ongoing protest against the university's involvement in research for the Institute of Defense Analysis, a group that was for the Vietnam War, and against the construction of that Columbia was trying to build in Morningside Park. And a variety of forces came together, the SDS students, the SAS students, a lot of other folks who were involved in the community struggles around the gym, and everyone gathered at that sundial and initially marched to the gym site and then came back on campus, and we all ended up in Hamilton Halls with the main undergraduate college students, and that's when the sit-in began.
So, describe the role of the Afro-American Society, your role, what happened that day?
Well, the Black student role has often been ignored, especially by the media. The New York Times managed to cover this in detail for days and never mention us. A telegram from Chairman Mao. Some of the People's Republic of China knew what the Black students were doing. The New York Times did not. But certainly the Black students played a pivotal role because, first of all, we were more disciplined than any other group. We were the first to determine to barricade buildings. We asked in a manner that's become controversial in the ensuing years, the white people to first building. Our role was strategically pivotal because it just erupted weeks earlier after Dr. King's death. There was a perception that Harlem might rise, and we did have a lot of community support. And so the reason it's lasted for 7 days was because nobody wanted to arrest the Black students, and subsequently that meant they couldn't arrest white students. So our role was pivotal, though ignored historically and journalistically.
So I want to go to a hall when students first trapped acting college Coleman in his first floor office. The audio is from the campus radio station, WKCR. It's narrated by, well, no other than Robert Siegel, class of 1969.
Dean of Columbia College, Henry S. Coleman, confronts demonstrators in the lobby of Hamilton Hall. Am I to understand then that I... Let me ask, do you understand that he's not to be deleted?
Go away.
So, Ray Brown, remember that?
We regarded Dean Coleman as our guest, not as a hostage. He had actually personally recruited me. Most of the Black students, he was very popular among Black students. He was involved in admissions. He had also reached out a lot, perhaps more than many of the deans. It was ironic that he was there. And once we had seized the we invited him to leave. Also because we were in law school, they said, you ought not mention words like kidnapping and hostage.
And did the white students leave, by the way?
They did, in response to a polite but firm request. The Black students met that first night. You couldn't have Black students effectively sitting cheek by jowl with the white students who were everybody from Leninists and SDSers to kids who were sort of countercultural folks. We maintained it. We were different. We knew each other well, and we were clear about the fact that this was not a revolution, but a demonstration, and that ultimately force to be used against us. And so we were very firm on those issues.
Nancy Bieberman, describe what you were doing there that day, April 23rd, 1968.
So,
and there was a rally, and the rally was about, the ongoing anger at the war.
In favor.
Our university's affiliation with research for the war. And we were also very much aware, as Henry said, Dr. King had just died. We were assassinated. We were all in the streets, and I think everyone was in high tension mode. And what we were able to focus on, and symbols are as important as facts. In this case, especially the gym, powerful symbol of racism that we could see in our neighborhood. It was right there. It was on a bluff. The proposed gym between the university and Harlem was a public park, and it was, designed for students with a backdoor. It was offensive, and we were all rallying.
And the role of women.
So the role of women is more complicated. I would like to say, however, for a couple of my sisters who are listening up.
Wait. What?
I don't do it now. It's on my computer on the magnet. Oh.
Aujourd'hui, on célèbre 25 ans d'innovation au Canada. Aujourd'hui, puissant, économe en carburant. Le Kia Sportage. Modèle de location disponible maintenant. Kia, du mouvement vient l'inspiration.
An arrest has been made in the death of a man who police say was pushed off a downtown balcony earlier this week. 29-year-old Joshua Pilgrim, who also goes by the street name of Justice, has been charged with second-degree murder. 8-year-old Ryan Williams was pronounced dead in hospital in this fall from an 8th-floor balcony at Church and Shooter on Wednesday. No outstanding suspects remain at this time. However, police say they're still looking to speak with 3 people of interest. Anyone with information on this case is asked to come forward.
In Austin, Texas, hundreds of protesters took to the campus at the University of Texas, Austin, to voice their opposition to Israel's policies and the war in Gaza. Texas state troopers arrested dozens of students during a protest that broke out on campus yesterday. Here's one pro-Palestine protester speaking on the organizing.
They're getting arrested for just like their support for Palestine, and they're not really even doing anything. It's just their presence. They're just trying to like get people afraid. But our strength is in numbers, and what we're seeing right now is that everyone's like grouping up together for one cause.
UT Austin President Jay Hartzell praised law enforcement for showing extraordinary restraint. Pro-Israel protesters were also present at the event. Texas Governor Greg Abbott responded to the protests, writing on X, "Arrests being made right now and will continue until the crowd disperses. These protesters belong in jail. Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated in Texas, period. Students joining in hate-filled anti-Semitic protests at any public college or university in Texas should be expelled." Meanwhile, here's what Abbott had to say about free speech on college campuses just a couple of years ago.
Some colleges are banning free speech on college campuses. For no more, because I'm about to sign a law that protects free speech on college campuses in Texas. Shouldn't have to do it. First Amendment guarantees it. Now, it's law in Texas.
Tell me about Terry. That man took our daughter.
The foster parents are claiming that you questioned them. I understand your pain.
Do you? I hate what they're saying about you. It's gonna get worse yet, you know. What I did was right. I'll never forgive myself. And I'll never forgive you.
Supercharge your business with the all-new Shopify point of sale, the all-in-one POS solution built on the world's most powerful commerce platform. Whether you have one location or 1,000, your team can sell their best with Shopify POS. Sign up for a free trial today.
Republican Senate candidate Justin Amash wrote on X, according to Governor Abbott's own post, he is violating the First Amendment. A governor can't lawfully arrest people for protesting or for hate speech. If he's arresting them for other reasons, then he should say so. If he's arresting them for their speech, then he's violating the law, and his actions threaten everyone in the state, including everyone he claims to be protecting. Reporter at the Texas Observer, Stephen Monticelli, wrote on X saying, I've seen no credible reporting of actual anti-Semitic incidents at the UT Austin protest. What I can tell you is that I've reported on numerous neo-Nazi events, and Greg Abbott never once tried to put any of them in jail. He went on to link to all of the various neo-Nazi events he has covered in Austin, which are openly anti-Semitic as opposed to pro-Palestine, which are not against Jewish people, but against the foreign government.
He's joking?
In the context of
No.
Because the conduct
Being
can be
gross.
hateful or not, but you have a first
Right,
right.
but the
So
point that I'm
we shouldn't
making is
arrest
that,
neo-Nazis either.
No, the point I'm making is that
Stop
even
eating the
people who
stuff.
are not anti-Semitic are getting charged
Yeah.
with anti-Semitic use to justify
Hey.
arresting them, even though actual anti-Semites have been allowed to walk in peace. So what do you make of this? Justin Amash, someone who's been a guest on the show, he often is very kind of fair and is willing to buck the trends of his party, oftentimes coming out here calling out Greg Abbott and free speech
Gross, stop it.
hypocrisy. And we didn't show the full range of video students have been taking and putting up on
Gross. Stop it.
media because it's difficult for us to get rights and access to it, all the student journalism. But I will say there, it looks like lines of stormtroopers that have taken over the campus and some of the most dystopian scenes that we've seen at any of these college campuses so far, public universities.
Sure, you can arrest people for violence. You can take down encampments that are, subject to time, place, and manner restrictions. You can arrest people if they're blocking entrances and exits to the campus. But yes, you cannot just arrest people for engaging in speech and expression, even if it is anti-Semitic. It doesn't matter. It could be racist. It could be homophobic. It could be anti-women. It could be whatever it is. The content does not render it unprotected under the First Amendment. Yet his tweet is clearly wrong on the face of it. He says we will not tolerate anti-Semitism in Texas, but actually the First Amendment, the law, that special First Amendment protection applied just to Texas that he signed, additionally makes it so that you can't arrest people for speech, even if it is anti-Semitic. You can arrest people for anti-Semitic violence. In fact, you can arrest people for violence regardless of whether it's anti-Semitic or not. Like, we have to get away from these content-based restrictions on behavior having to do with what the political valence is, what the person's actually saying. Speech and thought are not illegal. Actions are illegal. And this is something that people on all sides of the political spectrum fall prey to when it is, their own, when it's the people they're sympathetic to are purportedly the victims of what's going on. They say we need special protections for identity-based protections for X, Y, and Z. Obviously, Democrats do a lot of this. Republicans are now very much doing it with Jewish speech and identity. It is not speech, it's action. Perfectly fine to arrest people if they're engaging in violence, although they got to be subject to due process and all that kind of thing. And say, oh, you're engaged in violence, and arrest you. I don't give the state enough leeway to do what's happening. But it's clear that we're going down.
Yeah, and the scary part is that it does seem like content-based speech suppression when you have Gavin McInnes, an openly avowed anti-Semite and white supremacist, walking around Columbia campus, not getting arrested. When he's saying, I completely understand the two things. The should not happen. I'm talking about what is happening. What is happening is that Gavin McInnes, an avowed white supremacist, an anti-Semite, is walking around Columbia campus while actually youth students at Columbia University, who again are not anti-Semitic, but are protesting the actions of the foreign government, Israel, against the people of Palestine, are being arrested, have been arrested, this high and hauled off to jail. Fire, a free speech organization, which we cite frequently, made a really good statement on this, tweeting out the killing show of force.
I just threw asking an innocent man's face. He's like, I'm a bad person. I just threw acid in an innocent man's face.
Okay.
Here is over.
To encourage those whose First Amendment rights are threatened at UT Austin or elsewhere to contact fire.
Yes, I agree. That is my statement. I mean, so Gavin, again, if there was sitting outside people on the campus, just again, as a general rule, not based on who you are, what you're saying, then I don't know why people on campus, right now the campus is only open to students and, I guess, some reporters, then he can be there. If they're just letting people onto campus, then he, like anyone else, he's just engaged in speech, no matter how vile, he's allowed to be there. He has previously been invited by some fringe conservative groups to speak on various campuses. Usually when that happens, he gets protested and sometimes physically attacked by protesters, and they don't have a right to do that. And he can speak if he's invited on a variety of college campuses, no matter how loathsome he is, or, you know, he's been, I think he's been, I don't know, I think he might have been arrested at various times. I don't quite know his status. Or his group, he was forced to disaffiliate from the Proud Boys because of, you know, various January 6th involved things.
So what I was going to say is that to your point about who's allowed on campus, as a guest that we just interviewed, you should check him out. Jonathan Ben Minicum was talking about who's allowed and who isn't allowed on campus. It's obviously clear that several Republican House members have been allowed on campus. I think it was every Republican House member in New York visited campus as a part of these remarks that were led by Mike Johnson, who was met with a crowd of boos. But obviously, some people are being invited on as guests to speak, including all of these representatives. And I do, you know, and it would be interesting to know whether or not, as whatever allowance, whoever allows that, whether or not Gavin McGinnis gets managed.
Yeah, I want to make sure I didn't misspeak about his legal status. I don't believe he was actually arrested. He faked his arrest, and he was not a defendant in the August 2019 trial of the Proud Boys. There might be more there, but I want to make sure I don't, you know, open myself up to that because that's something wrong.
All right, well, we'll continue to follow. This is an unraveling situation. There is now footage out of a student that's being handcuffed and tased by police at Emory College. So do stay tuned. There's a lot more to cover about these college protests going forward today and into the week. Stick around. More Rising coming up after this.
Aid of student protest against Israel's war in Gaza continues to spread from coast to coast across U.S. campuses. From California to Connecticut, students have set up Gaza solidarity encampments to call for an end to the Israeli assaults and for university divestment from Israel and the U.S. Armed Forces. University administrators have responded by calling in law enforcement, forcibly removing encampments, arresting students and faculty, suspending students. More than 500 arrests have been made on campuses nationwide in just over a week. One of the most violent police crackdowns took place at Emory University in Atlanta Thursday. Local and state police swept onto the campus to acknowledge that the students had attempts on the clock to protest Israel's war in Gaza, as well as the planned Atlanta Police Training Center known as Cop City. Police were accused of using tear gas, rubber bullets, and stun gas to break up the encampment as they wrestled people to the ground. One video shows multiple officers restraining a protester as they apply and hold a taser to his leg.
What the fuck?
Students around him yelled for them to stop. In an email addressing the situation shortly afterwards, the president of Emory University wrote several dozen individuals, quote, largely not affiliated with the university entered the campus for the protest, disrupting the Emory community amidst final exams. The university later said 20 of the 28 people arrested had ties to the school. Among those arrested were a number of faculty members, including the chair of the philosophy department at Emory University.
That's not good.
A bystander filmed her being led away in handcuffs.
I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do for you right now?
Well,
that's crazy.
Professor Noelle McCaffey, after she was released from custody on Thursday, she described what happened.
I was on campus this morning early for a long day meeting and I saw that there was an encampment, and I heard some peaceful chanting. I thought I would just go and see how it was going, and also was concerned because in the past, Emory University has not just called out their own police to monitor things, but the Atlanta police. And a moment after I got there, I saw the troopers coming up. I'm not sure if they were the Georgia troopers or the Atlanta police, but they were coming up. The students were protesting with tents and all, and I was just wanting to watch, and I wandered over, and I saw suddenly things took a turn. From the students got up to start marching, and then I couldn't see exactly from where I was. They were just being attacked by the police. Just over a few seconds. The police were attacking, I could hear rubber bullets. Then I smelled or tasted the tear gas. And then I saw in front of me a student on the ground with about 3 or 4 policemen pummeling the student, pummeling and pummeling. And I tried to video it of standing there about 3 feet away from it. And it had gone on for like a minute or two. And I said, screamed, "What are you doing?" And then they stopped pummeling the student, and a policeman stood in front of me and said, "You need to leave." And I felt like the person who just needed to stay and witness what had just happened.
Oh, for sure.
So I stood there several feet away, and then he started dragging me off and putting my hands behind my back and took me in. He took me around the side, and there were a lot of students being arrested and processed, and also some other faculty members, and we were put in a van. The president sent out an email to the community shortly after saying that these were outside agitators. But I was in a group of about 20 to 25 Emory people who were being arrested.
What?
So this was a peaceful protest that became chaotic. The Atlanta police arrived and became very hostile.
Arrested Professor Noel McCarthy, the chair of the philosophy department at Emory University. Several Georgia legislators have criticized the police response to Emory yesterday in a statement signed by at least 19 state Democratic lawmakers. They said they were, quote, deeply alarmed by reports of excessive force, writing, quote, the use of extreme anti-riot tactics by Georgia State Patrol, including tasers and gas, is a dangerous escalation to protests which were by all accounts peaceful and nonviolent, they wrote. For more on the protests at Emory University, go to Atlanta, where we're joined by 2 guests. Emil Kameh is professor of English and Indigenous Studies at Emory University. He was also arrested at the campus yesterday, jailed for 4 hours, charged with disorderly conduct. And we're joined by Sumaima Mohammed, an MD, PhD student, Palestinian American organizer at Emory, who took part in the protests. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Professor Emil Kameh, you were arrested. Why were you out at the protests as people started to begin the encampment? And explain what happened to you.
Yeah, well, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Yeah, I was just going to work. I was going to my office to prepare my classes. I was supposed to teach yesterday, and then I ran into some of my students who were participating in the protest, and I went up to say hi to them, and they also saw some of my colleagues. So I was talking to them, and then somebody had mentioned that that the university had called the police.
What?
And pretty soon they got there, and I literally felt that I was in a war zone when I saw the police with all the gear, and then like they immediately began to force them to remove and destroy all the tents, and forcibly remove students. I saw then that I started feeling the tear gas, and I held arms with some people that we were being pushed back out of the encampment.
You need a bath, mister.
And the student that I was holding arms with.
You need a bath.
Yeah?
Your hands are nasty.
I'm all nasty.
Next thing I know, I was on the floor, being forced to be on the floor, and I was being arrested.
What?
But yeah, it was like a horrible experience, very surreal.
What?
And yeah, unacceptable, really unacceptable. And it was just a horrible situation.
That's horrible.
Professor, the police are denying they used rubber bullets. What did you see?
So I did see somebody being tased, and then I saw the tear gas, and I felt that I felt it in my eyes. I was also next to and I was trying to reach her and try to see if I could offer some water. But then it's I did see the footage, some of the videos of police using rubber bullets as well. But it was very forceful with screams and it was very violent and really unacceptable.
The Emory administration has also against Stop Cop City protests on. Talk about the connections between the two.
Yeah, I mean, the protesters were not only asking the university to divest from investment in Israel, but also Cop City. And I mean, it is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. That the university is on indigenous lands, and these are and there was an eviction notice written by Muscogee leaders about not building Cap City in Atlanta, and it is a just demand. And hopefully the university will listen to what the students are saying about this, because I think it's extremely important.
Umaima Mohammed into this conversation. For MD, PhD students at Emory, can you talk about these protests that you helped to organize and why you felt it was so key to take the stand on campus?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are past the 7-month mark of this genocide. And on our campus and in our community, we have repeatedly organized peacefully to put pressure on our, especially at Emory, to stop harassing and doxing and to stop repressing speech around Palestine and to divest from the Israeli apartheid state. And every single time, Emory shuts us down. Every single time they crack down and they punish students. Every single time they silence our voices. And at some point, we decided that our tuition dollars and our tax money going to fund genocide. And that was, I think, the main motivation for a group of students and community members and faculty and graduate students coming together so powerfully in this moment to say, we just reject this. We refuse to move until Emory listens to divesting from both the apartheid state of Israel.
I read an open letter that you had written, particularly deeply concerned about healthcare. You quoted the Palestinian doctor Haman killed in November when an Israeli artillery shell struck his wife's home. His father, brother-in-law, father-in-law also died. On October 31st, this month, when I asked him why he refused to leave his patient.
We are not animals. We have the right to receive proper health care. So I can just leave. You think I went to medical school and for my postgraduate degrees for a total of 14 years. So I think only about my life and not my patients.
Dr. Haman Alo would be killed several weeks later.
Wow.
Umaima Mohammed, can you talk about this issue of what we're seeing at this point? 1,000 Palestinians killed, the number of doctors and nurses, staff, universities, and why this is a particular concern to you.
Yeah, so as a future healthcare professional and a current medical student, I am deeply concerned about the lack of concern healthcare institutions in America have for what we're seeing. And it's not just in Palestine. Healthcare professionals largely aren't invested in the health and care of community members, like the police violence we saw on Emory's campus. I mean, it's absolutely mind-boggling to me that these people call themselves providers and care workers invested from the structural and state violence of community members, both locally and internationally. And I used that quote in a letter that I wrote to the School of Medicine a few months ago because of the absolute silence from a healthcare institution on the decimation of the healthcare system in Gaza, on their own peers being murdered in cold blood by the IDF. And so I think one of the concerns that I have with Emory and with the School of Medicine specifically is that they have also, along with the greater Emory community, participated in suppressing Palestinian voices. So a great example of this is very early on to this genocide in October, Emory fired a Palestinian physician for posting a private social media post on her Facebook in support of the Palestinians. And yet, one of the professors of medicine we have at Emory recently went to serve as a volunteer medic in the Israeli Defense Force and recently came back. This man participated in aiding and abetting a genocide, in aiding and abetting the destruction of the healthcare system in Gaza and the murder of over 400 healthcare workers, and is now back at Emory, so-called teaching medical students and residents how to take care of patients. I mean, the disconnect is, for me, very obvious, and it's very frustrating that the School of Medicine and the greater Emory community continues to ignore these major disconnects.
I'm wondering, as we wrap up, Mama Mohammed, you're a medical student, about the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange. And this connection between Cop City, which would be the largest police training facility in the country that is being protested as it's being built in Atlanta, and the Atlanta police what this is all about.
Absolutely. So Gilly, like you said, is the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange Program, and it was started in the 90s at the university, at Georgia State University. And the function of this program is to exchange local police with international police. But what this program has become, majorly, is a connection between the Atlanta Police Force and the Israeli Defense Force. So they send Atlanta police, along with people like medics and first responders, over to train under a military that is illegally occupying land in Palestine to better learn surveillance techniques, to better learn tactics on how to suppress and repress protesters in Atlanta, and they bring back these techniques that are highly militarized environments and use them against students. And just yesterday, we had a Palestinian student speak who said the last time that she experienced what was a war zone on Emory campus was when she was in occupied Palestine. When we were tear gassed, the all she could see was the vision of when she was in occupied Palestine, similarly being tear gassed for the tear gas canisters being made in the USA. And so what we're seeing happening is an exchange between the Atlanta police and the Israeli Defense Force, which is currently committing a genocide, to exchange tactics on how to better surveil, repress, and harm community members.
And finally, just 10 seconds, but as you talk about the Israeli Defense Force, you're referring to what's officially known as the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. Can you explain why you call them the IOF?
Right. So we reject the idea that the Israeli Defense Force is defending anything legitimate. The Israeli Defense Force has always been on the offensive, effectively enacting ethnic cleansing against the Palestinians, effectively stealing land, creating illegal settlements, checkpoints, creating conditions that are highly unlivable for Palestinians. And that's why we use the language Israeli Defense Force, not the idea.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Democracy Now!, depression to everyone.
Southern California has canceled its main
What do I do?
commencement ceremony.
Turn it off.
Less than 2 weeks after it canceled a speech by the Velvet.
Whoa, that's a lot of police.
What?
That is a lot of police.
No.
Jack, what are you doing, you retard? Jack, what are you doing? That's bad. Come on. Oh, come on. Okay, come on. Get in there. Too many sprinkles.
Sprinkle everywhere. Da, 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 da. Okay. You want some red?
Oh no. Oh no, it's so sticky.
way too much sparkles again?
No.
Oh.
Not enough sparkles now.
What are you doing?
Rice Krispies.
What?
Well.
Too much sparkle?
Not enough no! Ah! Ah! Oh God. Oh no. Ah.
Maybe.
Okay. Ow!
No, it's good.
Okay, it's good.
Mm-hmm. Sparkles are hard in it though.
Oh.
So be careful.
Shut Navi. Oh, froze.
We'll see how these Russians deal with a crack SS division.
Hands?
Have courage, my friend.
Yeah. Hans, I've just noticed something.
These communists are all cowards.
Have you looked at our caps recently?
Our caps?
The badges.
Baddies.
Have you looked at them?
What? No. A bit.
They've got skulls on them. Have you noticed that our caps have actually got little pictures of skulls on them?
I don't. So.
Are we the baddies?
We should be able to hold them at this point here, at least for a few hours.
Why skulls then? Why skulls?
Well, maybe they're the skulls of our enemies.
Maybe. But is that how it comes across? It doesn't say next to the skull, yeah, we killed him, but trust us, this guy was horrid. Well, no, but, what do skulls make you think of? Death, symbols, beheading, pirates.
Pirates are fun.
I didn't say we weren't fun.
Pirates
but
are
fun or
fun.
not, pirates are still the baddies.
Pirates are still the
I can't
baddies.
think of anything good about a skull.
What about pure Aryan skull shape?
Even that is more usually depicted with the skin still on. Whereas the Allies.
No, you haven't been listening to Allied propaganda. Of course they're going to say we're the bad guys.
But they didn't get to design our uniforms. And their symbols are all, quite nice. Stars, stripes, lions, sickles.
What's so good about a sickle?
Well, nothing, obviously. If there's one thing we've learned in the last 1,000 miles of retreat, is that Russian agriculture is in dire need of mechanization. But you've got to say, it's better than a skull. I really can't think of anything worse than a symbol than a skull.
Rats. Anus?
Yeah, and if we were fighting an army marching under the banner of a rat's anus, that's what I'd be less worried.
Okay. So.
Boost your revenue and drive growth with Google Ads. Reach high-value customers across the entire Google network, like search, shopping, YouTube, and more. Get started today.
Obviously, a band isn't an army. We need some organisation.
Exactly my feeling. Exactly.
Democracy's all very well, but it's weak, it's decadent. You need a strong leader.
Yes, right. Yes, the fatherland needs the Führer. Oh, God, I'm even boring when I'm a Nazi.
Tucker Carlson criticized his own side, conservatives, for being cavalier about the U.S. dropping the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Here he is on the Joe Rogan podcast talking about this. Let's watch.
I love, by the way, that people on my side, I'll just admit it, on the right, I've spent the last 8 years defending dropping nuclear weapons on civilians. Like, are you joking?
Right.
That's just like prima facie evil.
Yeah.
You can't, well, if we hadn't done that, then this, that, the other thing, that was actually a great savings. Like, no, it's wrong to drop nuclear weapons on people. And if you find yourself arguing that it's a good thing to drop nuclear weapons on people, then you are evil.
Meanwhile, fellow conservative Ben Shapiro dragged Tucker's take, calling it a left-wing position. God forbid. Let's play it.
It is mutually assured destruction and nuclear deterrence that has kept the world largely from sinking into another World War III-like mass casualties morass because of the horror of dropping the nuclear bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. When he says things like, how exactly would you justify? Why are we talking about how many lives it would save? It's just wrong to drop a bomb. Well, no, actually, if you end up saving more lives than are cost by the dropping of the atomic bomb, then it is morally justified to drop the atomic bomb. And that happens to be the reality of the situation.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target. You can drop prices automatically. I can show you how, but I can't do it for you. People are saving real money doing this. $160 million in the last year across thousands of different retailers. You'll immediately see
The pipes are.
Did you have that on your bingo card? Enter right feuding over whether the atomic bomb is correct.
I mean, sort of, because the right has been torn asunder by their various opinions on Israel Gaza, and a big part of that conversation has been various right-wing figures who have said, and political figures, people in positions of authority, who alluded to or outright endorsed the dropping of bombs on Gaza, raising Gaza into a parking lot, all of this kind of rhetoric. So I'm not surprised that Tucker, who has taken a more critical of Israel approach to this conflict, is also interrogating whether or not other disproportionate acts of violence committed by the United States and its allies, which we have justified with the passing of time and avail as a historical perspective, yada, 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 should be re-examined. So, this is a direct line from the Israel-Palestine debates that have been going on the right to this kind of a take. But it is especially powerful, frankly, to hear it from someone like Tucker Carlson, who carries so much authority on the right, who is willing at very least to say, I think that my cohort
I said.
this issue. Saying it in the face of Joe Rogan, who himself has a great deal of authority and influence to people who could see themselves as independent-minded or who identify politically as independent, is a very big deal and represents a pretty significant shift in opening up or shifting the Overton window of acceptable discourse. Because 5 years ago, I could not imagine saying something like, oh yes, America should not have dropped nuclear bombs intentionally on civilian populations and not have gotten a huge amount of pushback from the right.
Yeah, and cards on the table, I'm somewhere in between Tucker and Ben Shapiro on this question. I don't necessarily find the atomic bombing any more horrifying than what was done in the course of that war. We'd already firebombed Tokyo, killing just as many people as died in the atomic bombing, and that doesn't end up getting litigated. So I don't. So like Ben Shapiro, this is any worse than anything else. But where I do agree with the Tucker side is, could this have been avoided? And you do have to grapple. The people who are like, oh no, this was necessary to save lives, have to grapple with the fact that, well, Eisenhower and MacArthur didn't think it was necessary. They both thought Japan was already utterly defeated. Yeah. Could you have bombed? Could you, if you needed to demonstrate this weapon, could you have bombed an island off the coast of Japan? Could you have done? It seems like the decision was taken very likely to wipe out two massive civilian populations at a point where it was defeated. So I don't think it was wrong in all circumstances to do that. I just think given the circumstances and given that there's actually a lot of dissenting opinion that just now is totally distorted like wash, I have questions about it.
Yeah, and that's the point. It's not just a twitchy kind of liberal point that people try to make about dropping atom bombs. It is a question of whether that is tactically necessary in the first place. That's what makes it particularly uncomfortable. But it's been an argument that has been ignored by the right overwhelmingly up until this point and continuing through this point because Tucker Carlson is getting quite a bit of backlash from conservatives.
I mean, also from
this point.
Yeah, also from, to be clear, from just mainstream, not from left people, obviously, but from just mainstream liberal Democrat type people on social media. I've been seeing. So I can't point to any examples right now. So don't think I'm blaming like my Canadian girlfriend or something. I have seen these.
What McCain has been saying, been on was very critical of Tucker Carlson here. I mean, I'm curious what you make of his generalized realignment. Before we continue this conversation, we should also mention another part of this interview.
Here comes Jeremy.
For very different reasons. Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan got into the topic of evolution, and Carlson expressed some skepticism that the theory is real. Let's take a look.
I think we've kind of given up on the idea of evolution. The theory of evolution is articulated by Darwin. It's not true. In what sense? Well, in the most basic sense, the idea that, all life emerged from a single cell organism and over time, and there would be a fossil record of that, and there's not. And
There's not a fossil record of transitionary species, like species that are adapting to its environment.
There's tons of record of adaptation, and you see it in your own life. I mean, I have a lot of dogs. I see adaptation in dogs, through the literature. But no, there's no evidence at all that zero, that people evolved seamlessly from a single cell amoeba. No, there's not. There's no chain in the fossil record of that at all. That's why you don't actually hear people. You hear them make reference to evolution because the theory of adaptation is true. But the whole theory is totally unfounded. It's still a theory almost 200 years later. No, we've not done that at all.
The all-new, fully electric Subaru Solterra joins the Subaru family. Solterra has all of the benefits of an electric vehicle in the uncompromising package of SUV. With up to 820 liters of cargo space, an available powered rear liftgate, and up to 3,530 liters of total interior volume with generous legroom for all passengers. With two electric motors producing 215 horsepower and 248 pound-feet of torque, you get plenty of good, clean fun that will complement your active lifestyle. Subaru symmetrical all-wheel drive, 211 millimeters clearance, 1,850 for better stability, and dual function.
I think I just sniffed a sprinkle.
Nice.
With Subaru Solterra,
She really likes those sprinkles.
wirelessly control your vehicle for things like remote lock unlock and climate control preconditioning. The new Solterra is loaded with technology, including Subaru's eyesight technology, which helps keep you and everyone around you safe. An available 12.3-inch high-tech multimedia screen with wireless Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, and available wireless phone charging. Utilizing advanced technology like regenerative braking to help maximize range, and a heat pump system for heating and air conditioning, you get a total of up to 360 kilometers on a single charge. The Solterra can also get an 80% charge at a level 3 charging station in under an hour. But even more conveniently, it can be plugged in using any 120-volt plug with a level 1 charger. Or you can install a level 2 home charging system and get a full charge in just 9 hours. The all-new fully electric Solterra, a greener vision for the future.
Yeah.
happening?
Anything more sprinkles?
They're getting more marshmallows.
So the first issue here that I think anybody who is a scientist or I don't know, took science in high school, middle school maybe even, is the confusion that Tucker seems to have about what a theory means in a scientific context versus what theory means if you and I are chit-chatting over coffee. Oh, I have a theory that this is going to keep me up tonight. Theory in a scientific context is a comprehensive explanation of nature that can be corroborated by scientific possibility. It is not just a whim that somebody has. That's like a hypothesis which you have to go into. Any number of broadly accepted as true scientific realities called a theory. Because that's the nature of science. Anything could be potentially disproven or elaborated on in time. It's not a round. Moreover, I have no idea what it is. At any point, the entire evolution of human beings that disproves evolution as opposed to being hundreds of thousands of millions of years of evolution and things degrade or carbon-based life forms. It's a miracle that we have fossils to begin with because of the realities of sediment seeping into bone and preserving them in the way that they do. Like, what are they talking about?
Okay, so I've encountered this argument before from the right. Ann Coulter wrote a book that had a significant section of it about this, the evolution debate. So they're not saying, I'm just summarizing what the argument is. They're not saying that evolution is not true or that like evolution doesn't take place or adaptation doesn't take place. They're just saying that they don't buy the evidence, or they don't think there's sufficient evidence that we all came from the same single cell organism, that there's a beginning, and then that thing split into a bunch of things, those split into a bunch of things, and then we have human beings and this today. That's not that you don't have like, an organ like, I don't know, the dinosaurs changing, losing feathers and being the progenitors of like, birds and those kinds of things. Not saying that like that doesn't take place, just that the all the way back down to.
So what is the argument of what happened before the dinosaur? What happened? Pick an animal, pick a creature.
I mean, it is.
Is it that argument that there were two instances of life?
It's an argument for
So I look at the poet.
But it's not an argument that evolution doesn't take place.
It's not that you shouldn't have it both ways. If you believe in intelligent design and you believe that the earth was 26,000 years ago or whatever your spiritual teaching teaches you, you're allowed to believe that. But it does feel like he is blurring the line, saying, well, sure, adaptation is real. I'm going to buy into a certain degree of there being science, which is the fossil record demands, and you're dogs adapting over generations. We can all empirically.
There are religious people who think, yes, 6,000 years ago or whatever, and all life was sprung into existence basically the way it is now. But that is, I don't even think that was the argument being made there. That was an argument that at some point in the past, God or the divine entity created life, and we are descendants of that life.
Look, I have friends who are religious who will say the Big Bang is God. The unknown of what existed before is God. That evolution is God's plan. That God did evolution. Like God set the clock in motion.
The divine watch.
Yeah, that's all fine. Like that is not inconsistent with evolution. People have religious practices that are not and beliefs that are not inconsistent with evolution. But going on the most popular podcast in the world, at least in America, and saying evolution is real, there's no evidence for it in the fossil record, adaptation and evolution are different things, depending on some weird kind of semantics. I mean, what do you think he was trying to actually say there?
Sounds like you got to get back to Mesopotamia, start digging up some more fossils. You want to make your case? We're missing the, I don't know, I don't know what the hell. We're missing the stage in between the troglodyte who crawls onto the beach and dies, and when does his tail become legs or something like that? Until they find that fossil, I'm not sold.
Yeah, all right.
That does it for us for today. Tomorrow on Rising, we will relitigate the fossil record in even greater detail. Every segment of the show on this topic. Mark my words.
Right. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to never miss any content. For those of you who like to listen while you're on the go, it's now available anywhere you listen to podcasts. Bye-bye. Take care.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively strengthens the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Day 4 of testimony and on hush money trial is underway. Former publisher of the National Enquirer, David Pecker, will take the witness stand again, where cross-examination will resume. As required, Trump is in attendance, and he delivered short remarks before heading into court. Let's watch.
Yesterday, I think the Supreme Court having to do with immunity, I heard the argument was brilliant. I listened to it last night. I thought it was really great. I thought the judge's questions were great. And all presidents have to have immunity. It has nothing to do with me. Absolutely nothing. All presidents have to have immunity. You don't have a president. Certainly not a president that the founders wanted.
Trump referred there to the historic case before the Supreme Court Thursday, in which justices heard oral arguments on the limits of presidential immunity, which Trump has argued that he's entitled to, and that it should keep him safe from prosecution in 3 other criminal cases. It appears that the justices are ready to reject the broad claims of sweeping immunity and the broad protections he has sought to shut down the federal election case. But the justices also appear reluctant to grant special counsel Jack Smith free rein to pursue those changes.
Meanwhile, today's hush money trial continues following Pecker's first round on the stand Thursday, where he revealed more on the quote catch and kill scheme, which involved multiple celebrities like Tiger Woods and Mark Wahlberg, not just Trump. Pecker claims killing salacious stories was par for the course. Judge Merchant, who's presiding over this case, is now considering whether to issue 4 more gag order violations against Trump, which the prosecution brought forth. That hearing is scheduled for May 2nd. Now, of course, Pecker, the former publisher for the National Enquirer, is talking about brokering this deal to suppress the 20 annual stories when Trump was running back in 2016. So, and this is going to be back on the stand. And I want to point out, actually, there's something we haven't covered yet, which is quote, we will call President Trump out of respect for the office that he held from 2017 to 2021. So that's what Todd Blank says to the courtroom. Everybody knows that the office is also running for right now. But I really think the media has a tendency to constantly have the reporters and commentators say former President Trump. But I would say President Bush, and we're not going to get confused and think I'm saying he's in office right now, or President Carter or President Lincoln. It's just what you say about someone who was president. You don't say former President Bush, former President Obama. You can, but it's a little unnecessary. You need to have the context. And so, I don't know, is this some kind of big little scheme of paranoia after the 2020 election aftermath and January 6th to really intentionally be like, that's not successful in your case, he is the former president, not the one right now. But it is weird and kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. We were talking about it a little bit off camera because it is something that the media is very particular about, and they don't do it with people like Obama or Bush, as you mentioned. President is honorific, and you should still address people by it even after they leave office, similar to how if I ran into a former congressman, I would still call them congressman because that's just the polite, proper thing to do.
Really?
Earn that title, and so they get to keep it for the rest of their life. It's an interesting question. I'm curious to know why they're so emphatic about that.
Use words on it.
Talk about, which is another thing we have not. I don't think on this show yet. which is the
I'm not careful of using words.
Okay, well, you just had a rhetorical conversation.
Who?
You just had a rhetorical conversation. Yeah.
I'm trying to share some news.
Okay, Stoner.
And that Donald Trump reimbursed Michael Cohen for these payments and marked them as legal expenses as opposed to campaign expenses. So it's a campaign finance violation that they're forgiving over. There's the interesting parallel that in 2022, Hillary Clinton's campaign and the Democratic National Committee were accused of doing functionally the same thing with the payments that they made to Fusion GPS, who contracted with Michael Steele to put together this Steele dossier, which is opposition research against Trump. Since then, a lot of it has been determined to be Russian misinformation, but nonetheless, they paid Fusion GPS through the law firm Perkins Coie for this opposition research and did the exact same thing that Trump did. They marked this down as a legal expense because they paid it through their law firm, as opposed to marking it down as a campaign expense. And notably, Hillary Clinton is not facing a criminal trial over this, and she's not facing all of these felonies. Instead, the Federal Election Commission agreed to fine her just a little over $100,000, and they basically marked it down as a mistake and said that it was unintentional. And so you see these two varying ways in which essentially the same offense has been handled. It gives further weight to the president's team's argument that this is a two-tiered system of justice.
I think it's very fascinating. When we consider Bill Clinton's misconduct, everyone thinks Monica Lewinsky, but another name comes to mind, Paula Jones. In 1994, there was this lawsuit, a civil case brought forth, alleging that Bill Clinton exposed himself in a hotel room to her. And this case resulted in a settlement in 1998 for $850,000. And now lawyers who assess the similarities and differences between this case and Donald Trump's hush money case, they say, well, it's not the same. This is settling a civil lawsuit, and Trump intentionally made it so that Stormy Daniels wouldn't ever talk to the press about it, and it's not in the press. It's just different in nature. But the law and justice are not the same, right? Does it feel the same? Because it kind of does to me. It does feel the same to have someone with the resources and maybe litigious nature, someone who's a lawyer, to bring forth a civil lawsuit. That's a big decision. Maybe Stormy Daniels didn't have the resources or litigious energy to do so. But it's still, somehow he's paying off this person. Oftentimes in the settlement of civil lawsuits, there's a sum of money, but also an NDA. And so it is hush money in that sense, but it's legal hush money. And so, of course, this doesn't feel right, but it's legal. And so I think people should really think critically about how the law is applied just to people in power differently from everyone else, but how it's assessed based on what team you're on. I think we need to have some level of consistency and say both of these are really bad things to do. To have a president like Bill Clinton be accused of misconduct time and again and not receive the same criticism that people who made excuses for him are now, throwing at Donald Trump for this case. There are other cases where, it's not the same thing legally, but it feels the same morally.
Yeah, that's interesting, the delineation between whether something is illegal or just immoral. And I think you can separate out in the Trump example that cheating on your wife and allegedly having an affair with a porn star and then paying her not to talk about it is immoral. Is it illegal? I mean, then again, we go back to quibbling over whether or not it should have been marked as a legal expense or a campaign finance expense. And we have this precedent of the Hillary Clinton and DNC case. And I would even argue that the Hillary Clinton DNC case is worse because in that case, the opposition research that they paid for through the law firm ended up being used to open the Crossfire Hurricane FBI investigation into President Donald Trump. It was one of the things that they used to help justify getting FISA warrants to spy on members of his campaign, like Carter Page. It was something that they used to leak to the media and then circularly use the media stories as further justification for the investigation. And that was something that dogged him for his first 3 years in office, the majority of his first term. So the fact that she walked away from this with a $100,000 fine to the DNC and $8,000 to Hillary Clinton versus Trump now facing jail time for the same offense is really incredibly hard to justify. And I'd like to know exactly how they do justify it, how Alvin Bragg justifies it. I mean, the other important part of this case too is that they passed a law in New York to extend the statute of limitations on these types of campaign finance violations and used a sort of suspect legal theory to upgrade them from a misdemeanor to a felony. And so, I mean, even setting aside the question of whether Trump should be in court for this at all, or if he should have just had to pay a fine like Hillary Clinton did, then there's this added element of, if he is going to court, should it really be slapping him with all of these felonies as opposed to a misdemeanor charge? Should they have extended the statute of limitations, which seems like it was intentionally done specifically to be able to bring Trump to court? Everything about this, I think, you know, when Trump is talking to the media as he's going in and out of the courtroom and talking about the unfairness of this trial, I think he's right.
When I consider, you know, Donald Trump's current position running for office and whether or not these cases are affecting his run or chances of success, I'm definitely firmly in the camp now of it's not going to change his supporters' opinions of him. And there's something that happens in politics that maybe it's happening more now. I think people have a more tribalist approach to politics more than ever. I don't know what to credit that to, whether it's, you know, a lack of community in their own lives and wanting a sense of belonging. But there's this defense of Donald Trump by people who feel like they're in his tribe, in his camp, where they make, you know, defenses for him that they wouldn't to someone else accused of the same thing. When we talked about Hunter Biden having dealings with prostitutes, it was, oh, what a terrible, awful guy. But when it's Donald Trump, it's, oh, well, you know, everybody in power does that, or it's that's not what people say it was. It's this common thing of making excuses when someone's on your political side. I get comments all the time on my political skits that are like, you're an uneducated communist. And so I respond, which I really usually don't. But I used to say, like, you know, I went to Brown University. I am educated. And then they say, oh, well, then it's indoctrination. So either you're terribly uneducated, but then if they find out you're educated, it's indoctrination. So the rules are always changing according to, you know, what makes sense for their political ideology and political views. And so now that we're in this environment, they are going to make excuses for Donald Trump, but I don't think it's coming from a place, usually, of them having a double standard. I think it's coming from a place of knowing that people like Bill Clinton and other people have not been treated the same way Donald Trump's been treated for similar things. And that makes them, you know, question the government and institutions of power in the direction of, you know, they want Donald Trump to never be in office because they want the Democrats to always be in office. And then they say, well, the power structure just benefits Democrats. I think the reality of the situation is the power structure benefits corporations, and more people are landing on that conclusion, and they don't like really anyone who challenges the status quo. But I do think we're in a really interesting place where, you know, this trial isn't changing people's opinions of Trump if they already like him.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point about favoring, I would describe it as the elite and the uniparty, probably more than corporations. Corporations are probably part of it, but that's sort of a different, I guess, separated out from the political aspect of it in a way. But you're right to say that the uniparty in general is usually doing policy that benefits corporations over the American people. And I do think that people see that, and that's part of the reason why populism has risen in the Republican Party and progressive left. They see that someone like Donald Trump, who has a resources to be considered, you know, a part of the elite establishment, or someone who is really revered by these people and viewed as a celebrity, for him to be on the receiving end of so much political and legal pressure, they think, oh my gosh, if they came after me, like, I wouldn't have the resources that Trump has to defend himself. I would be totally screwed. And so they kind of view him as their champion, as someone who's taking the arrows on their behalf, trying to, I guess, in a way, protect them or expose what is happening on the highest levels in the justice system in terms of the politicization of it. And I think the other aspect of this, and why people do often reflexively defend Trump, is that they don't think that he's like a great guy or the moral standard for someone who is running for office. But what they do see is they see the Democrats and the left who are trying to keep them out of office, continuously taking things too far. And instead of just criticizing him for the Stormy Daniels affair, for example, they decided to create this legal scheme to basically put him in prison for a vote affair. And so they feel like they have to defend him from the whole sum of the circumstances because of how radical the response to it is. It was the same issue with Crossfire Hurricane, where instead of just pointing out that Russians were buying Facebook ads to attempt to upend the American political process, there was this dastardly scheme that Trump was being blackmailed from a random video in Moscow that was taken with prostitutes.
TV tape.
Therefore, Putin was using him as a puppet.
Huh?
TV tape.
Paper tape?
The TV tape.
Oh yeah, paper tape.
Even trying to take him off the ballot in places like Colorado and Maine. That's how you end up with a loyal group of people in politics who want to defend him from all of these attempts because they view them naturally and properly, I would say, as an example of the establishment using its power in ways that is unethical, immoral, and is a double standard. So it creates this setup where they do end up sometimes defending him for behavior that they might not have if there weren't this overbearing response from their political side. Absolutely. I think you're right in saying it's the party that wants to explore and put a clock and want to see about it. And say that the dominant political narrative is in the country. The coalition of the beautiful that happens to be right now would be at least but it's private companies and government and financial institutions, quite frankly. And so it's almost like we're reaching a point where it's pretty clear that the Unity exists, especially, we're going to talk about this in a minute, but when we look for consolidation around Mike Johnson buying some Democrats, that if you're willing to vote for the thing that benefits the military-industrial complex, and people who have investments in Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, that if their pockets are getting lined, they're happy with legislation sending billions of dollars to Israel, which is an unpopular policy among the American people. And so the populist movement
It's got weed in it.
Oh, you can cut it now.
Got weed in it.
Oh, it's got weed. Just get it now before it hardens.
I do think that I want to comment today politically.
Because that's how you cut it, no?
Ballots for Donald Trump.
Okay, when it's hardened.
Nancy Pelosi, for example. And it's a really interesting political environment.
I know that.
These, on the other hand, are not.
Oh wow.
They're regular.
Yeah.
But
Are you sure it's that one?
All the rest are good.
Never wanted to serve as the commander-in-chief of the U.S. military and hold the office of presidency, or if it's just the product of America's political industrial complex, whatever it is. And millions of people are very unhappy with the type of people who seek leadership in the United States, and quite frankly, want them to look more like us and less like, these two obvious. We're gonna take a break.
I'm alone.
The soundtrack of this show, amazing.
Introducing the completely blonde Hyundai Santa Fe. With an all-new and seating for up to 7. Wow.
Pop.
Everything.
Pop.
Is it a problem that the First Amendment hamstrings the government when it tries to censor speech?
Ah!
Been asked by liberal leaning Supreme Court
What?
Justice Tom G. Brown
That's New Vegas.
yesterday for Missouri, the case that will
Okay, so it's between all three and New Vegas.
Huh.
Ah. I'm great, so.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Really? Already?
Well, they just had one season. Unless the season's not finished and I'm only at 8 episodes.
What would you have the government do?
Great.
I heard you say
Great,
a couple times that the government can post its own speech, but my hypothetical, kids, this is not safe, don't do this, is not going to get it done. And so
So
Ow, ow, I burned myself. For fuck's sake.
some
You
might
want
say
to
the
take this?
government actually
You
has
take
a duty to
Well, you could put it back there. There and then slides. All your work is split. Clean.
Federal
A
officials
couple.
taking
Like 9/11.
to the print media, our representatives over there. If you did that to them, what do you think the reaction is?
Well,
And so I thought, the only reason why this is taking place is because the federal government has got Section 230 and antitrust in its pocket.
Here to weigh in on this case is journalist Matt Taibbi, whose reporting has helped expose the efforts undertaken by federal officials to exert influence over content moderation. Welcome to Rising, Matt.
Thanks for having me on.
Great to have you back with us. Obviously, this is an issue we've talked about a lot on this show, that we followed closely your work and work by others to bring to light what the federal government did to try to control the narrative on social media. So finally, we're at the stage where the case is being heard by the Supreme Court. And I think the impression from a lot of people, of our thinking, on federal officials trying to exert this censorship effort over the companies.
It was like a carnage.
Concerned
Much
that
a carnage.
the justices seem to be weary. We heard there from Tommy Brown Jackson that she was not alone in being weary of holding back or decapping or preventing the federal government from being able to communicate with social media companies in this way. What were your impressions of what you heard yesterday?
Well, first of all, that clip by Tommy Brown Jackson, that was kind of terrifying because the entire purpose of this is to restrain the government.
Yes.
It's not to
Got a big booty?
restrain the public from
Got a big booty?
government action.
Oh, hey, baby.
It's the opposite. If it restrains
What's
the
up,
government,
Bobby?
that's a good thing. That's sort of the idea behind
Who's
this
got that
action.
big booty?
In this instance, the reason this suit is
Who's
being
got that
filed
big butt?
is because the plaintiffs in
Who's
this
got that
case,
big
in
butt?
particular Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and Martin Koldorf and Dr. Aaron Hariati, they have their speech suppressed because they were contradicting
That could be your TV stand.
government official
Huh?
opinion.
That?
And this is the
What?
entire purpose of the First Amendment, is to prevent the government from creating a hegemonic opinion that cannot be.
Probably does.
Oh,
It's probably the basement. Jack, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? Hey,
what are you doing,
hey.
mister?
Here in the U.S.,
Mr. Magoo?
code, the ICD-10, is
No.
updated once a year. And during the
Quit
meeting in
fucking doing that.
2021, CDC officials proposed adding new codes to the index
What's your problem?
to track the unvaccinated. Back then, during that meeting, here's
What,
what
baby?
Berlin, the CDC officials, gave a key step regarding the need for these new codes. Quote, people have now been having immunizations for a number of months, and these provide protection for people who are immunized. But there's an interest expressed in being able to track people who are not immunized or who are only partially immunized. At the current time, it can be considered to be a significant modifiable risk factor for morbidity or mortality, and it can be of interest for clinical reasons, as well as being a value for public health reasons to be able to track it. And the meeting participants were by and large down with the idea. As a response to that proposal, Kristen Ballant, who is a supervisor of Trinity Health and a member of this meeting, this is she said, quote, I definitely think we are currently already documenting unimmunized COVID-19 already. And indeed, 7 short months later, on April 1st of 2022, the 3 codes were added to the ICD-10. You can see up on your screen, they created a new subcategory with 3 new codes to mark those who are vaccinated or quote-unquote undervaccinated. Furthermore, besides these 3 new codes that we already went through, there's another code that was added during the pandemic, which is code C7185, which is related to vaccine counseling. Specifically, that code is used for parents who refuse the COVID vaccine to their children. Here's how a healthcare official describes this new code during the ICD-10 meeting. Quote, I know they would try that for families where they refuse to vaccinate their children for one reason or another. And certainly, we've tried to re-educate and to keep trying to find opportunities to get the vaccine. And so, what this all means is that if a person has visited a hospital within the last year now, and if they happen to be vaccinated, quote-unquote undervaccinated, or if they didn't allow their kids to get vaccinated for COVID, that most likely the
The medical charts now reflect as much. Medical history will be following these individuals wherever they go. Let's learn more about these medical codes from the CDC.
There we
We're
go.
worried about the FBI's tracking of unvaccinated public schools using their fingerprints. I'll note all those links down into the description box below this video. Lastly, I'd love to know your thoughts about these comments. Are these new codes by the CDC useful? Did they give doctors an added data point about each individual patient, or is it just not appropriate? And what about the FBI's tracking of these public schools using their fingerprints? Do you think that's appropriate, or is it
Right.
right?
There's the pile of fucking leaves for
Oh.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments and design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Drive more sales with customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
What's happening on America's college campuses is horrific. Anti-Semitic mobs have taken over leading universities. This is reminiscent of what happened in German universities in the 1930s. It's unconscionable. It has to be stopped. It has to be condemned and condemned unequivocally. But that's not what happened. The response of several university presidents was shameful. Now, fortunately, state, local, federal officials, many of them
I do not want to hear you talking. I do not want to hear this man talk in my home.
Ah, be better than that, Yahoo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not-
good.
yeah.
Okay.
No. So nobody does something high here, so. Ah. Yeah. Yes, sir. What you doing? Get out of there. The fuck? The fuck is your problem? You fucking idiot. Inside. Come, Jack. Stop your shit. Here you go. Go. Get your food. Go. Food. Where's your dick? faster to curfew.
Ah,
Oh shit.
cat here.
Even that? So I unlocked Squirrel Girl.
Really?
She's got a squirrel.
That's cool.
sure.
Come on, shoot. You.
Me.
Wanna die? Is that why? Wanna talk to that? Why do you do this to me? I feed you so much. And still you eat food off the floor. Yeah, shit can go.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I gave him more fucking food and treats, and he snuffed me and gave me attitude and went lay down. Fuck you.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Don't give me the cute face.
give you what you want, and then
Hmm? Hmm?
said,
What?
quick, quick.
Quick.
Quick. Bunch of quick, and
Quick. Oh, cute. Oh, my PC is running low on battery. That'd be a Got Milk commercial. You took my charger?
Yeah.
Not bad.
Oh.
Why? What?
I'm charging my computer.
Okay, fine.
You now?
Oh, that's not.
You're alive?
I'm about to die. What is it? Oh. Taco Bimo. What are you doing?
We don't trust you.
No, we don't. What is happening, computer? Oh, really? Cool.
So you're an extremist if you stand against Justin Trudeau's ridiculous carbon tax and if you throw your lot in with those like Alex Jones. I want to bring in David Creighton, a Canadian journalist who's been covering this quite extensively. You posted about this yesterday on X about this contradiction here, and I want to get your take on this. David, welcome to the show.
Nice to be back, Clayton, as always.
Great to see you. So, I think what's hilarious about all of this is that you get to attack, Alex Jones, Pierre Poilievre, but what he does by attacking those individuals is obfuscating, ignoring the real extremist position here, in my mind, which is the whole idea of carbon being the reason that the Earth is warming. This idea that we're some sort of a climate alarmists and we're going to tax carbon because that's the reason why the Earth is burning up right now. No one's really calling him out on these ridiculous positions. What did you make of his response to this reporter and Pierre's appearance at this rally?
A couple of things, Clayton. I found it interesting that Trudeau is so prepared to answer this question and go into Diagolon, for instance, which is a group that has been erroneously identified with the Freedom Convoy protest. We know that was a complete lie. There was no connection there at all. So he's obviously prepared. I'd like to know who briefed him that this question was coming. Clearly, he was ready for this question. And he had his talking points all in order. And so what does he talk about? Alex Jones. Yes, of course, this has something to do with Alex Jones. When in fact, there are protests that continue to occur across the country against Trudeau's carbon tax, which went up, as we said, on April 1st by 23%. So people are furious about this. And to call these people extremists and to say they belong to some shadowy group called Diagolon, and that this has something to do with Alex Jones, once again, Trudeau is refusing to address the unpopularity of his carbon tax and the fact that it's doing absolutely nothing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And arguably, if these have anything to do with climate change, it's been a complete failure. It's impoverished people, but he won't talk about the issues. You bring up anything to Justin Trudeau, his response is immediately, this is about climate change somehow, or it's about Ukraine. That's his other favorite issue. But he loves